Chapter 101, Junbao Pavilion. Long Chen didn't know the manufacturing principle of these talismans. After all, this was the secret of Qin Yan Doguan. But there is no doubt that the effect of these talisman is not small, as long as it is thrown to activate it. The ability attack that exists inside can even kill the evolutionary. However, the ranks of these talismans don't seem to be very high, and their power can only be comparable to the general third and fourth order evolutionary. These talismans can only be regarded as 5 million union coins. Not enough. Long Chen said, "It cost me 50 million to buy these talisman. Why are they worth 5 million for you?" Muerong Yanhai exploded immediately. "Doing business here is what I say. Hurry up," Long Chen said impatiently. Muerong Yanshan quickly grabbed Muerong Yanhai. Now is not the time to offend Long Chen. In the end, the two brothers took out everything they could get, such as combat skills, weapons, and armor. At last he made up 500 million. Which is equivalent to 50,000 battle exploits. After handing over 50,000 merit points to Long Chen, Muerong Yanhai snorted and left directly through the black hole. As for Muerong Yanshan, staying here, should be waiting for Muerong Yanhai to go outside to find rescue soldiers. Long Chen smiled coldly at Muerong Yanshan, and then led Duogalin Yu and others into the black hole. Suddenly, only Muerong Yanshan was left in this area. He sat cross-legged, trying to hide his breath as much as possible. In this way, it will not be discovered by nearby zombies and mutant beasts. However, it didn't take long for the zombies and mutant beasts in other areas to start rioting for some reason. Muerong Yanshan was suddenly shocked, just watching thousands of zombies and mutant beasts rushing towards him. Bad. Muerong Yanshan yelled and ran away. He was eager to run away and didn't notice that there was a blood-red bat staring at him greedily. Through the black hole, he returned to the mountain without any problems. Xiuba, Yi Qianxing, Chen Jingshan and others are all gone. Presumably they have already left. Long Chen and the others didn't stay here either, and ran towards the Yanlong Legion. They have to report the matter to the Legion to prevent the blood race from lure other human races to be fooled by this method. And when they told Li Ji everything, Li Ji was suddenly afraid. "Sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't get the exact information, and you almost died." Li Ji looked guilty. "Brother Li, you don't have to feel guilty. This time, people from such forces as Xin Yaoman and Qin Yan Doguan have also been fooled, indicating that those blood races must have planned for a long time. Furthermore, this time is not without gain. At least I have gained hundreds of thousands of merit points." Hearing Long Chen's half-joking words, Li Ji's guilt disappeared a lot. Fortunately, the group of them didn't lose the slightest bit. As for Muerong Yanshan, they were directly ignored by everyone. Among the team heading directly to Qin Yan Doguan, this is almost a betrayal. So no one cares about his life or death. "Brother Li, I want to use these military exploits to exchange some treasures." Long Chen said to Li Ji that now that his combat exploits have broken 1 million, he will definitely be able to get some good treasures. "Okay, I'll take you to the Junbao Pavilion." Li Ji nodded quickly, and the Junbao Pavilion was where the Legion's treasure house was located. Because the Legion treasury connects the treasury of all superpowers, it is natural that a super legion cannot be in charge of it alone. As a result, the various legions worked together to build a military treasure pavilion, which was jointly guarded by various forces. The location of the Junbao Pavilion was not on the border, but in a small city that was 1,000 miles away from the border. After all, there are treasures of various superpowers in the Junbao Pavilion. If it is on the border, wouldn't it be easy to attract enemies? As a centurion of the Yanlong Legion, Li Ji was busy with official duties and had no time to take Long Chen to the Junbao Pavilion himself, so he called a soldier to lead the way. On the way, Long Chen learned through chat that the soldier was named Nobita, and he was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. The skin is dark, but the appearance is also delicate. Nobita is not a member of the Dragon Temple, and in fact, there are not many people in the Yanlong Legion who really belong to the Dragon Temple. Most of them are soldiers recruited from various cities. After all, everyone who can join the Dragon God Temple is a person of extraordinary talent. Even if he joins the Flame Dragon Legion, it will never be as simple as an ordinary soldier. For example, Li Ji, he is actually from the Dragon Temple, one of the top 10 in the previous ranking. After coming to the border to experience, he saw the cruelty of the border, and also experienced the life and death of his comrades around him, so he decided to stay on the border and guard the eastern continent. With his strength and aptitude, it was naturally impossible to be an ordinary soldier, so he became a centurion. While talking about the sky, they rushed to the small city where Junbao Pavilion was located, named Binquan City. Binquan City itself is only a small city, but because of the location of the Junbao Pavilion, this small city is the safest place among many nearby cities. The Junbao Pavilion was in the center of Binquan City. After 10 minutes, they arrived outside the Junbao Pavilion. From the outside, this Junbao Pavilion is the most magnificent building in Binquan City, a towering building. Just when the two were about to enter the military treasure pavilion, two blue-clad soldiers guarding the door stopped them. Army Treasure Pavilion. The idlers stop. We are soldiers of the Frontier Flame Dragon Legion. We are here to exchange treasures. Nobita hurriedly took out his identification card to show the two guards, and the two guards took a glance. When it was discovered that they were members of the Yanlong Legion, he withdrew his eyes. Go back and apply directly to your chief. Then the Junbao Pavilion will transport them together. A blue armor warrior said coldly. We are here now. There is no need to go back anymore. Let's talk about it. When did Junbao have this rule? Nobita's face changed slightly. As long as he could prove his identity, he could directly enter and leave the Junbao Pavilion to exchange treasures. Junbao Pavilion does not have this rule, but if everyone is like you, and they come to choose after a little bit of battle, don't we have to die? The Cyan warrior sneered. Long Chen frowned, and he felt that this blue-armored warrior was aiming at them. The uniform of each legion is different. The uniform of the Yanlong Legion is fiery red. The turquoise one is the uniform of the Azure Cloud Army. The Kin'an Legion is exactly the legion established by the Kin'an Gymnasium on the border. Did someone instruct them to do this? Murong Yunhai, or Chen Jingshan? Long Chen thought in his heart that Murong Yunhai should be busy asking someone to save Murong Yunshan at this time. Then, Chen Jingshan's suspicion is the greatest. Chapter 102. Only 1 million. Long Chen believes that Chen Jingshan is still the most suspected. As the first disciple of Kin'an Doguan, he is still a descendant of the Chen family, and he definitely has this energy. We are working desperately on the border battlefield to guard the eastern continent, but you say we are trouble? Nobita squeezed his fist and walked forward to think about the theory with the Kingjia Guard. However, he was directly pushed away by the Kingjia Guards. Don't put gold on your face. Just because you two are worthy of guarding the eastern continent. Hurry up, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The two blue guards directly drew their weapons and pointed them at Nobita. Action was furious and wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Long Chen. Give it to me, Long Chen said coldly, and then walked forward without waiting for Nobita to speak. Give you 3 seconds. Put down your weapons. Dare to threaten us? Just rely on you two little kids. The Kingjia Guard looked disdainful. In their opinion, Long Chen and Action are not very young, and they cannot be any great characters. 3 seconds have passed. You did not take the opportunity. Long Chen's body suddenly disappeared, and the two blue armor guards' expressions suddenly changed when they saw this. What about people? The two blue armor guards looked around, but suddenly found that Long Chen had appeared in front of them at some unknown time. They grabbed their necks with 2 hands and lifted them up directly. Two scums who are not tier 3, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Long Chen's tone exudes a deep chill. I know that the person behind you is Chen Jingshan. Go back and tell him that if you want to play with me, just stand up and don't use these useless tricks. Long Chen threw away the two blue armor guards and walked towards the inside of the Junbao Pavilion. The two guards wanted to stop, but they didn't dare. At this moment, an old man in a green robe walked out of the gate of the Junbao Pavilion. Who would dare to make trouble in the Junbao Pavilion? The moment they saw the green-robed old man, the two blue guards were overjoyed and said quickly, Elder, these two want to break into the military treasure pavilion. Hearing this, the green-robed old man flashed a cold light in his eyes, staring at Long Chen. Forcing into the military treasure pavilion is a capital crime. Do you two want to die? We are members of the Yanlong Legion. We come to exchange treasures and have the qualifications to enter the military treasure pavilion. How can we say that? Long Chen looked at each other with the green-robed old man without any fear, and said calmly, yes, but these two people blocked us in every possible way and insulted us. Nobita hurriedly echoed the road, and also took out the Yanlong Legion's identity card. The old man in the green robe narrowed his eyes slightly. The rules of the Junbao Pavilion can be entered by all major legions, and so can you naturally, the green-robed old man said. Action breathed a sigh of relief, while Long Chen was a little confused. Will this old man just let them go? If he read it right, the old man in green robe should also be from Kin'an Doguan. But hurting the guard is also a felony. You must come with me. The green-robed old man pointed to Long Chen and said. Long Chen's doubts just disappeared, and sure enough, things were not so easy to solve. When is justified defense a felony? Long Chen sneered, and walked with him, probably not coming back. It's up to you to say whether it is legitimate defense or not. Follow me. With that said, the old man in the green robe jumped to the front of Long Chen and grabbed his arm. Long Chen's eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp glow, and he unceremoniously patted the green-robed old man's hand with a palm. Court death. The green-robed old man laughed instead of anger, and Zhengzi couldn't find a reason to shoot. This kid actually took the initiative to shoot. This is also good. Save to take away. Directly solve it on the spot. So the green-robed old man turned his claws into his palms and patted out with a palm. When the two palms touched, a powerful wave of air burst out, shaking the air. Long Chen stepped back a few steps. Although the old man in the green robe did not move, his expression suddenly changed. He was a tier 6 Grandmaster level powerhouse. With a full blow, Long Chen only took a few steps back. It doesn't seem to be hurt at all. This old man wants to kill me. Long Chen's face became gloomy, and he could feel the power contained in the palm of the green-robed old man just now, and he could definitely kill a normal tier 5 evolutionary. If it weren't for his own King Kong domination body is already at full level. The defense of King Kong is not bad. I'm afraid I really can't take this palm. Dare to resist. Then fair rectification on the spot. The green-robed old man was just stunned for a moment, and then he was ready to take another shot. Long Chen squeezed his fist, and with his current strength, if he wanted to kill a Grandmaster level powerhouse, he could only use the power of the Titan. After this period of rest and recuperation, his power of Titan has also recovered a lot and can be used again. But just when Long Chen was about to open the Titan mark, a burst of shouts suddenly sounded. Stop! Hearing this loud shout, Long Chen subconsciously stopped opening the Titan mark. However, the old man in the green robe remained on the offensive, and slew towards Long Chen. Just when the green-robed old man's attack was about to hit Long Chen, a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. Hong Ying slapped a palm and bumped into the green-robed old man, who was directly shaken back several steps. Long Chen finally realized that Hong Ying was actually an old man in a red robe. There is also a dragon-shaped mark painted on his red robe. Are you from the Yanlong Legion? Long Chen guessed in his heart. And the old man in the green robe also changed slightly when he saw the old man in the red robe. Chen Shan, a Grandmaster level powerhouse, took action to deal with the junior. Your face is really thick. The old man in the red robe sneered. Wang Chongshan, don't be nosy. The green-robed old man Chen Shan gritted his teeth and said, looking at the red-robed old man Wang Chongshan with jealous eyes. Hee, these two are both members of my Flame Dragon Legion. Do you think it's nosy to me? Wang Chongshan sneered, and his words confirmed Long Chen's guess. He is indeed a member of the Yanlong Legion. Wang Chongshan, these two men injured me from the Kinyan Legion and rushed into the military treasure pavilion. I wanted to take them away but encountered resistance. Are you in charge of this? Fart. It's obviously your people who did it first. If we don't let us in, we are qualified to enter the Jianbao pavilion. Daxing shouted angrily, and a cold light burst into Chen Shan's eyes, making Daxing step back in fright. Long Chen directly stood in front of Nobita, blocking the coercion released by Chen Shan. These two guards disregarded the rules of the military treasure pavilion and prevented us from entering it to exchange treasures. They were the one who was wrong. Long Chen also said coldly, but the Jianbao pavilion also has rules. If you have too little combat exploits, you must apply before you can enter the Jianbao pavilion. Otherwise, everyone will come to the Jianbao pavilion with a little combat experience. Isn't it overcrowded? At this time, a Qingji guard retorted, yes. It depends on how much combat exploits you two can have. Chen Shan also sneered. Now that Wang Chongshan is here, he can't come hard. Then it has to be reasonable. As long as they have the reason, Wang Chongshan can't keep Long Chen. It's not much, just 1 million. Long Chen smiled slightly. Cut. It turned out to be 100,000,000. The Qingji guard swallowed halfway through his words, and he even felt that he had heard it wrong. Chapter 103, Thor is born. Nano Battlesuit Boy, you really came here with your mouth open. $1 million, and you can have so much combat exploits. Chen Shan laughed, as if he had heard a joke that broke the century. Although he is not at the border, he also knows a little about the difficulty of obtaining military exploits. An ordinary zombie and mutant beast is only worth a little combat exploits, and tier 1 zombies and mutant beasts are only worth 10 combat exploits. 1 million, that is equivalent to killing 1 million ordinary zombies, or 100,000 tier 1 zombies. Even veterans who have been fighting on the frontier battlefield for several years can't make up so many. Open your dog's eyes to see clearly. Long Chen sneered, without explaining much, and directly took out his combat exploit bracelet. Chen Shan, the two Qingji guards, and even Wang Chongshan all looked up. When they saw the 6 zeros on the screen, several people took a breath at the same time. It's impossible. How could you as a recruit have so much combat exploits? The two blue guards shouted in disbelief. Chen Shan also had a painful expression. Long Chen had a good guess. The two blue armored guards, including Chen Shan, were embarrassed by Chen Jingshan. But Chen Jingshan didn't tell them that Long Chen had so much combat exploits. After all, this would be very shameless. It's better now, he saves face, but Chen Shan's face is lost. Ha ha ha, Chen Shan, do you think 1 million is less? Wang Chongshan laughed loudly and said to Chen Shan. Chen Shan's expression became more gloomy, and finally let out a cold snort, waving his sleeves and leaving. The two blue guards saw that the masters had gone, so naturally they didn't dare to stay anymore, and ran away screaming. Thank you for the old man's help. Long Chen held a fist to Wang Chongshan and thanked him. If it weren't for him to help, Long Chen would really have to go with Chen Shanang. At that time, it would be troublesome if he was really charged with breaking into the military treasure pavilion. You don't have to be polite, they are all members of the Yanlong Legion. Naturally, the old man will not stand idly by, but you kids, really surprised the old man. Millions of exploits are not easy to get. Wang Chongshan looked at Long Chen with full of appreciation. No matter how he got so much combat exploits, he can have such strength at a young age, and his future achievements are absolutely limitless. Let's go, the old man will take you in. Having said that, the group directly entered the Junbao Pavilion. There are countless treasures in this military treasure pavilion. They are clearly classified. You can tell me what kind of things you want, and I will take you there. Wang Chongshan said towards Long Chen. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, Elder Wang, I want to see some high-rank combat skills. A powerful combat skill can bring a great improvement in strength, such as the King Kong domination body and the domination of the world. But Long Chen felt that these two combat skills were already a little insufficient. It is good. Wang Chongshan laughed, and then brought Long Chen to the 7th floor of the Junbao Pavilion. This 7th floor is placed with the top combat skills of various superpowers, each of which is worth more than 500,000 combat exploits. Check if you have any fancy. Long Chen nodded and began to search. The 7th floor is full of bookshelves, like a library, but every book is enclosed in a box. There is an introduction to these combat skills and cheats on the box. Long Chen looked around in general, and every rank of combat skills here was above 5-star. But he has never found a suitable one. In terms of speed, he has space power. In terms of strength, there is the dominance of the world, and the defense has the king's hegemony body. Both of these two combat skill levels are very high, and it is difficult to find one to surpass them. This is the coming of Thor. Long Chen suddenly noticed the introduction on a box. Thor is coming to the world. Exclusive combat skills with thunder system abilities, which can transform one's own thunder element into a thunder god, possessing powerful explosive power and absolute immunity to all physical attacks. Evaluation: 6 stars. Thunder is elementalized, incarnate as Thor. Immune to all physical attacks. Is it so powerful? Looking at the introduction, Long Chen couldn't help swallowing. When Wang Chongshan saw Long Chen's expression, he knew that he was interested in this combat skill, so he spoke. This combat skill is a treasure of Lzong. It is rumored that Lin Dong, the first-generation lord of Lzong, obtained it from an ancient relic. Stand out among the strong. Originally, the rank of this combat skill could even reach the level of 7 or even 8 stars, but because of some defects, it can only be reduced to 6 stars. Defect. Long Chen frowned. Could there be any flaws in this combat technique? It's not a defect. I can only say that the audience for this combat skill is very small, and there are not many people who can practice. Wang Chongshan explained patiently. First of all, this is the exclusive combat skill of the thunder ability, which means that unless the thunder ability is awakened, you will not even be qualified to practice it. Secondly, the difficulty of training this combat skill is also very high. Thunder God came to the world. This combat skill was acquired when Lzong Lord Lin Dong first accepted the inheritance in the ancient ruins. It is directly reflected in his mind. You can learn it without training, and when he uses this combat skill after writing it down, no one can learn it. Wang Chongshan sighed and said, so I advise you not to choose it? No, I will choose it. Long Chen shook his head. It is not his character to have advantages. Originally, this combat technique could be used as a 7-star or even an 8-star combat technique. The price must be ridiculously high, but now the price is greatly reduced because of those so-called defects. But these defects were nothing in Long Chen's eyes. He himself had awakened the thunder ability and was qualified to practice this method. As for whether to learn well, Long Chen said that he was not worried at all. He who owns the system does not need to learn. Are you sure you want to choose it? Wang Chongshan asked in surprise. He clearly stated the flaws of this combat technique. Why did this kid choose it? Is his brain broken? Well, that's it. Long Chen's face was firm, and Wang Chongshan couldn't stop him. So he took down the box containing Thunder God Comes into the World. After deducting 600,000 combat merits from Long Jin's combat merit bracelet, this ancient book is his. Do you want to exchange other things? Wang Chongshan continued to ask. Long Chen thought for a while and nodded. Is there any kind of clothing that can grow and shrink with the body? Clothes that can be made bigger and smaller? You are talking about nanosuits? With that said, Wang Chongshan took Long Chen to the 10th floor again, and took out a suit that looked a bit cool. This nano battle suit is designed through nanotechnology. The quality is very good, and its size can be controlled at will. It is generally prepared for those who have physical abilities awakened. Are you too? Wang Chongshan asked in surprise. Chapter 104, Muerong's family questions. Wang Chongshan had to be surprised. Long Chen asked for an exclusive combat maneuver with the Thunder ability, which shows that he is the elemental awakener of the Thunder ability. Now he wants a nanosuit for the body-shaped awakener. Could it be that he has awakened two different abilities? There are very few people who can awaken a power, and it is almost impossible to awaken the body and elemental powers at the same time. That's it. Long Chen thought for a while, but didn't know how to answer. The power of Titan is not strictly a power, but he doesn't know how to explain it. Wang Chongshan's eyes looking at Long Chen admired even more. Fortunately, this son was from the Dragon Temple. Given time and giving him time to grow, he may not be able to walk to the point where he is invincible dragon god. This set of nanosuits was worth nearly 100,000 combat exploits, and Long Chen directly ordered 3 sets. Wang Chongshan was surprised to ask why there were so many sets, but Long Chen gave him an answer that hadn't recovered for a long time. I plan to change the 3 sets. Wang Chongshan was speechless right away. As the latest technological nanotechnology, the quality of the suit is absolutely superior. It can't even be destroyed by burning with a knife. This product is just used as ordinary clothing, and it is changed to wear. But Wang Chongshan is not easy to say anything. After all, he has military exploits and willfulness. 1 combat skill and 3 sets of nanosuits almost consumed all of Long Chen's combat achievements. But Long Chen didn't feel distressed. Isn't the military exploits used for redemption? With stronger strength, still worry about not earning exploits. After bidding farewell to Wang Chongshan, Long Chen and Dakshin went straight back to the border. On the way, Long Chen read the full text of Thunder God Comes to the World. Indeed, as Wang Chongshan said, if you only rely on your own perception, you can't see anything at all. But after reading through it, a light group fell out of this ancient book. Ding! It is detected that there are pick-up attributes near the host. Do you want to pick it up? Pick up. Long Chen nodded secretly, and the next moment, a mysterious feeling suddenly appeared in his sea of knowledge. All the methods of Thunder God Coming to the World are engraved in Long Chen's soul, and he can easily understand it without his efforts. This combat skill is really powerful. Incarnate as a thunder element, explosive power and speed can be increased several times. The most important thing is immunity to physical attacks. This is simply invincible. The more thorough understanding of combat skills, Long Chen was surprised. Those who can create this combat skill have absolutely a thorough understanding of the thunder ability. At least Long Chen feels that if he wants to comprehend this kind of ability and combat skills himself, he needs to at least upgrade the thunder ability to 10th level. Now I learned it in advance. After returning to the border barracks, Long Chen wanted to have a good rest. However, as soon as he returned to the camp, he found that Dougal Niu and Zhou Yun were waiting in them anxiously. And seeing Long Chen coming back, Dougal Niu quickly stood up. Before Long Chen asked, Dougal Niu said anxiously, "Hurry up with me." With that said, Dougal Niu grabbed Long Chen's hand directly and without shy and walked out of the camp. What happened? Long Chen was confused and asked hurriedly. Muerong Yanshan is dead, and the Muerong family sent a strong man over to take you for inquiries. We quickly returned to the Dragon Temple. Now only the Dragon Temple can keep you, Dougal Nguyen said briefly and horribly. While Long Chen frowned. Muerong Yanshan is dead? Isn't he still in that secret realm? And what does it matter to me that he is dead? I don't know the details. After all, the strong man in the Muerong family found only Muerong Yanshan's body after entering the secret realm. Now the strong man in the Muerong family is dragged by Big Brother Li. Let's run quickly. Dougal Niu's face was hurried, making her an iceberg-like person hurried, showing that the matter was indeed serious. Dougal Niu hurriedly portrayed the spatial teleportation ray on the ground, and when the teleportation array was halfway through, a burst of shouts suddenly sounded. Little beast, stop. The loud shout went straight into his heart, and Long Chen even felt his soul almost shaken out. Dougal Niu's expression also changed, and his mind was disturbed, and the hay portioning array was directly disintegrated. At the same time, a middle-aged man about 50 years old appeared. carrying a mummy on his shoulder. Then two figures appeared. One was Murong Yanhai and the other was Li Ji. As soon as Li Ji arrived, he shouted, "Murong Fu, Long Chen is a member of my dragon temple, how can you allow you to take it away casually?" The middle-aged man named Murong Fu by Li Ji snorted coldly. "Yan Tan is the leader of my Murong family, with strong aptitude, and will definitely be able to be called the king in the future, but because of this little beast, how can I not be angry? Even if he is from the Dragon Temple, I must take him away today. No one can stop him." Murong Fu screamed, and Li Ji directly shook back a few steps. Being able to retreat from Li Ji, a master-level powerhouse, based on momentum alone, could this Murong Fu's strength have reached the king level? King level powerhouses, even if you look at the superpowers of all parties, they are definitely the mainstay. "Boy, take your life." Murong Fu rushed towards Long Chen directly. At this moment, Duge Yu resolutely stood in front of Long Chen. "If you want to kill him, you have to kill me first," Duge Yu said coldly, and Murong Fu's footsteps stopped. He looked at Duge Yu's eyes full of jealousy, but it was not jealous of her strength, but her identity. Duge Yu is not only the number one in the Dragon God Temple, but also the Lord of the Dragon God Temple, the only personal disciple of the undefeated Dragon God. He dared to kill Long Chen, because after all, Long Chen had no background. Even if he killed the Dragon Temple, he would not offend his Murong family for this. But Duge Yu is different. Not to mention killing Duge Yu, even if it hurts her, I am afraid that the Dragon God Temple will not take the Murong family lightly. As we all know, the undefeated dragon is jealous and protects shortcomings. Miss Dugu, this little beast caused my nephew to die, murdered to pay for his life, and I hope you will not interfere in this matter. My Murong family must be rewarded. Murong Fu said with a gloomy face. "Yes, Miss Dugu, my brother Yanshan is also a member of the Dragon God Temple. Is it too unfair for you to do this?" Murong Yanhai also spoke. In fact, it was precisely because Murong Yanshan was also a member of the Dragon Temple that this matter was troublesome. If Murong Yanshan was not a member of the Dragon Temple, and Murong Fu dared to come to the Yanlong Legion to arrest people, how could it be possible that only Li Ji came to stop him? After all, Li Ji's choice to help Long Chen is only his personal will. I just want to know, Murong Yanshan's death, what does it matter to me? At this time Long Chen finally spoke. He had already seen Murong Yanshan's corpse just now. There was no blood on his body, as if he had been dead for hundreds of years. This situation is obviously caused by the blood. It must be that after they left, the blood race went in again. Or maybe it's because. Chapter 105, King plus Powerhouse. Long Chen suddenly thought that the previous Blood Clan water turned into a group of bats and wanted to escape. Isn't he dead yet? Murong Yanshan's death was caused by him. HMPH. If you didn't let Yanshan leave that secret realm, how could he die in it? Murong Fu said angrily. Hee. Why should I let him out? I opened the door of space. It's up to me to decide who can go out. Since he can't meet my conditions, I won't let him out. I'm not his father. There is no reason to be used to him. Long Chen sneered and said unceremoniously, "Little beast, I want you to be buried with Yanshan." After hearing this, Murong Fu became even more angry and rushed directly towards Long Chen. Duge Yu hurriedly stood in front of Long Chen, but Murong Fu suddenly waved his hand, and several earth walls trapped Duge Yu. Earth Element Awakener. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, but he didn't expect that this guy was still a Power Awakener, which was troublesome. His own king-level strength is not something he can deal with, let alone an extra ability. "Stop!" Li Ji yelled, and rushed towards this. But his speed is nowhere comparable to Murong Fu, and without waiting for him to run a few steps, Murong Fu's attack has already reached Long Chen. Unstoppable. This was Long Chen's first thought. Almost subconsciously, he urged the method of Chen's birth, turning his whole body into lightning. Murong Fu's palm passed directly through Long Chen's body, but he didn't feel the slightest. Sure enough, after the thunder and lightning were elementalized, they were immune to all physical attacks, even the attacks of king-level powerhouses. But this combat technique consumes too much energy. At the same time, Long Chen discovered the flaws in this combat technique. It's not a defect. It can only be said that using this combat technique with his current strength is really difficult. How is this possible? Murong Fu watched Long Chen's body turn into thunder, suddenly startled. At the same time, the numbness of the electric shock from his hand made him take a few steps back. This is the Thunder God of Ilzong. How can you learn it? Murong Fu quickly recognized this combat skill. After all, it was a treasure of Ilzong, the master of Ilzong's famous skill. Sect Master once relied on this combat skill to even be able to contend with the undefeated Dragon God. At this time, Miu Rongfu looked at Long Chen's eyes. Not only was angry, but also a strong color of jealousy. This son can't stay. This is Miu Rongfu's inner monologue. Since he has offended him, he must not stay. Otherwise, waiting for him to grow up will only be a disaster for the Miu Rong family. Thinking of this, Miu Rongfu no longer hesitated, and kept attacking Long Chen. But every time his attack would pass directly through Long Chen's body, it would cause no harm to him at all. Long Chen did not relax because of this. Because he felt that the thunder power in his body was being consumed quickly, and he could not hold on for long. Miu Rongfu, stop. At this moment, Li Ji finally arrived, and he threw a punch at Miu Rongfu's back. However, Miu Rongfu turned around and kicked Li Ji's chest. Li Ji flew out and fell to the ground severely, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Brother Li. Long Chen suddenly squeezed his fist. Li Jiaming knew the gap between his strength and Miu Rongfu's strength, but still shot. Long Chen was extremely moved by such affection. I dare not move Dugalenyu, but it doesn't mean you and I can't kill either. Since you want to protect this little beast, then I will kill you first. Miu Rongfu gave a violent shout, and then rushed towards Li Ji. Li Ji struggled to get up, and that kick almost killed him directly, but it also caused him serious injuries. The body's internal organs are burning like pain. Seeing Miu Rongfu rushing towards him, Li Ji's expression changed, but he still winked at Long Chen and made him run quickly. Just when Miu Rongfu rushed to Li Ji and was about to hit him, Long Chen appeared behind Miu Rongfu. What? Long Chen shouted violently, and his body began to increase sharply. The power of Titan is activated. The huge fist hit Miu Rongfu severely, and his body suddenly flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber. Why are you still not leaving? Li Ji shouted towards Long Chen. He didn't think Long Chen could deal with Miu Rongfu. This incident was caused by me. It is impossible for you to bear it. Long Chen said firmly, then shouted at Miu Rongfu. Old miscellaneous hair, if you want to kill me, then chase me first. With that, Long Chen rushed directly towards the frontier battlefield. Little beast, don't run. Sure enough, Miu Rongfu chased directly towards Long Chen. His first goal is Long Chen. Long Chen. At this time, Dugalenyu finally broke through the soil wall that Miu Rongfu trapped her, but Long Chen and Miu Rongfu were gone. Brother Li, where are they? Dugalenyu asked quickly. Running over there. I blame my poor strength. Li Ji clenched his teeth. His eyes were red. He couldn't stop the person who caught him in his turf, which made Li Ji feel very angry. Dugalenyu also clenched his fists, and the face of the iceberg that had been without waves also showed rare anger. She didn't catch up, because she knew it would be useless to catch up. If something happens to Long Chen, I promise that it will raze Miu Rong's house to the ground, Dugalenyu said coldly, and a strong killing intent radiated from her. Hearing the movement nearby, people who came out to watch the excitement couldn't help but trembled. Even Li Ji was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he saw Dugalennayu's emotions fluctuating so much. Dugalenyu quickly arranged a space teleportation formation, and she knew it would be useless to catch up. So she plans to go to the Dragon Temple to invite the undefeated Dragon God to take action, hoping that Long Chen can persist until then. On the battlefield, Long Chen kept performing space abilities, but Miu Rongfu steadily followed behind. Long Chen's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he felt that most of the energy in his body had been consumed. The consumption of space teleportation is not small, and he can't support it at all for such a long continuous teleportation. At this time they had reached the depths of the battlefield, even close to the edge of the western continent. Long Chen finally stopped. Little beast, can't you run? Take it to death. Maybe I can make your death easier. Miu Rong covered his face with a hideous look. Looking at Long Chen's slightly pale face, he knew that Long Chen could no longer hold it. Old miscellaneous Mao, it is obvious that Miu Rong Yanshan's death was caused by the Blood Clan. Instead of looking for them for revenge, you came to me instead. Are you afraid of them and only dare to bully the weak for the hardship? Long Chen sneered, while silently regaining his strength. I will retaliate against the enmity of the Blood Clan, but if you don't let him leave the secret realm, Yanshan will definitely not die, so you should go and accompany him first. Miu Rongfu seemed to see that Long Chen was recovering, and he snorted, not saying more, and rushed towards Long Chen. Chapter 106, Escape into Another Space Dam. Long Chen shouted angrily and threw a punch directly. At this time, he was still in the state of Titan, and a fist was bigger than Miu Rongfu's whole person. But in terms of strength, Wang-level Miu Rongfu absolutely crushed Long Chen. Long Chen's huge fist slammed against Miu Rongfu, who was the size of an ant, and his muscles were twisted in the next moment. A huge force directly shook his huge body back several steps. Looking at the trembling arm, Long Chen took a few breaths. The strength of the king-level powerhouse is really strong. In the state of Titan, he can even forcefully kill a tier 6 Lord-level mutant beast. But under the king-level Murongthus men, he couldn't hold up a move. Long Chen's body suddenly returned to its original state, and the power of the Titan in his body was almost consumed. Little beast, go to death obediently. I can still show you a whole body with kindness. There was a sneer on Murong's hideous face, and he quickly rushed towards Long Chen. You can only try this method. Seeing Murong Fu approaching him, Long Chen's eyes condensed. He used the power of space and tore a door of space. Then he quickly entered the door of space. Murong Fu's attack was empty. Escape into a different space. Murong Fu narrowed his eyes, and his jealousy towards Long Chen became even greater. At this time, Long Chen was in darkness, where there was no air and no life. This is a different space, like a chaos. If it had to be a last resort, Long Chen didn't want to enter here, because it was too dangerous in a different space. In addition to the lack of oxygen for human survival, there are even many hidden dangers. If you accidentally encounter spatial turbulence, it will be even more troublesome. With Long Chen's current situation, he should be able to hide in a different space for more than 10 minutes. He can only hope that Murong Fu will leave within these 10 minutes. However, Long Chen was finally disappointed, and within a minute, he found a bright light appeared in front of him. Murong Fu even forcibly tore the space barrier and entered the different space. What? Long Chen exclaimed. Is the king-level expert already strong enough to tear the space with his body? You can't escape. Murong covered his face with a fierce light, and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen turned and ran without hesitation. Running around in a different space is very dangerous, but not running is even more dangerous. Murong Fu was desperately chased behind, as if he would not give up if he didn't kill Long Chen. While escaping, Long Chen thought about the method of escape, and suddenly, he noticed a whirlpool appeared beside him. The vortex is like a twisted space, generating a great suction. It's spatial turbulence. Long Chen was surprised, but then he thought of a way. He stopped abruptly and looked at Murong Fu face to face, showing a sneer. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. Looking at Long Chen's confident look, Murong Fu also stopped immediately. He stared at Long Chen warily, but he didn't find any clues. Is this little beast doing this deliberately? Trying to make me suspicious and dare not step forward? Murong Fu thought in his heart. He didn't know if Long Chen had any conspiracy. But it is absolutely impossible for him to retreat. Being mystery, let's pay your life. Murong Fu yelled, rushed straight towards Long Chen, and hit Long Chen's chest with a punch. Long Chen didn't dodge or avoid, or even block, letting this punch hit him. Puff. Long Chen spouted a big mouthful of blood, but there was a sneer on his face. Seeing the sneer on Long Chen's face, Murong Fu yelled badly, and quickly wanted to leave. But it was too late. Long Chen hugged Murong Fu tightly with both arms, and flew towards the whirlpool not far away. The vortex itself has a lot of suction, and they can't feel the position before, but after getting close, the suction is something they can't resist. This is spatial turbulence. Murong Fu was also well informed and recognized it at a glance. His face suddenly changed, and if he was caught in the turbulence of space, even he would be very dangerous. Little beast, are you crazy? If you enter the turbulence of space, it is better to die than life. Murong yelled again, but Long Chen smiled coldly. It's you who is better than death, not me. Long Chen spoke, but the voice did not come from Murong's back. But Murong Fu suddenly looked in the direction of the voice, but was surprised to find that another Long Chen appeared in front of him. Murong Fu hurriedly turned his head to look, and the Long Chen who was holding him in his arms was still there. How is this going? Even though Murong Fu was a little confused, why did two Long Chen appear? Old miscellaneous, enjoy your last time. At this moment, Long Chen, who was covering Murong's body, suddenly sneered, then instantly shattered into a starlight. At this time, Long Chen's mirror image clone, after discovering this spatial turbulence, Long Chen had already made this decision. Let his mirror avatar lure Murong Fu into the turbulence of space. Damn it, damn it. Murong Fu finally reacted, and kept roaring. But at this time, he was already attracted by the whirlpool, and he couldn't escape. Once he was sucked into the whirlpool, he would probably die forever. Looking at Murong Fu's body being sucked into the whirlpool, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around to leave, but suddenly felt his feet sink. Something seemed to grab his legs. Long Chen looked quickly and saw two hands clinging to his legs. and the master of these two hands was Miao Rongfu. His arm extended to more than 10 meters. He turned out to be a body-shaped ability awakener. Long Chen understood instantly. His eyes widened. At the same time, Miao Rongfu's crazy voice sounded. Since you are dying, let's die together, don't you want to run? Ha ha ha. With that said, Miao Rongfu violently pulled Long Chen directly towards the whirlpool in an instant. Long Chen couldn't break free at all. He was about to be sucked into the turbulence of this space. Damn, even if I die, I will never die with your old bastard. Long Chen shouted angrily and began to mobilize all the power of the space in his body to forcibly portray a space teleportation array. In this different space, the space is extremely unstable, so it is very difficult to describe the space teleportation array. Even if it is successfully portrayed, under the influence of spatial turbulence, the location it can transmit to is uncertain. It might be possible to teleport him directly to a forbidden place. Therefore, Long Chen actually didn't want to use this method. But this is the end, only this line of life is left. Otherwise, Miao Rongfu will be dragged into the turbulence of space. Even if it is not cut into pieces by the space storm, he will be killed by Miao Rongfu himself. Chapter 107, Beauty in the Bath. The space teleportation array was portrayed, and as a golden light flashed, Long Chen's figure disappeared instantly. Miao Rongfu also felt his hands loose, and saw Long Chen disappear before his eyes. Little beast, you'd better pray that you won't survive, otherwise waiting for me to leave this ghost place will make you worse off than death. Miao Rongfu let out an unwilling roar, and was completely sucked into the whirlpool. Although the spatial turbulence is extremely dangerous, Miao Rongfu is also a king-level powerhouse at any rate, and he will not necessarily die in it. Space shuttle in the extremely unstable and different space directly caused Long Chen's soul to be dizzy and unable to bear the pressure. When he regained consciousness again, he felt a stream of water pouring into his nose along his breath. Is he in the water? Long Chen suddenly woke up, and sure enough, he was in the water at this time. And the water seems to be warm, unlike the sea or the river. As long as it was not teleported to an extremely dangerous place of taboo, Long Chen finally relaxed. He raised his head sharply, leaping out of the water, breathing in fresh air. The air here seemed to be fresher than elsewhere, and Long Chen even smelled a faint fragrance. Although the scent is very weak, it makes him feel refreshed and happy when he enters his breath. Long Chen hurriedly wiped the water on his face before opening his eyes. As soon as his eyes opened, Long Chen was stunned. What caught my eye was a beautiful face, blue eyes, a tall nose, a fair face, pointed ears, and long turquoise hair, softly draped over his shoulders. Long Chen can guarantee that he has never seen such a beautiful woman. It is simply perfect. Perfect to make Long Chen even definitely not a face that a human being can have. He has seen a lot of beauties, Bai Xion, Dugulen Yu, and Concubine Liu. Each of them is the existence of the country and the city. But this one in front of her is different. She is more perfect than these people, and she has a dusty temperament. It's like a fairy who can't eat fireworks. But what shocked Long Chen the most was that this woman with a superbly beautiful face turned out to be not even an inch. And because he was facing Long Chen and the water in the pool was very clear, he could clearly see all the places he shouldn't see. Such a hot and tempting scene directly made Long Chen couldn't help but swallow. The woman also looked at Long Chen in shock at this time, as if she couldn't think of someone suddenly appearing in front of her. In a daze, she even forgot her current situation. It wasn't until she heard Long Chen's saliva that she completely reacted, and her pupils suddenly shrank. That, I can explain. Long Chen just wanted to speak, but the fairy leapt to the shore with a kick with her legs, putting on clothes extremely fast, which made Long Chen had to marvel how fast women put on clothes. However, she looks more beautiful in her clothes. Grab! The fairy gave a cold cry, and suddenly several figures appeared on the surrounding trees. These figures are all female, and each of them looks like a fairy, although not as good as this fairy, but each one of them can definitely make all male compatriots go crazy. At this time, these figures were holding bows and arrows, pointing at Long Chen. Following the fairy's order, several feather arrows shot out, pointing straight at Long Chen. The arrow shot is quite accurate. Long Chen sighed, and every one he met was aimed at his limbs. None of the arrows were meant to hurt his life. What the fairy said was to catch Long Chen, not to kill him, so these archers didn't intend to hurt him. Several feather arrows came through the air and made a whistling sound. Based on their strength and speed, Long Chen could guess that these archers should have the strength of Tier 4 to Tier 5 evolutionary. These arrow-like Tier 4 evolutionaries are very difficult to avoid. But for Long Chen, it was nothing. He didn't even move, and he had an invisible force to control these feather arrows. Then fell into the pool. Sister Fairy, can we sit down and talk? I really didn't mean it, Long Chen said with a wry smile. The fairy was slightly surprised to see that Long Chen easily resolved the archer's attack. But then a lute appeared in her hand, flicking her slender fingers, and suddenly a sound wave hit Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly folded his arms to resist, and the sound wave hit him without the slightest pain. But his soul was dizzy. This is a mental attack? Long Chen was shocked. The human soul is very weak, and the mental power attack is specifically to attack the soul. But fortunately, he is also a power awakener, so his mental power is much stronger than ordinary people. What? The fairy gave a clear sound, but then the 5 fingers moved together, and waves of sound emerged from it, forming a rhythm. Long Chen suddenly felt dizzy in his brain. The world was spinning, and then his eyes went black and he passed out. Put him in the dungeon, the fairy said, and then several archers left with Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen didn't really faint. That fairy's melody attack was indeed very strong, and could directly attack human souls. But Long Chen is also a person who can make 2 moves with the king-level powerhouse, so it is strange that he faints so easily. He did it deliberately. After all, he just came here, he still doesn't know what place it is, so it is not appropriate to expose his true strength. Show the enemy's weakness first, then think about other things. At this time, being supported by 2 beautiful archers, and smelling the refreshing scent of them, Long Chen was still a little reluctant. But soon he was thrown into the dungeon. Hearing the footsteps of the beautiful archer gradually disappearing, he did not intend to wake up directly, because in his perception, there are other people in this place. Sure enough, several voices rang soon. Hey, there's another kid here, who looks quite young. This kid is fair-skinned and tender. I guess he will suffer from crime later. That's not it. Wells likes this kind of fresh meat the most. By the way, this kid looks a bit prettier. Do you know which force it is from? Although Long Chen still pretended to be fainting at this time, he heard all the sounds around him. These voices are all male, and they are very crude. As for what they said made Long Chen a little ashamed. Wills likes small fresh meat. This is a magical operation? Just as Long Chen was thinking about it, suddenly, he heard footsteps ringing in his ears. He quickly narrowed his eyes, and soon saw it all. Big, dark-skinned men approaching him. Chapter 108, Eternal Forest, Elves. Hey, such a handsome kid. I like it. The dark big man showed a wretched color and rushed towards Long Chen. A sharp flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and he quickly got up to dodge, and the dark man fell heavily to the ground. Wake up! The others in the dungeon were a little surprised. The dark guy patted the dust on his body and got up. The look in Long Chen's eyes was still full of obscene colors. Boy, come and play with the uncle, and he will cover you in this dungeon from now on. The dark man waved and said to Long Chen, fucking good. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and Nemu unexpectedly met such a disgusting person. Seeing Long Chen walking towards him, the dark-skinned man laughed loudly and licked the dripping saliva at the corner of his mouth. Come on, baby. The dark man opened his arms and rushed towards Long Chen. Just before he was about to hug Long Chen kicked out abruptly. Fuck your sister. A firm kick hit the dark man's abdomen, causing him to fly out and hit the wall hard. Okay. In addition to the dark man in the dungeon, there were 3 other people, all of them huge men. When they saw Long Chen kicking the dark man, they were all shocked. When did Wells become so weak that he was kicked by the thin white face in front of him? Call. The dark-skinned man stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. He didn't seem to be injured. Long Chen's kick just showed the strength of a general tier 4 evolutionary, and naturally he couldn't hurt this Wells. Hey, I didn't expect to look like a white face, but it's a bit bloody. I like it. Wells rubbed his hands. The obscene look in his eyes increased. This caused Long Chen's mouth to twitch a few times. This fellow Nemu still has a tendency to be abused, like your uncle. Long Chen screamed directly, and a flash appeared in front of Wells in an instant, punching his abdomen. Wells couldn't react at all, was hit by Long Chen's abdomen with a punch, and suddenly his stomach rolled, spit out a big mouthful of bitter gall. The few people around didn't plan to come to help, so it can be seen that they should not be in the same group. Hey, come again. Come again. Wells showed an expression of enjoyment, and Long Chen was not polite to him, and hit him several times in a row. In this way, for more than 10 minutes, Wells collapsed to the ground, covered in bruises. Feel the pain on your face and enjoy it. Now, what am I asking? What are you answering? Have you heard? Long Chen said to Wells. Wells nodded repeatedly. He was already impressed by Long Chen's fist. Where is this place? Dungeon. Nonsense. I'm asking outside. Which continent is this? Long Chen gave this guy a white look and continued to ask. He guessed that he was no longer in the eastern continent. Sure enough, Wells' words soon confirmed his guess. Western continent, eternal forest. Sure enough, this place turned out to be the western continent, and he was actually sent to the western continent. However, there are still humans in the western continent, which makes Long Chen somewhat unexpected. Isn't it said that the western continent has been occupied by zombies, mutant beasts and some ancient alien races? Why are you all humans still living here? Long Chen asked his guess. The western continent is indeed basically occupied by those aliens, but there are still places for human survivors, but the number is very small. In Wells' narrative, Long Chen also basically knew the situation in the western continent. The arrival of the apocalypse really started from the western continent, and the things Long Chen had heard before were also true. Ancient alien races such as the blood, werewolf, and undead races descended on the western continent. The end times of this world also spread under the impetus of these ancient alien races. But the western continent is not without human beings because of this. The survivors gather together to build safe cities. In order to survive, the human survivors in the western continent even showed their favor to those ancient alien races, and they barely survived in the western continent. In other words, the survivors in the western continent are actually human traitors. Long Chen snorted coldly, but Wells sighed instead of furious. As a human being, he is also feeling very aggrieved when he wants to show his humility to those alien races. But there is no way. In the dangerous western continent, they would not survive without the protection of aliens. My lord, you don't seem to be from the western mainland, right? Why are you here? Wells asked carefully. People in the western mainland are generally large, with high noses, blue eyes and golden hair. But Long Chen is a typical Eastern mainlander, which is obvious. It's me who asked you. Which turn is yours to ask me? Long Chen scared Wells down again and again. I'll ask you again, who are those stranger-looking people outside, and why are you caught in the dungeon? Long Chen continued to ask. People? My lord, those are not people, they are also ancient alien races, called elves. Wells said. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Elves? He had heard of this race in the previous life. He thought it was just a legend, but he didn't expect it to come true in this world. I heard that every female of the elven tribe is beautiful and beautiful. When Long Chen thought of the fairies he had seen in Wenchai before, he felt that this legend was very real. I heard that the elves love peace, so how come you get caught? Long Chen asked again. Wells glanced at Long Chen. Then you were caught in? But he didn't dare to say this. He could only answer Long Chen's question honestly. It turns out that there is a widespread rumors that the elves have a tree of life. If they can get this tree, they can live forever and become immortal. Because of this rumor, many humans and even foreign races have sneaked into the eternal forest, trying to find the legendary ancient tree of life. But all ended in failure. As a result, those alien races plan to directly and forcefully attack the elves, and now there are several teams gathered outside the eternal forest, and a few of them were actually sent by those alien teams to inquire about the news. But it was discovered by the warriors of the elves, and they were directly arrested. This is still peace-loving of the elves. If you change to another race, I'm afraid that you will kill a few of them directly. Ancient tree of life, immortality. Long Chen's heart moved when he heard this. Could there really be such a good thing? If this is the case, then he would be a little interested. It seems that being caught deliberately is not without gain. My lord, in fact, only the two of us are humans here. At this moment, Wells suddenly whispered to Long Chen with his ear. What do you mean by this? Long Chen frowned slightly and asked. Besides him, there were at least 3 people. At this time, Wells' voice became even smaller. Those are not human. Chapter 109, Dire Clan, Prison Break. A few of them are not humans, but aliens. Long Chen raised his brows, but did not doubt Wells' words. After all, some alien races can disguise themselves as humans, such as blood races. If you do not actively expose them, it is difficult to find their true identity. Just when Long Chen wanted to ask more, the sturdy men came over. One of the strong men pushed Wells away rudely, but Wells did not dare to show the slightest anger. Little brother, are you interested in joining our plan? A sturdy man with a scar on his face suddenly asked. What's the plan? Long Chen asked casually, but in fact he was wary of them. After all, if Wells didn't lie to him, then none of these were human. Prison break, Scarface said in a low voice, and Long Chen narrowed his eyes. The guards here are tight, how do you escape? Ha ha ha, I can't talk about that for now, but I am 100% sure. How about it? Do you want to join us? The Scar Man laughed and said, if you don't say it clearly, then forget it. I don't want to be a gunman. Long Chen smiled casually and said nonchalantly. After hearing this, Scarface groaned for a moment, and finally said it. Someone will come to rescue us tonight, and then we only need to cooperate with them. Well, do you want to join? Well, that's all right, I will reluctantly agree. Long Chen scratched his head, nodded and said. Scarface and a few strong men returned to their previous positions. Boss, why tell him the plan? A burly man asked in a puzzled manner. He can easily defeat the waste of Wells, and his strength has reached at least tier 5. If he helps, our plan will have a higher success rate. And if there is any accident, you can throw this kid out to block the bullet. Scarface smiled coldly, and the strong men repeatedly praised the wise brother. Seeing Scar's left, Wells hurried to Long Chen's side. My lord, I think you better not get involved with them. Wells whispered. Why do you say that? Long Chen asked casually. They are not humans, but werewolves. The plan they said is that there will be a powerful werewolf to rescue them tonight, but we will only be treated as cannon fodder. Wells said quickly. Only you will be treated as cannon fodder. You are too weak to be used, so they will choose to abandon you directly. But I am not the same. At least in their eyes, I am strong enough and have a bit of use value. Unless I have to do it, I will not be treated as cannon fodder. You say that, you just want me to unite the front, right? Long Chen could easily see through Wells' Xiaojujiu, and Wilston was extremely embarrassed. Long Chen also ignored the embarrassing Wells, but closed his eyes to rest up, waiting for the so-called prison escape plan at night. Of course, his real purpose is not just to escape from prison. Otherwise, with the spatial ability, escape from prison is not easy. He has other purposes. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Outside the dungeon, the guards were tightly guarded, and the archers and warriors of the elves kept patrolling. Under such a tight guard, I'm afraid that even a fly can't fly out. However, under such a tight guard, there are several shadows constantly walking through, and no one can find them. Every time these shadows pass by an elven guardian, they will take away a fresh life. In the dungeon, Long Chen, who closed his eyes and meditated, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the iron gate. At this moment, several strange creatures concealed by the black mist suddenly appeared there. It turned out to be the Night Dire tribe. The werewolf tribe actually invited the strong of the Dire tribe to come. Wells also found those few dark shadows, and was shocked. Night Dire clan? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. Wells knew he wanted to ask himself, so he answered directly. The Night Dire clan is also a foreign race. They have average combat power, but they are proficient in concealment and are good at assassinations. They are simply natural assassins. Another alien race appeared, plus the werewolf tribe and blood race. This was already the third alien race that Long Chen had encountered. When the last days are coming, the real danger is not the zombies and mutant beasts, but these alien races. They want to seize the dominance of mankind in this world. Open the dungeon quickly. We should have been discovered. At this time, a cold voice sounded, and the creatures of the Night Dire tribe began to toss against the iron gate. The iron gate that can block the evolution is by no means ordinary material. But under these creatures of the Night Dire tribe, it broke open within a few minutes. Go! Scarface yelled, and the group quickly rushed out. Long Chen also ran out. After hesitating for a while, Wells rushed out resolutely. However, before they ran out of the dungeon, a cold voice rang. Since you are here, don't leave, just stay. As soon as the voice fell, there was the sound of footsteps. Hundreds of elven archers and warriors blocked the exit of the dungeon. Damn it, is it still discovered? Scarface screamed, and everyone was ready for battle in an instant. Those Night Dire tribes are hidden in the darkness, and assassination is what they are good at. My elves have always liked peace. Even if you covered the ancient tree of life, we didn't choose to kill you, but you avenged your grievances and killed several of my tribe fighters. In front of the elven army, a beautiful woman hid a cold face. She was the fairy who was seen by Long Chen before, and she seemed to be the queen of the elves. If this is the case, then your blood will come to pay tribute to my people. With anger in her voice, the elf queen began to order the archer to prepare. HMPH. Now that I have been found, then forcefully rush out. Scarface roared, just as the three sturdy men beside him roared. In the next moment, they transformed themselves in Long Chen's somewhat surprised eyes. His physique instantly became bigger, and a lot of black hair grew on his body, and he turned into a walking wolf. Is this the werewolf tribe? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. After becoming a werewolf, their aura increased several times, especially the Scar Man. At this time I am afraid that he has the strength of the Lord level, and the other three also have the strength of the 5th rank. Long Chen had seen orcs before, among them werewolves. However, they are both werewolves, and there are still differences between the two. The former is half human and half wolf, while the latter can switch between humans and wolves at will. Moreover, the werewolf after wolfization is stronger. Kill! Scarface roared, and several werewolves rushed towards the warriors of the elf race. Countless feather arrows were shot, but they couldn't even break their defenses. The Dire clan also infiltrated the elves and carried out assassinations. Seeing a few more clansmen die, the elf queen showed anger. The peeper reappeared in her hand, flicked with a slender finger, and suddenly countless sound waves attacked towards the werewolf. Chapter 110, Queen's Name. Alice. Countless sound waves formed a rhythm, and attacked the four werewolves. This method of attack on the soul has little effect on the werewolf, because after being wolves, their thinking has been replaced by irritability. In a violent state, they are not afraid of mental attacks at all. Wow! The scar-faced werewolf rushed directly towards the elf queen, like a hungry wolf facing the flock. Haha! Feather arrows kept shooting at Scarface's body, but it couldn't even break its defenses. Sound blade. The fairy queen's face was cold, and she slid the lute again. This time it shot out a blade of energy directly, looking at Scarface's body, and directly cut a wound. But Scarface seemed to feel no pain, and rushed to the elf empress desperately. Queen! Their warriors of the elves all exclaimed when they saw this, but it was too late to support. Even the elf queen didn't expect this Scarface to approach her desperately. Just as the elf queen was about to play the lute again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Scarface. The sudden appearance of this figure made Scarface startled and stopped quickly. But because the speed is too fast, the inertia can't stop at all. The figure flew up, kicking Scarface directly away. It's you? The elf queen looked at the figure, but was surprised. Isn't this the man who peeped at her before taking a bath? Hey, the queen, our matter was really a misunderstanding before. This time I will solve these werewolves for you to make up. Long Chen smiled at the elf queen, showing a line of white teeth. The elf queen looked at Long Chen with a trace of doubt and alert. She would not believe in humans easily. Boy, are you crazy? Didn't you say you are ready to join us? Why do you want to help her? Scarface also recovered at this time, and asked angrily, you are stupid. One side is the beautiful elf race young lady, and the other is you ugly uncle werewolves. Of course I choose them. Long Chen sneered. Scarface immediately became angry. Damn human beings, there is no integrity at all. I will let you know how ignorant your choice is. And you, the elf queen, kill you. My werewolf army will crush the realm, and directly destroy your elf clan. At that time, the old tree of life will still belong to us, and your elf clan women will also belong to my werewolf clan. Servant, Scarface said fiercely, no matter what race it is for men, women of the elf race are extremely tempting. Court death. When the elf queen heard the sentence behind Scarface, she gave a cold snort and started to move. Long Chen stopped her. All said, I will solve them for you, just to make up for the previous misunderstanding. The dirty blood of these werewolves can't pollute the pure hearts of your elves. The elf queen was taken aback when she heard the words, but then stopped. She wanted to see what the human being wanted to do with moths. Long Chen killed directly towards Scarface. A hideous color appeared on Scarface's wolf face. Then I will tear you apart first. After all, Scarface waved its sharp claws that were comparable to blades, and slashed towards Long Chen. Only you? Long Chen sneered disdainfully, and directly cast the Thunder God's incarnation into the body of Thunder. Scarface's attack directly struck Long Chen's body, but it didn't hurt him at all. This Scarface looked incredible, but Long Chen didn't give him a chance to think. The Fist of Thunder hit Scarface's chest and knocked it into the air. After learning the ability of the Thunder God to come to the world, even if the power of Titan is not activated, Long Chen can completely defeat a Lord-level mutant beast. Thunder Trial. Before Scarface got up, another arm-thick thunder and lightning fell above the sky, hitting Scarface directly. Hey! Did you see that? You have done a lot of evil, and you can't stand it anymore. Long Chen still did not forget a mockery. At this time, Scarface was covered in hairs, and his body smelled of burnt. Ah, humble ant, I will tear you apart. Scarface roared and rushed towards Long Chen again. Do you only know this line? Long Chen smiled coldly and directly opened the Earth domain, and Scarface suddenly felt a huge force hit. He staggered forward and fell directly to the ground. You can die. Dominate the world. The domineering sword appeared out of thin air in Long Chen's hand. His body turned into an afterimage and instantly appeared beside the Scarface, slashing it down. The next moment, a wolf head fell off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Just die like this? The elf empress was taken aback. This scarred face was placed in the werewolf army outside, which was also a leader-level existence, was actually killed by this very young human. After killing Scarface, Long Chen killed all the other 3 werewolves with thunder. It was the assassins of the Night Dire tribe who fled when the situation had changed. My queen, you see that I have helped you so much. Do you have to thank me? Long Chen looked at the elf empress with a smile. He hadn't paid too much attention before, but now he looked closely. I have to say that she is indeed too perfect. Even if she is in the elves with many beauties, it is also unique. Oh, how do you want me to thank you? The elf queen asked with an expression of interest. Well, for example, you can just take a sister of the elves as my wife, or the queen, if you want to. I can accept it. Long Chen thought for a while and said, presumptuous, don't be disrespectful to the queen. As soon as Long Chen's voice fell, her bodyguard shouted angrily before waiting for the elf queen to speak. Scare me, just forget it if you disagree. Long Chen patted the frightened little heart, and then continued. The queen, you can tell me your name, is this always okay? The elf queen was taken aback when she heard the words. She couldn't see what the human being was thinking. Her dignified elf queen agreed to thank her, so she offered such a condition. My name is Alice Kaiser. After pondering for a moment, the elf queen still spoke. Alice Kaiser, a good name, as expected. Long Chen kept nodding, and Alice gave him a blank glance. This flattering is really embarrassing. My queen, the number of casualties has been calculated. This time we have killed 3 tribesmen and seriously injured 10. At this moment, an elf warrior stepped forward, saluted Alice, and said. A look of pain flashed in Alice's eyes when the 3 members of the tribe had died. Their elves have always loved peace. Even if they came to this world, they just chose to live in seclusion in the eternal forest, without contact with the outside world. However, the trees wanted to be quiet and the wind continued. They did not know how to leak the news that they had an ancient tree of life, which broke their peaceful life. Over the years, because of those foreigners who coveted the ancient tree of life, they have killed and injured many people. If it is not for the complex terrain of the eternal forest, plus their elves can control flowers and trees. In the forest's home court, the strength is stronger, and this has barely supported it until now. Chapter 111, Deal with the Elf Queen. I will bury the dead tribesmen well, and I will take them to the ancient tree of life for treatment of the injured tribesmen. Alice said, but Long Chen's ears suddenly stood up. He heard the words ancient tree of life again, and Alice seemed to say that the ancient tree of life could heal the wounded elves. My empress, it's okay. The spies are here to report. The werewolf army outside the eternal forest has begun to move around. I'm afraid I will break into the eternal forest. At this time, an elven warrior ran over and said anxiously. Alice suddenly showed anxiety. Although relying on geographical advantages, the werewolf army may not be able to attack. But once a war breaks out, their people will probably die many more. Seeing Alice's ugly face, Long Chen's heart moved. My queen, how about we make a deal? Long Chen suddenly said. Alice looked at him suddenly. What deal? I will solve the werewolf army for you. Long Chen said astonishingly. Alice was stunned by these words. Aren't you kidding me? Of course not, since it's a transaction. Of course I have a purpose. Hearing that, Alice took a deep look at Long Chen, then said it for a while. What do you want? Hey, I want to see the ancient tree of life of nobles. Long Chen directly stated his purpose. However, just when his voice fell, he felt dozens of cold eyes gathered on him. People from the surrounding elves stared at him scorchingly, and the elven queen Alice directly took out her lute. You really are also coveting the ancient tree of life. Alice looked at Long Chen's eyes suddenly full of hostility. My queen, don't be impatient. Long Chen was very calm. He had expected this scene a long time ago. I'm not coveting the ancient tree of life. I'm just a little curious. Besides, think about it, if I help you solve the werewolf army outside, many of your tribesmen will escape. Would you rather the werewolves break in and grab the ancient tree of life, or would you rather make a deal with me? Long Chen said with a smile, and the hostility in Alice's eyes gradually dissipated. She showed the color of thinking. It was obviously Long Chen's words that worked. So Long Chen hurriedly hit the iron while it was hot. Of course, I can also change a condition. How about you marry me? Hearing that, Alice gave Long Chen a blank look, and then spoke. Well, if you can really solve the werewolf army outside, then I agree to let you see the ancient tree of life, but only to look at it. Yeah, I'll just take a look, and I won't move. Long Chen nodded quickly, but even so, when he saw the ancient tree of life, he would say otherwise. It's like the phrase I just can't get in. Who knows what the result will be? Then, Empress, wait for my good news. After all, Long Chen directly disappeared in place. This method surprised Alice again. My queen, Do you really want to agree to his terms? One of Alice's personal guards asked. That's all. We have no other choice. Compared to the werewolf tribe, I am more willing to believe in this human being. I only hope that he really doesn't have any thoughts about the ancient tree of life. Alice sighed. For the safety of her people, she could only choose to believe in Long Chen. After asking the elves for a map of the eternal forest, Long Chen walked directly outside the forest. Soon, he was out of the eternal forest, and it was obvious that he could see a temporary military camp outside the forest. I heard that leader Rolbef was killed when he escaped from prison. Leader Lucas was very angry and ordered a general attack on the elves tomorrow. Don't the elves claim to be peace-loving? How can they kill? I heard that the nightmare assassin who escaped said that it was not an elf person who killed the leader of Rolbef, but a human, and it looked like a human from the eastern continent. Outside a huge camp, two werewolves were talking to each other. Obviously, this huge camp is the camp of the leader of the Werewolf Legion. As the saying goes, catching the thieves and the king first, Long Chen's primary goal is naturally the leader of the Werewolf Legion. Before coming, Long Chen had learned from the spies of the elves that the leader of this werewolf army was only equivalent to the lord level. Not to be afraid, but just in case, Long Chen still thought of a way. He first spent hundreds of thousands of experience points to upgrade the mirroring ability to level 6. So that his mirror clone could last for more than 10 minutes. Afterwards, he released the mirror avatar, while the main body hid in the dark. The mirror avatar directly entered and killed the werewolf soldiers, and soon the sound of the siren came to mind in the barracks. What happened? At this time, the huge camp opened, and a strong man with a physique of more than 2 meters walked out. Leader Lucas, an assassin has invaded and is massacring our people. The two werewolf guards said again and again. Luke Caston was furious. Soon, he saw Long Chen surrounded by a group of werewolves. Even my werewolf army dared to invade, really looking for death. Lucas roared. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared beside him. The black shadow appeared, turning into a strange creature surrounded by black mist. It is the Dire clan. Lucas, I remember this human being. He was the one who helped the elves kill Rolbef. The nightmare assassin said towards Lucas, and Lucas looked at Long Chen's mirror image in the distance, full of killing intent. Long Chen, who was hiding in the dark, was slightly startled. Fortunately, he hadn't made a direct action just now. Otherwise, he would obviously have to deal with the Lucas and be stared at by a nightmare assassin in the dark. It would be dangerous. This dire assassin should also have the strength of a lord. Unfortunately, I am in the dark now, and you are in the light. Long Chen sneered coldly. Only in the dark can the nightmare clan exert its true strength. But now the roles of the two parties have changed. Kill him, Lucas roared wildly. And the night dire assassin merged into the darkness and rushed towards Long Chen's mirror image. Damn human, I want to tear you apart. Lucas roared wildly, instantly transformed into a werewolf, and blasted towards the mirror image. Long Chen, are your werewolf lines the same? Wouldn't you change them? Mirror. Long Chen sneered, and took out the tyrant knife to face Lucas' claws. There was a sound of metal rubbing. Lucas' claws clamped the mirror image of Long Chen's overlord sword, and then shouted into the air. Don't do it yet. As Lucas' voice just fell, a black shadow sneaked behind the mirror image. Long Chen suddenly jumped out of the gloom, and took a dagger to stab the mirror Long Chen's neck fiercely. Weak humans, go to death. The night dire assassin sneered, but just as the dagger was about to pierce the mirror image Long Chen's neck, a chill came from behind it. At the same time, a cold voice rang behind it. Damn it, it's you. Chapter 112, The Treasure of the Elves. The ancient tree of life. A chill instantly appeared behind the dire assassin. Although the assassin of the dire clan had the power of a lord, it was on the premise of hiding. Under the fair and honest situation, the fighting power of the dire assassin is even less than that of a tier 5 mutant. Dead. Long Chen would never give the night dire assassin a chance to react, and the overlord sword directly penetrated its head. Suddenly, a turquoise liquid with a strong fishy smell splashed out, and a mental barrier appeared in front of Long Chen, directly blocking the disgusting liquid. The nightmare assassin died very aggrieved. He couldn't think of the target he had assassinated, and he was spying on himself in secret. It's really behind the praying mantis catching the cicada and the oriole. How is this possible? When the werewolf leader Lucaston was shocked, the lord-level night dire assassin he invited to help died like this. He paid a big price for this. But what surprised him most was that two people who looked exactly the same appeared before his eyes. Are you twins? Lucas asked doubtfully, and the two Long Chen sneered at the same time. You guess. Having said that, Long Chen directly urged his sword skills to dominate the world, slashing Lucas in anger. Lucas had to resist the mirror image of Long Chen at this time, but also faced the attack of his body. Long Chen, so he had no choice but to retreat. Kill. The body Long Chen and the mirror image Long Chen looked at each other and rushed towards Lucas at the same time. One left and the other left. The mirror image Long Chen has the same power and ability as the body, and because of the interlinked consciousness, the combined combat power is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Wow! Lucas roared wildly. But instead of retreating, he rushed towards the two Long Chens. Ping, pong. Lucas' two wolf claws fought with two Long Chen's tyrant swords respectively, and there was no sign of falling into the wind. This Lucas combat power is definitely much stronger than that of the previous werewolf. It is estimated that it has reached the mid to late Lord level. Long Chen thought in his heart, facing a Lord level opponent in the middle and even later stages, he must use his best. Thunder God came to the world. The two Long Chens turned into thunder elemental bodies at the same time, completely immune to physical attacks, and they were no longer intimidated. Just get up with Lucas. Dominates the world. Thunder Trial. Space Cutting. Earth Realm. Mirrored Long Chen only had less than 5 minutes of time left, so Long Chen didn't plan to waste time. All the skills were released directly, and Lucas was defeated steadily. On the one hand Long Chen was able to hit him, on the other hand he couldn't hurt Long Chen. This was an unfair fight at all. This is why it is said that after learning the ability of Thor's coming into the world, he can deal with a Lord-level mutant beast even without the power of the Titan. Time stands still. Looking at Lucas' bruises and his aura gradually weakening, Long Chen yelled out a good time. Directly activate the time ability to slow down Lucas' time until it stops. At the same time, the two Long Chens simultaneously swung their domineering swords and slashed on Lucas' neck. Puff. A hideous wolf head fell directly to the ground. Ding. Pick up successfully. Gain experience value 500,000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 3000 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get defensive attribute 2900. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get speed attribute 3500. Ding. Successfully picked up, and obtained Lord-level energy essence 1. Listening to the system prompts that kept coming in his mind, Long Chen nodded in satisfaction. A werewolf leader comparable to a Lord-level mid-term mutant beast, provided him with a lot of attribute points and experience points. Head Lucas is dead. The surrounding werewolf soldiers saw that Lucas' head was cut off and suddenly turned into birds and beasts. In the werewolf tribe, the leader is their belief. Once the leader dies, these werewolf soldiers will directly lose their will to fight. To some extent, they still maintain the nature of a wolf. Want to run? Long Chen sneered, cutting the grass but not removing the roots, and the spring breeze blew again. Besides, these alien races are opponents to their humans, and there is no sense of guilt at all to kill them. Earth Realm. Open. Suddenly, this area turned into a gravity field, and under Long Chen's control, gravity increased sharply. Those werewolf soldiers who did not even have tier 5 combat power were directly suppressed and fell to the ground. Finally, under Long Chen's harvest, no werewolf soldier survived. The mirror image of Long Chen disappeared, and Long Chen picked up Lucas' head and walked directly towards the interior of the Eternal Forest. This head will be able to serve as evidence that he killed the werewolf legion. In a hall of the elves, the Elven Queen Alice and a group of veterans of the elves stared at the werewolf heads randomly thrown on the ground. The sound of drooling came one after another. It was the owner of this head that caused their elves to be in a state of fear for several years. You really solved the werewolf army outside the Eternal Forest so quickly? Alice asked incredulously. How long is this? 1 hour or 2 hours? If the queen doesn't believe it, just send someone to check it. The bodies of those werewolves should not have been cleaned. Long Chen shrugged and said. Alice stared at Long Chen for several minutes before shook her head. No, this is indeed the head of the werewolf leader Lucas. Once Lucas dies, it doesn't matter whether the remaining werewolf legions exist. In that case, the queen, what you promised should be fulfilled, right? Long Chen showed a smile, and the elf queen sighed. The emperor has said nothing, so naturally he won't deceive you. I just want to take the injured tribe to the ancient tree of life for treatment, so come together. With that said, Alice walked directly in one direction. Long Chen hurriedly followed, and soon the group came to a towering tree. This towering tree was bigger than all the trees Long Chen had seen, and Long Chen couldn't even see how tall it was. The towering trees are surrounded by green mist that seems to be there, and the breath of life is surging. Long Chen could feel that the breathing technique was silently operating here, and his cultivation speed was at least 10 times that of other places. The aura here is so rich, and the quality is more than a grade higher than the outside world. Long Chen sighed. This is the most precious ancient tree of life of our race. The so-called heaven and earth aura you feel is actually the life force emitted by the ancient tree of life. which is very pure energy. Alice looked at Long Chen's marvel and said with some pride, "The beautiful appearance and long lifespan of their elves are also brought by the ancient Tree of Life." It can be said that the ancient Tree of Life is the lifeblood of the elves, and cannot fall into the hands of other peoples. Chapter 113, The Law of Life. The immortal body. I can allow you to practice near the ancient Tree of Life, which is regarded as repaying your kindness to solve the werewolf legion for us. Time is not limited. I only hope that you don't do things that damage it, Alice said nervously. Her gaze at Long Chen was also full of alert. As long as Long Chen is half moved, she will shoot immediately. Long Chen laughed. How could I damage such a good thing? Isn't that a violent thing? Having said that, Long Chen directly sat down cross-legged, and the time power quietly blessed himself. The cultivation speed near the ancient Tree of Life will be nearly 10 times that of the outside world, plus his time ability. There should be a lot of improvement in a short time. It seems that the choice to help the elves is right this time. Seeing Long Chen sitting down directly, Alice breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time she looked at Long Chen with a strange look. I don't know why. Long Chen at this time actually made her feel invisible. This feeling didn't exist just now. In fact, this feeling of Alice is not an illusion, but is brought about by the power of time. The pattern of time blocked all attempts to spy on him near Long Chen. Although she couldn't see through Long Chen, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. She placed the seriously injured elf tribesman in front of the ancient Tree of Life. Then he knelt towards the ancient Tree of Life, muttering in his mouth, "Respected God of Life, please drop the rain of life and save my people." As soon as Alice's voice fell, Long Chen saw a scene that surprised him. I saw that a green light curtain descended from the ancient Tree of Life, covering the few seriously injured and unconscious elves. The wounds on the bodies of these elves were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a trace of black air separated from their bodies. Alice looked at this scene with joy, but was not surprised. It was obvious that she had expected it a long time ago. Long Chen could feel the life energy in that green light curtain becoming more intense. After a while, the few elves who were dying and unconscious opened their eyes and jumped alive. Feel the of life. Alice quickly knocked her head at the ancient Tree of Life with a grateful look. Long Chen was also surprised. Could this ancient Tree of Life also exist consciously? Ding. It is detected that there are pick-up attributes near the host. Do you want to pick it up? At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen moved in his heart and looked around, and soon discovered that a small pure white light cluster appeared just where the green light curtain just dropped. The attribute points and experience points of this light group are different from ordinary ones, and Long Chen knows that this is an ability that can be picked up. Pick up. Long Chen hurriedly said in his heart. The next moment, that little light group entered Long Chen's body. Ding. The pickup is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life ability LV1. Life power. Long Chen couldn't help licking his lips, which was also a powerful ability comparable to space and time. Exclamation mark. Just when Long Chen was secretly excited, suddenly, the ancient Tree of Life trembled violently. Alice was frightened by this scene, a little at a loss, and Long Chen was also surprised. What is going on? Couldn't it be that you picked up one of its power attributes and made it mad? So stingy. More than a dozen vines suddenly stretched out from the ancient Tree of Life, and went straight towards Long Chen. Damn. What's the situation? Long Chen suddenly screamed in shock, and was just about to use the spatial ability to escape, but there was always a voice in his mind. Don't hide. Don't hide. This voice is not systematic, and even Long Chen doesn't know whether this voice really exists. But in the end he listened to this voice in a wicked manner, did not hide, and let the dozen vines tie him up. God of Life. What are you doing? Alice asked with a shocked look, but the Tree of Life did not reply at all. After the vines tied Long Chen, they quickly recovered. So Long Chen came into close contact with the ancient Tree of Life. But what surprised Long Chen was that when he hit the ancient Tree of Life, he didn't feel the pain, but was very comfortable. It was as if he had entered the arms of his mother, giving Long Chen an urge to sleep. Boom. Just when Long Chen couldn't help falling into a deep sleep, a huge energy poured into Long Chen's body. It is the power of life, pouring into Long Chen's body like spring water. The rich life force instantly filled Long Chen's body, and then he felt a sense of swelling, and the life force was still pouring into Long Chen's body. Long Chen's consciousness was even affected by the force of life, and he fell into a state of semi-consciousness and semi-crazy. If this continues, sooner or later, my body will be burst by this huge life force, and I must find a way to vent it. Long Chen thought in his heart, but he didn't know how to vent it. Just at this moment, Long Chen's red eyes fixed on the elf queen Alice, Her almost perfect face and her super affinity for life force directly caused Long Chen's last sober consciousness to fall into madness. The vines of the ancient tree of life suddenly loosened Long Chen at this moment, and Long Chen instantly rushed towards Alice like a hungry wolf. What? Where did Alice anticipate this situation? And she was shocked. Long Chen threw down Alice and began to tear her clothes rudely. Only then did Alice react and began to struggle, trying to push Long Chen away. But she herself was not strong enough. Not to mention that Long Chen had fallen into a state of madness at this time, and her strength was even greater than before. I don't know how long it took. Long Chen's consciousness slowly recovered, and he really woke up because of the system prompts that suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The life ability is automatically advanced to the law of life. Congratulations to the host for condensing the immortal body. The law of life? Immortal? Long Chen rubbed his head, very confused. What is this? Also, why did I faint suddenly? Long Chen thought hard about what happened before. Suddenly, his face changed and a memory was awakened. No, I actually gave the Elf Queen to that. Long Chen's face was suddenly full of surprise and bewilderment, and he remembered everything. Just now, the ancient tree of life didn't know what was going crazy and injected him with a lot of life force. And this life force was even more solid than before. It's like the power of life's origin. His consciousness was directly affected by this huge energy, which inspired the animality in his blood. It happened that Alice was there, so Long Chen, who couldn't control her, gave her something logically. Oh, my first time, I didn't expect it to be so unconsciously gone, but that feels. After reminiscing the previous feeling, Long Chen couldn't help but outline an arc. Chapter 114, Go Away. Is it possible that my life ability is advanced to the law of life, and what immortal body is condensed? All thanks to this ancient tree of life. Long Chen couldn't help but guess so, otherwise his life ability could not be advanced for no reason. Although I don't understand what the law of life is, just listening to the name knows that it is definitely more distressed than the power of life. Long Chen opened his eyes and found that Alice was no longer around. Where did she go? Long Chen took a deep look at the ancient tree of life, and finally bowed to it and left. Back to the elves' temple, Long Chen saw Alice sitting on her throne. The moment he saw Long Chen, he could clearly see that there were many emotions in Alice's eyes. Anger, shyness, killing intent. Seems to be soft. Ahem, my queen. Before Long Chen finished speaking, Alice raised her hand to stop him, and then transferred away the elves in the temple. Soon, only the two of them were left in the entire temple. Long Chen stared at Alice's face, but Alice did not dare to look at Long Chen. Although the previous things were not what I wanted, but no matter what you do, I will be responsible. Long Chen took a deep breath and said sternly. At this time, Alice finally looked at Long Chen. Nothing has happened before. I have forgotten. And you must also forget. Alice said coldly, seemingly not emotional. You have been recognized by the ancient tree of life. It has given you the power of life origin. If I am not mistaken, you should have also obtained the law of life. Yeah? Long Chen nodded gently. The power of the law of life is something you can't understand at present, and the immortal body is just one of the expressions of the law of life. I won't explain the extra to you, you need to understand it yourself. Thanks to you, I have also realized the law of life, and have been recognized by the ancient tree of life. Starting today, I will control the ancient tree of life to create an enchantment and seal the eternal forest from now on. Now that you are awake, then leave as soon as possible. After Alice finished speaking, she turned her head directly, wondering if she could not face Long Chen. Long Chen sighed. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. The woman said that she must have forgotten that. What can he say? Looking at Alice's back for several minutes, Long Chen finally turned and left. What he didn't know was that at the moment he turned and left, Alice also turned round. Seeing his leaving back, Alice's eyes were full of complexity. Firm, hesitant, unwilling. Long Chen spent more than half an hour before leaving the eternal forest. The moment he stepped out of the eternal forest, the earth suddenly began to shake. When Long Chen turned and looked around, the original forest had disappeared, and this area had turned into a desert. Is it really that decisive? Long Chen smiled bitterly. In fact, he was also a victim. After all, it was his first time. Long Chen still cared more about his first time, but it was so inexplicably gone. He still sighed in his heart. I don't know if there is a chance to see you again. Stopping and staring at the desert in front of him for a long while, Long Chen continued on his way. After walking aimlessly for a long time, Long Chen realized that he didn't know where to go. This is the Western continent. He doesn't recognize the way at all. let alone how to return to the eastern continent. I heard from Wells before that there are human cities in the western continent. To return to the eastern continent, I need a map of the western continent. It seems that I have to find a human city. Long Chen thought in his heart, but he had no idea where there was a human city nearby. Had to choose any direction to go. As the sun sets, night falls, and it happens to be rainstorm. Fortunately, Long Chen found a cave and planned to stay in it for the night. The cave was very dark and damp, but Long Chen didn't care about it. He sat cross-legged and started to cultivate. At this moment, a beast roar came from inside the cave. Long Chen looked inside and saw two bright lights appearing in the darkness. Boom! It just so happened that a lightning bolt fell, reflecting the sky like daylight. Long Chen also saw clearly with this light. A black bear with a body size of more than 2 meters was staring at him. Mutant beast. And judging from this momentum, it is estimated that there is a lord level, right? Long Chen was slightly surprised. This western continent really deserves to be the beginning of the end times. There is a lord level mutant beast in any cave. In the eastern continent, let alone lord level, even tier 5 zombies or mutant beasts are rare. Even in the frontier battlefield, there are not many lord-level mutant beasts. Roar! The mutant black bear stared at Long Chen for a long time, and it seemed that he couldn't feel the threatening aura on his body, so he became angry. Mutant beasts have a strong sense of territory, let alone lord-level mutant beasts. As they are called, Lord, the master of a territory. The mutant black bear rushed towards Long Chen, and the huge bear paw slapped him fiercely. The bear's paw slapped in the air with bursts of sonic booms, showing that its strength is by no means as simple as the primary level of the Lord, and it is far from comparable to that of the Demon Bear Lord that I met in the secret of that different space before. The Demon Bear Lord that I met before was just a junior Lord, and this black bear was not weaker than the werewolf leader Lucas. Unfortunately, Long Chen is no longer the same him before. The power of the origin of life not only brought him the law of life and the immortal body, but also raised his various attributes to more than 500,000 in one fell swoop, which was the level of a 5th Horde evolutionary. Coupled with his many methods, the Lord-level mutant beast is no longer enough. Long Chen even faintly felt that the laws of life and immortality he mastered even allowed him to compete with the King-level powerhouse. After all, the immortal body he possessed could survive as long as it was not killed by a strong force and twisted into powder, even if there was only one breath left. On the premise of not dying, Long Chen used the rogue style to fight against the King-level powerhouse, which definitely made the opponent feel sick. Little Xang, just borrow your place to hide from the rain. Don't be so stingy. Long Chen shook his head, but Lord Black Bear didn't seem to understand, or maybe he really didn't understand. It blasted its sandbag big fist towards Long Chen. Alright, let's try how strong I am now. Long Chen snorted coldly, and threw a punch as well. This punch used the powerful technique of dominating the world. With a 6-fold increase in strength, his punch even reached a force of more than 3 million kilograms. Even the air was distorted by his punch. Boom. Chapter 115. I don't like men. Long Chen's fist and the big fist of the Black Bear Lord sandbag slammed together, like two bombs colliding, shaking the whole cave a few times. Several cracks up to several meters deep appeared on the ground. One person and one animal burst back a few steps at the same time. Although retiring, Long Chen was not disappointed, but smiled slightly. In the punch just now, he didn't bless any other abilities or combat skills except for the 6-fold power increase. The gap between tier 5 and tier 6 is still quite large, and Long Chen can be comparable to a tier 6 lord-level mutant beast without using abilities and the power of the Titan, which has already satisfied him. Of course, there are inevitable reasons for the golden body and the immortal body. These two are equivalent to passive skills and do not require Long Chen to use them specially. Lord Black Bear stepped back a few steps, did not rush forward, but watched Long Chen very vigilantly. Long Chen took out the tyrant knife, cut a crack on the ground heavily, and said, Little Xang, I have already drawn out the Chu River and Han boundary. I will stay here for one night. Let the water of the well do not disturb the river. Long Chen is not afraid of the Black Bear Lord. He can easily kill the latter. But Long Chen was also a reasonable person, and he was the first to break into other people's territory anyway. Mutant beasts possess a certain amount of wisdom, and the higher the level, the higher the relative wisdom. Although Lord Black Bear may not understand Long Chen's words, he can feel from the powerful aura released by Long Chen that he is not a human opponent. So after staring at Long Chen for a few minutes, Lord Black Bear silently retreated into the cave. Long Chen sat down again, closed his eyes and meditated. The next day, when the rain stopped, Long Chen yelled towards the cave. Xiao, I'm leaving. There will be a period later. Soon there was a roar of bears, as if to say, I hope we will be indefinitely in the future. Long Chen smiled, and left directly in one direction. After another day and night, Long Chen still didn't find a half figure. Until noon on the third day, he finally made some discoveries, and he saw footprints appear on the ground. There are many footprints, and they are also very mixed. There are human footprints and mutant animal footprints. Is anyone being chased by mutant beasts? Or is there an evolutionary chasing mutant beasts? Long Chen muttered to himself. But anyway, since there are human footprints, there is a possibility that there are people nearby. Thinking of this, Long Chen hurriedly chased in the direction where the footprints left. At this time, in a valley, there are two teams of people facing each other. On one side was a dozen big men with tall horses and 5 or 6 mutant beasts, and on the other was a small team in uniform. The former surrounds the latter in the valley. Although the numbers of the two sides are similar, the difference in strength is not small. The dozens of big guys in the surrounding area are all evolutionists above the 3rd rank, and the few mutant beasts are all of the 5th rank. As for the team being surrounded, the strongest is nothing more than a tier 5 evolutionary. TSK Tusk. I didn't expect that the daughter of the city lord's mansion in Poland would actually appear in this wilderness. God helped me. A hideous big man with a scar on his face laughed, staring scorchingly at a little Lily in the team. His eyes were full of hot colors. Little Lolita looked 15 or 16 years old, wearing a water blue princess dress, and she looked very nice. The little Lolita was frightened by Scarface's eyes, and she retracted into the crowd again and again. Brother, I heard that this little Nizai is the most beloved daughter of the Polish city lord. If you catch her, you will definitely get a lot of resources. An extremely wretched-looking skinny monkey showed a humble expression, and licked his tongue after speaking. Big brother, after catching this Nizai, can you make the brothers feel good? Of course it's okay, huh? The old thing from the city lord of Poland has issued a wanted warrant to our brothers for killing me for so long. Now that his daughter is in our hands, we cannot easily let it go. Scarface said fiercely, listening to their conversation. The little Lolita was trembling with fear. She regretted it and shouldn't have come to this wilderness without telling her father. She had heard that there is a kind of elixir in the wilderness that can cure all diseases, so she secretly came out to find it and shared the worry for her father. But I didn't expect to meet these thugs soon after coming out. But it caused trouble to my father. Miss, we will try our best to hold them back later. You must run hard. At this time, a middle-aged man whispered softly to the little Lily. He is the strongest player in this team, the only tier 5 evolutionary, so he knows even more that he cannot be the opponent of that group of fierce bandits at all. I can only fight my life and try to get a chance for the young lady. They are all dead men trained in the city lord's mansion, as long as they can guarantee the life of the young lady, even if they are crushed. Okay. Don't waste time anymore. Kai is going to change, and all will be on me. Except for Miss Amy. You can't hurt the rest. Kill everyone. Scarman immediately gave the order, and the dozen or so of his men immediately rushed away. Each of them had committed a capital crime and left Poland and fled to the wilderness. Not only did they have to live and sleep, but they also had to be vigilant about the pursuit of Poland. This made them hate the people in Poland. Misprotection. The middle-aged man yelled when he saw it, and suddenly a group of dead men stood in front of Lori. They didn't have a trace of fear of death on their faces. They could do anything as long as they could keep the lady's life. Just as the war was about to start, a faint voice suddenly came from not far away. Ahem, excuse me, is there a human city nearby? Suddenly, everyone stopped their movements. Their eyes focused on the figure at the entrance of the valley. Being watched by dozens of people, Long Chen was a little dumbfounded. Didn't I just ask a sentence? Why are you looking at yourself like this one by one? Especially the big man with a scar on his face, even squinted at him. Being watched by such a group of big men like wolves, Long Chen suddenly felt panic. Why do you guys look at me like this? Let me make a statement. I have a normal sexual orientation and I don't like men. Long Chen said hurriedly, with a serious expression on his face. As soon as these words came out, both sides almost felt somersault. It's up to us whether you like men or not. Why do you want to emphasize a change? Our sexual orientation is fine too. Who are you and why are you here? In the end, the Scarman reacted first and asked in a deep voice. At this time, a person suddenly appeared, making him vigilant. Chapter 116, Do you really think I have no temper? Don't be nervous, I'm here to ask for directions. Long Chen said quickly. Ask for directions? Scarman still stared at Long Chen with a vigilant look, and a person suddenly appeared in this deserted place. Still coming to ask for directions. He didn't believe there would be such a coincidence. This little brother, we know where there are human cities and we can show you the way. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been standing in front of Lori suddenly said. Long Chen glanced at him, where he didn't know, this man actually wanted to pull himself in. This will also give them an extra chance to get away. So Long Chen smiled. Don't bother you to bring it, just give me a direction, I will go by myself. The middle-aged man was suddenly embarrassed. He naturally knew that Long Chen had already seen his careful thinking. Go south for more than 10 kilometers and you will reach the polished city. Go ahead. At this time, a weak voice came from behind the middle-aged man. It was that little Alita. She seemed to be quite kind, and didn't want to pull Long Chen in. Thank you very much. Then, Long Chen hugged Xiao Lolita and left. He didn't intend to help this group of people. After all, they are not relatives, and Long Chen is not the kind of person who likes to be nosy. But when Long Chen had just taken 2 steps, the wretched-looking thin monkey suddenly spoke. Brother, can't let him go, otherwise he will be over if he goes to Poland to find rescuers. As soon as the thin monkey said this, the scarred man's face suddenly changed. He almost didn't expect this. Nima, I was almost fooled by your kid. Ha, no matter whether you asked for directions or not, since you crashed into this incident, don't want to leave alive. Skinny monkey, kill him. Scar Man shouted angrily, and the thin monkey suddenly sneered and rushed towards Long Chen, still holding a whip in his hand. Boy, in your next life, remember to keep your eyes open, and don't walk around if you have nothing to do. After all, the skinny monkey slammed the whip in his hand, and the whip crackled in the air, flew straight towards Long Chen's face. Oh, I didn't want to make trouble. But Sharby always likes to make trouble. Long Chen sighed and murmured. Facing the flying whip, Long Chen didn't show the slightest fear. He didn't even move. Long Chen slowly stretched out his hand until the whip was in front of him. I'm looking for death. Dare to block my whip with my hand. The thin monkey sneered when he saw it. He seemed to have seen the scene where Long Chen's palm was beaten into blood with his whip. However, the next moment his grinning smile instantly solidified on his face. Turned into a panic. I saw that the whip he threw over was actually held tightly by Long Chen. You know, his whip can be covered with barbs. How could he grab it unscathed? Barbed? Interesting. Long Chen rubbed his hands, and suddenly black objects fell from the whip. It was the barb on the top that was directly needed by Long Chen with his hands. How is this possible? The skinny monkey looked incredible, and Scar Man was also startled by Long Chen's hand. But then he found Long Chen's manual operation. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted, Skinny monkey, let go. Unfortunately, his reminder was one step too late. After all, Long Chen grabbed the tail of the whip and lifted it hard, and the thin monkey flew directly. Then Long Chen slammed it again, and as a scream faded away, the thin monkey was directly thrown into the air, and then disappeared from the sight of everyone. How much strength should this have to throw a person so far? Scar's face was extremely ugly, and his little brother was thrown away in front of him, which was very detrimental to his elder brother's majesty. Boy, dare to kill my brother, I want you to pay. The Scar Man roared and slashed towards Long Chen with a 9-ring sword in his hand. There are always people who want to harm me. Long Chen shook his head. This Scar Man is also good, is a tier 5 advanced evolutionary. If such strength is placed in some small cities in the eastern continent, it is definitely the existence of a side hegemon. It's a pity that in front of Long Chen, it was not enough to see. Kneel down. Long Chen shouted angrily. The thought power ability appeared, and a powerful invisible force directly crushed Scar Man to his knees. Scar Man was sweating profusely. He tried his best to get up, but the power was too great. Not to mention getting up, it's hard to keep kneeling. What is the strength of this person? Is it Grandmaster, or is it King? Scar Man guessed in his heart that he could suppress himself like this without moving, and this sparse and ordinary boy in front of him was definitely a strong man. Hilton, when do you plan to see the show? Scar Man shouted, holding on to the pressure on his body. As his voice just fell, a man walked out of his little brothers. This person looks ordinary, and his strength is only the level of a tier 3 evolutionary. But why would Scar Man ask him for help? The man squinted his eyes to Long Chen, and then slowly spoke. Let go of him. I will let you go. The man's tone made Long Chen very unhappy, as if he was ordering him again. It's you who won't let me go, and it's you who let me go. Why, I really think I have a good temper, right? Long Chen sneered. His hand was slightly raised, and then his fist was clenched. The next moment, a tragic scream suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at Scar Man, only to see that his body seemed to be being squeezed by something, and his body was no longer human. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 100,000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 1000 is obtained. As several light groups fell from Scar Man, it also revealed his death. Very well. Congratulations on your success in angering me. The man's tone had become cold. He clapped his hands, and the 6/5 Order mutant beasts immediately surrounded Long Chen. "This person is your food today," the man said to the 6 mutant beasts, and the 6 mutant beasts immediately looked at Long Chen greedily. The corners of his mouth still kept fishy drool. "Oh, you can control mutant beasts? Is it a beast-type ability?" Long Chen was stunned for a moment, but it was the first time he saw the supernatural beast ability, and he felt a little strange. "You are indeed very strong, but when you are besieged by 6/5 Order mutant beasts at the same time, I don't believe you are immortal." The man gave a grinning smile. At the same level, mutant beasts are generally stronger than human evolvers, not to mention that 2 of his 6 mutant beasts are at the 5th tier pinnacle level. It was only 1 step away from the 6th tier lord level. The reason why this group of gangsters has not been captured by Polish City is the man and his mutant beasts. Believe it or not, I can make them not listen to your orders. Facing the man's sneer, Long Chen gave a faint smile. "HMPH, you are dreaming at all. They are 100% loyal to me. Even if I let them die, they won't hesitate." The man snorted coldly, thinking Long Chen was just telling a joke. And Long Chen didn't explain to him anymore, but the tiger's body shook, and a powerful aura burst out. In this aura, there was also his aura that was comparable to a king. Chapter 117, Royal Beast Ability. The man's face immediately changed from sneer to consternation. I saw that as Long Chen exploded with that momentum, the 6 mutant beasts surrounding him actually squatted directly on the ground, shivering. "How is this possible? You guys hurry up and tear him up." With an unbelievable appearance, the man shouted at the 6 mutant beasts. But what was unexpected was that the mutant beast that had been obedient to him at this time seemed to be unable to receive his orders. Not moved at all. Long Chen sneered coldly. His bloodline power had surpassed the king level, and it contained the aura of the ancient titan. Mutant beasts are very sensitive to blood and aura. Long Chen exudes an aura that is countless times stronger than them, so they naturally dare not move. At this time, in the eyes of these mutant beasts, Long Chen in front of them was no longer alone, but a terrifying ancient titan. "I have said that I can make them not obey your orders, but you don't believe them." Long Chen shook his head, then his face was cold. "I was just asking for directions and didn't want to intervene in these things, but you just like to die. Then I will do it for you." After the words, Long Chen's figure flashed, and instantly appeared in front of the beast man. In his horrified expression, Long Chen directly pinched his neck, exerting a slight force. With the clicking sound, the man died directly in front of Long Chen. Ding, the pickup is successful, and spiritual power 2000 is obtained. Ding, pickup successfully, get experience points 5000. Ding, the pickup is successful, and you get LV1, the beast defense ability. Royal beast ability. Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect to actually pick up this guy's power. And after the ability of the royal beast was introduced into Long Chen's mind, it also gave him some understanding of this ability. As its name suggests, the ability of guarding the beast can achieve the effect of controlling the mutant beast by signing a soul contract with the mutant beast. Once the soul contract is signed, the mutant beast must obey unconditionally. "It's interesting," Long Chen murmured. He suddenly looked at the creeping mutant beasts around him. "Interested. System, upgrade me the power of beast defense." Ding, consume 2000 experience points. The beast defense ability is advanced to LV2. Ding, consume 4000 experience points. The beast defense ability is advanced to LV3. Ding, consume 8000 experience points. And the beast defense ability advances to LV4. Ding, consume 16,000 experience points. And the beast defense ability is advanced to LV5. Ding, consume 32,000 experience points. And the beast defense ability is promoted to LV6. You have to upgrade the royal beast ability to level 6 before you can control the 5th level mutant beast. "You guys, come over to me." Long Chen beckoned at the few 5th order mutant beasts. Under Long Chen's lustful might, the 6 mutant beasts did not dare to resist. Like a few puppies, they ran to Long Chen, wagging their tails. "I want to sign a contract with you. Do you have any comments?" Long Chen asked. He specially blessed the ability of guarding beasts when he spoke, so these mutant beasts understood what he meant. This can be regarded as another function of the beast defense ability. The 6 mutant beasts nodded repeatedly. How dare they disagree? The powerful aura released in front of them makes them dare not take a breath. Long Chen smiled with satisfaction, then put his hand on the head of one of the mutant tigers, and the next moment, the light was bright. Long Chen's mental power penetrated into the mutant tiger's head, and soon, he could feel that he and the mutant tiger seemed to have an inexplicable connection. This comes from the connection between souls. With the movement of Long Chen's thoughts, the mutant tiger rolled on the ground, like a cat or puppy. In this scene, the group of people in Poland City was stunned. As for the little brothers of the Scar Man, they had already turned into birds and beasts when they saw the Beast Man killed. Long Chen didn't pursue it either. After all, he had no grievances or grudges against these people, and there was no need to kill them. Next, Long Chen accepted the remaining 5 mutant beasts again, although they were all tier 5 mutant beasts. Don't let them go. Maybe he will find a way to cultivate them in the future. If that's the case, maybe there will be a few powerful thugs in the future. Thinking of this, Long Chen suddenly flashed in his mind. He took out a few energy essences from the portable space and threw them to a few mutant beasts. These are some first-order energy essences. Long Chen no longer needs them, and has been throwing them in the portable space. You can try it now. When several mutant beasts saw the energy essence, their eyes gleamed, and they ate hungrily. In the next moment, Long Chen could feel their strength increased. Although it was very subtle, it at least proved that the energy essence was effective for them. These are all for you. Just eat slowly here. Don't worry, come to me when I call you. Long Chen took out a bunch of energy essence from the portable space. The ranks ranged from the 1st to the 4th. At least there were thousands of them. These were obtained when Long Chen killed zombies or mutant beasts before, and now only energy essences above the 5th order still have an effect on him. These are also wasted in the portable space. It is better to give them directly to eat. Several mutant beasts nodded quickly, then rushed to the pile of energy essence, and began to gobble up. Long Chen walked directly towards the group of people in Poland. Seeing Long Chen coming, the chief guard hurriedly guarded little Lolita behind her, staring at Long Chen warily. Although Long Chen killed Scarman and drove away the bandits, he didn't think Long Chen was a good crop. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you, Long Chen said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He obviously looks so kind. So why are these people's eyes full of alert when they look at him? The head guard stared at Long Chen for a while, and finally walked out, gritted his teeth and fisted at Long Chen. My lord, thank you for your help. We will definitely be grateful. Long Chen waved his hand with an indifferent expression. I didn't mean to help you. You don't need to be grateful. Just take me to the nearest human city. The closest to this place is Poland City. We are the people of Poland City and we can take you there. At this time, the little Loli spoke. The head guard gave a wry smile. The young man in front of him was unfathomable, and he didn't know if it would be dangerous to bring it back to Poland. But he didn't dare to refuse. It didn't matter whether he died or not. If he angered the adult, it would be bad if it spread to the young lady. Then go. Long Chen nodded, and after little Lolita and the group of guards sorted out, the group set off toward the south. Chapter 118, Poland City. City Lord's Mansion. The Western continent, because it is the origin of the end times, has a negligible population compared to the Eastern continent. The entire continent has only a few million people, and there are only less than 100 human cities. This is also the reason why no one figure was found after walking at the speed of Long Chen for so long. Poland City is the closest city to here. It is a large city with a population of nearly 1 million. There are many strong people in it, and its city owner is a 6th order master. On the way, little Lolita saw that Long Chen's appearance seemed more familiar, so she raised her courage to chat with him. This frightened the head guard, and kept his heart up all the way, for fear that Xiao Lolita would make Long Chen angry by saying the wrong thing. But as time went by, the chief guard found that Long Chen and Xiao Lolita had a good chat. Especially Long Chen said a few funny jokes from time to time, giving little Lori a trembling smile. Through the conversation along the way, Long Chen also learned the name and identity of little Lolita. Little Lolita's name is Amy, and she is the most beloved daughter of the Polish city lord. This time she came out of the wilderness completely privately decided. The reason is that there is a panacea in the wilderness that can cure all diseases. Her father was seriously injured some time ago, and if it hadn't been for his own strong strength, he would have been unable to support it long ago. But even so, his body is getting worse every day, and Amy is watching it and worrying about it. Are you injured? Don't worry, I may have a way to save your father. Long Chen smiled slightly and said, after the conversation just now, he had some good feelings for this little girl. He will not be stingy with some help within his capacity. Really, big brother? You know how to heal? Amy opened her Kazlan eyes and looked at Long Chen, her eyes full of excitement. That's it. Long Chen slapped. Haha, he certainly doesn't know how to heal, but he has the law of life. No matter how many injuries Amy her father has suffered, as long as he is still alive, he is sure to heal it. After Amy heard the words, all the gloomy mood suddenly disappeared, and she became alive and kicking as she should be at this age. The head guard glanced at Long Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He is not as simple as the young lady. Long Chen is indeed very strong, but strength and medical skills are completely different. Even a king-level powerhouse does not necessarily understand medical skills. But he still didn't say anything. One was that he didn't want to annoy Long Chen, and the other was that he was also very happy that the young lady was regaining her vigor. If this is a lie, then it is also a white lie. An hour later, a magnificent city wall suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. The city walls seem to be made of mechanical materials and are tens of meters high. There are more than a dozen iron laser cannons on the city walls. The fortifications of this polished city are not much better than Yandu Ancient City. However, the protector of Yandu Ancient City is not the so-called wall, but the Dragon Temple standing in the city. The existence of the Dragon Temple is more useful than any technological defense project. When entering the city, the soldiers who defended the city saw that the visitor was the little princess of Poland, and did not dare to stop them, so they let them go. The polished city is very prosperous, but Long Chen also found a problem. The population base in Poland is large, but the habitable area is small, which results in many people in the slums without even living in houses. Looking at this scene, Long Chen felt a little sympathetic, but he was helpless. Compared to the Western continent, people in the Eastern continent are already very happy, but there are also many suffering. It can only be said that in this era of the last days, more people are still poor. After entering the city, a few luxury cars came to pick them up. Long Chen got in Amy's car, and half an hour later, they finally arrived outside a manor. The manor is very large, and there is a plaque on the door of the city lord's mansion. This manor is estimated to be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people, but only inhabits the lord's family and some servants. It can be seen that no matter where it is, the class gap exists. Some people don't even live, but some people can enjoy such a large estate. After all, if you want to change your situation, you still have to rely on strength. If Long Chen doesn't have the system and the strength of this body, perhaps he is still an ordinary person in the slums of Jinling City. No, maybe he died long ago. After following Amy and others into the manor, Amy led Long Chen straight to the door of a huge villa. Not long after the group entered, a few people came to face each other. The leader was a young man in luxurious clothes, and behind him was a few bald middle-aged men in white coats and handheld medical kits. Amy? When the youth saw Amy, his eyes widened, his expression seemed to be weird. But this unthinkable was soon hidden away by him. Of course, all of this was seen by Long Chen. His heart suddenly moved. It seems that this young man has some problems. Amy was also slightly surprised when he saw the youth, and then said weakly, "Brother." Long Chen could feel some fear in Amy's tone. But why would she fear her brother? "Amy, I heard that you went out of town privately. Do you know how worried your father was when he heard the news?" He was already in poor health. After hearing the news, he became anxious and vomited blood. The youth's tone was blamed. When Amy heard what the young man said, she was shocked and hurried to the second floor of the villa. Long Chen also wanted to follow up quickly, but was stopped by the youth. "Who are you? I really don't remember you in the city lord's mansion." Before Long Chen could speak, the chief guard hurriedly explained respectfully, "Master, this adult is Miss Amy's friend, and he saved us and Miss Amy in the wilderness." Oh? Hearing that, the young man squinted his eyes slightly, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes looking at Long Chen. It stands to reason that he should be grateful when he learned that Long Chen had saved his sister, but on the contrary, he showed killing intent. This further confirmed Long Chen's guess that this guy had a ghost in his heart. "Captain Charlie, you, as the chief guard of the city lord's mansion, are loyal. Don't you know that in this special period, any outsider may be against us? Amy is still young and naive. Don't you understand? Let him enter our city lord's mansion. What if he is a spy sent by the enemy?" the young man said sternly, and the head of the guard suddenly changed his face. "Master Abbey, but..." The chief guard wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the youth. "Even if he saves Amy, what if it's the enemy's conspiracy? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. Now my father's situation is serious. We can't make any mistakes. You guys, expel him from our city lord mansion." "Dr. Amanth, let's go," the young man said to the guards in the villa, and then took the doctors behind him to the second floor of the villa. Chapter 119, You successfully angered me. As the youth and others went up to the second floor, a dozen guards in the lobby walked towards Long Chen. "Why are you still stunned? Get out of here." One of the dark-skinned, extremely strong big men roared towards Long Chen. Long Chen frowned suddenly. He was kind to help but was treated like this, which made him very unhappy. The head of the bodyguard, Charlie, saw Long Chen's face and said badly, "Igor, don't be disrespectful to adults." The big man named Igor just glanced at Charlie and showed disdain. "My lord." "Charlie, you really are getting more and more aggressive, and you still call a little ghost adult who has no hair. What a shame to my city lord's mansion. Igor sneered and said. Charlie didn't show anger when he heard this, but looked at Igor with sympathy. But he didn't persuade anymore. He has seen Long John's strength, and naturally knows that with these few shrimp soldiers and crabs, it is impossible to be Long John's opponent. He seemed to be able to imagine the tragic sight of Igor that followed. Sure enough, Long John's face was completely gloomy at this time. What did you just say about me? Long Chen asked coldly. I said you are a little devil with no fur. What's wrong? Not convinced? If you are not convinced, you have the ability to take off your pants and let us see. Igor laughed arrogantly. Yes, take off your pants to prove it. Could it be that somewhere is too small? Sorry to take it off and let us see it. The guards behind Igor also mocked. Only Charlie could feel that the surrounding air seemed to be much colder. A bunch of shabby. Charlie shook his head and mourned for their next resolution. You successfully angered me. A cold edge appeared in Long John's eyes instantly, and a strong murderous aura instantly spread. Everyone who was laughing suddenly shuddered, and the smiles on their faces directly froze. Igor looked at Long Chen with some fear in his eyes, but he still held back, and said arrogantly, pretend to be a fool. If you don't roll again, don't blame us for breaking your leg and throwing you out. Remember your words. An icy voice came from Long Chen's mouth, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Igor's eyes widened, his face showed an incredible color, and then he seemed to feel something and turned around quickly. An extremely cold face suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and Igor was frightened and fell to the ground. You break your leg, right? Long Chen sneered, then slammed on Igor's right leg. Suddenly, a scream like a pig slaying sounded, and the ears of everyone suddenly felt panic. Don't worry, there is another leg. Long Chen raised his foot again and stepped heavily on Igor's left leg. A more tragic howl sounded from Igor's mouth. Perhaps it was too painful. He rolled his eyes and passed out. Long Chen's gaze was placed on a dozen other guards, who had been mocking him just now. What do you want to do? This is the city lord's mansion. You want to rebel? One of the guards said tremblingly. Igor was the strongest among them, but he didn't even have a chance to resist in front of Long Chen. They don't think they will be Long Chen's opponent. I remember you. Just now you said I was too young, right? Long Chen smiled coldly, and the guard suddenly felt a murderous intent to lock himself. He swallowed and just wanted to talk. Long Chen didn't give him a chance at all. His figure disappeared again, and the next moment, the guard let out a scream in the eunuch's voice. With the sound of broken eggs, a pool of blood flowed from his hips, and he fell to the ground with a painful plop, and passed out. The remaining guards wanted to escape when they saw it, but found that an invisible force was pulling them, unable to move at all. No one can escape, Long Chen said coldly. 5 minutes later, the ground was full of people, some fainted directly, and some were still moaning and rolling. Everyone is either broken eggs or broken limbs. Even if it can be cured, it will only be a useless person in the future. My lord, this is the city lord's mansion after all. You beat the guards of the city lord's mansion. I'm afraid, Charlie said unnaturally. It's okay. Later, instead of blaming me, your city lord's mansion will treat me as a guest of honor. Long Chen waved his hand and said confidently. Then he went straight to the second floor. Charlie didn't dare to stop, even he didn't plan to stop. This Sang, in the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, was surrounded by a group of people. Lying on the bed was a pale middle-aged man with a very weak breath. Dr. Amanth, how is it? Young Master Abby asked the attending doctor. Amy also looked anxious and worried. Dr. Amanth shook his head. The lord of the city injured his internal organs, and his internal organs except the heart were almost broken. The heart also suffered considerable damage, and it was accompanied by internal bleeding. The only solution for this is surgery. But because the city lord had too much bleeding and his body was extremely weak, the risk of surgery was extremely high, and the mortality rate was as high as 90%. Amai's face suddenly turned pale when he heard Dr. Amanth's words. The death rate is as high as 90%. Isn't this the equivalent of giving his father a death notice? A strange color appeared in Abai's eyes. Then what if you don't have surgery? Abai asked. But Romance gave a wry smile. If the operation is not performed, the city lord may be able to support it for a few days with his strong strength and firm will. In other words, whether you do it or not, you have to die. It's just a matter of time. After Abai pondered for a moment, she still spoke. Let's have an operation. No, Dr. Amanth has said that the death rate is as high as 90%, so I can't do it. Amy hurriedly said that she could live for a few days if she didn't do it. If she did it, she would die immediately. There is still a silver lining for surgery. If you don't do it, my father will only live happily, no different from death. Dr. Amanth, listen to me and perform the operation. Abby indeed said very firmly. Dr. Amanth looked at Abby and Amy hesitantly. After all, these two are the patient's children, and they both have the right to decide whether or not to have this operation. I'm the eldest master, listen to me. Abby increased the volume a bit. Amy still wanted to speak, but was scared by Abby's terrifying eyes. Dr. Amanth sighed and nodded to the doctors around him. Everyone began to prepare for the operation. At this moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded at the door. If you don't want him to die, don't move. Chapter 120, Do You Believe Me? Wow. All of a sudden, several eyes in the room condensed on the figure at the door. After seeing the appearance of this figure, the young master of the City Lord's mansion, Abby was even more furious. Didn't I let you go? Why come here? Igor, what is the use of you trash? Don't shout, they won't be able to come up even if they hear it. Long Chen spoke lightly, and then walked directly into the room unceremoniously. Get out of here. Seeing this, Abby was furious and directly blasted towards Long Chen with a punch. Looking at his aura, it is estimated that he is a tier 3 evolutionary. Long Chen didn't even look at it. He waved his hand, and suddenly an invisible force directly restrained Abby, making him unable to move. What is going on? Why can't I move anymore? What kind of magic did you do to me? Abby shouted in panic. Don't worry, I just don't want you to interfere with me. Long Chen snapped his fingers again, and Abby couldn't even speak directly, just a panic expression on his face. This feeling of being unable to control one's body is really terrifying. Big brother. Little Lori Amy looked at Long Chen, her eyes were red, and she must be very worried about her father. Don't worry, I will save your father. Long Chen smiled slightly, don't know why. Seeing Long Chen's smile, Amy actually felt a little less worried in her heart. It seems that as long as he is there, all problems can be easily solved. The yellow-mouthed kid, I'm talking wildly here, and even Dr. Amanth is not sure that he can cure it. How can you brave enough to say this as a hairy boy? At this moment, one of the white-coat doctors let out a cold snort. Several other doctors also ridiculed. Perhaps Long Chen showed strong strength, but in the medical world, they didn't think Long Chen could understand anything as a brat. And the attending Dr. Amanth was also staring at Long Chen at this time, and said casually, what did you mean by saying don't move if you don't want him to die? On the surface, now his breath of life is very weak, let alone surgery. Even if you touch him a little harder, it is possible to vent his remaining breath of life directly, and then it will be great. Luo Jingxian is too helpless when he comes. Long Chen said directly. Although he doesn't understand medical skills, he who understands the laws of life is very sensitive to the breath of life. At this moment, you can easily feel the only breath of life remaining on the middle-aged man on the bed, and it is this breath of life that keeps him lingering until today. Do you know medical skills? Long Chen's words sounded very reasonable, and Dr. Amanth couldn't help but ask. Long Chen shook his head. I don't understand. Really nonsense. Hearing that Long Chen didn't understand, Dr. Amanth was furious and patted the table. If you don't understand medical skills, then you are talking nonsense. Go away and don't hinder us, otherwise you will miss the best time for treatment. You can't afford this responsibility. Whoever stipulates that to save people, one must understand medical skills. Long Chen smiled coldly. You are all outstanding in the medical field, but you are less than 10% sure of saving the life of the City Lord. Although I don't understand medical skills, I am 100% sure. 100% sure? Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone present was stunned. But they immediately reacted, and the eyes looking at Long Chen were full of mockery and disdain. Hearing what Long Chen said before made them think that Long Chen knew some medical skills. But now, after hearing Long Chen actually said that he was 100% sure, they directly affirmed that Long Chen was a little boy who didn't know anything but just pretended to be forced. The internal organs are all shattered, and it is accompanied by bleeding in the body. You said that you are 100% sure? It's really ignorant and fearless, let alone you. Even if the top medical team in the Western continent comes, I can't say that I can save the City Lord with 50% confidence. You really came with your mouth open. Those doctors said mockingly. Long Chen directly ignored them, but walked to the bedside. Don't move him, Miss Amy. Don't hurry up and ask the guard to chase this person away. He is here to make trouble. Seeing that Long Chen seemed to want to touch the City Lord, Romanth shouted immediately. Amy is a little at a loss. One is the most famous medical team in Poland, and the other is the elder brother who saved her. This made her unable to choose. Long Chen smiled and looked at Amy. Do you believe me? Huh? Amy was taken aback when he heard the words, but then nodded. Deep down in her heart, she still believed in Long Chen. Even she didn't know why, but it was definitely not just because Long Chen saved her. Trust me and let me treat your father. I promise you will wake him up in less than an hour. Long Chen said confidently. Amy looked at his confident face, and finally nodded. Miss Amy, don't. Romance waited for the doctor to see this and hurriedly wanted to dissuade him, but Long Chen changed his previous smile and looked at them with cold eyes. The doctors suddenly felt chills, and they dared not say a word. Without the buzzing of flies, Long Chen sat on the side of the bed, dangling one hand on the head of the City Lord. The law of life urged. A light spot of turquoise energy that represented vitality erupted from Long Chen's palm and directly injected into the body of the City Lord on the hospital bed. Long Chen slowly moved down his palm, and green energy began to flood into the City Lord's chest, abdomen, and limbs. 10 minutes later, Long Chen retracted his palm and wiped the sweat beads on his forehead. After all, he had just mastered the law of life for a short time, and it was a bit laborious to use it, let alone to treat a dying person. Fortunately, it was successful. At this time, the face of the City Lord on the hospital bed had turned from pale to ruddy. Even people who don't understand medical skills can see that the City Lord's body is obviously much better. Romance and the other doctors watched this scene even more stunned. For 2 minutes, Romance quickly took out the testing equipment and tested the City Lord. 5 minutes later, his face became very exciting, and various emotions such as surprise, excitement, and excitement appeared on his face. A miracle, it's almost a miracle. Before the Lord of the City Lord's internal organs have suffered a lot of damage, but now, not only the fatal injuries, but even the old diseases that existed a long time ago are gone. Romance couldn't help trembling. He had been practicing medicine for decades. This was the first time he saw such a method. The expression he looked at Long Chen suddenly became crazy. Just tell me, what method did you use? Romance grabbed Long Chen's clothes and shouted almost frantically. Chapter 121, Cure. Long Chen frowned immediately, his body shook, and Romance was directly shaken away. Only then did he realize his gaffe, and quickly smiled awkwardly. Ahem, my little friend. The old man lost his temper just now, but what method did you use just now? Romance asked unwillingly. Before he looked at Long Chen, his eyes were full of disdain and mockery. But now it has completely changed. His eyes towards Long Chen were full of curiosity and respect. In medicine, he is almost crazy, and he can cure a mortal person so quickly. This is a unique case in the medical field. Not to mention, he just waved his hand and didn't even perform the operation. Long Chen pondered for a moment, and he could see that if he didn't say clearly, this old guy would probably haunt him. But it was impossible for him to tell the truth. So after thinking about it, he finally said, my method is an ancient medical technique that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Eastern continent. It cannot be passed on, so I can't tell you. Long Chen made up and said, anyway, this guy can't go to the Eastern continent, anyway. And when he heard Long Chen's words, Romance also looked towards the east with a look of yearning. Since ancient times, it has been rumored that the Eastern continent is a mysterious continent. Now it seems to be so. The medical skills shown by the little friends, I'm afraid that even the living dead can do it, Romance said tremblingly, while Long Chen smiled brightly. I don't know in the future, but with his current mastery of the law of life, the living dead cannot do it yet. Just when Romanfu wanted to ask Long Chen about the ancient medical techniques of the Eastern continent, and Long Chen was thinking how to fool him, a cough suddenly sounded from the hospital bed. Everyone looked at the bed at the same time, and saw that the City Lord had opened his eyes. Father. Seeing the City Lord waking up, Amy was immediately overjoyed and quickly grabbed his hand. Tears shed excitement. Amy, it's great that you are fine. Seeing Amy's appearance safe and sound, the City Lord also showed peace of mind. The reason why he suddenly vomited blood and fainted was because he was too worried about Amy. Father, I blamed me for being too capricious for making you like this. Amy condemned herself while the City Lord touched her head. Father knows, you also want to find the so-called panacea. In fact, there is no such good thing. It is nothing more than falsehood. Father knows his body very well. It is impossible. Huh? Halfway through, the City Lord suddenly let out a surprise. He quickly closed his eyes and felt his body. The next moment the boss stared at him, looking incredible. My injury. Healed. How is this possible? With my injury, it is bound to die. The City Lord shook his head again and again. Then he found Romanf beside the bed, and his heart moved. Thank you, Dr. Romanf, for your life-saving grace. The City Lord quickly sat up and thanked Romance. Romance was stunned, and immediately waved his hand and said, Sir, you are wrong. It is not the old man who saved you, but the little friend of the genius doctor. Romance pointed at Long Chen again and again, and the City Lord followed his fingers to look, Suddenly a look of suspicion appeared on his face. This is just a small child who seems to be under 18 years old. How could it be him? Father, Big Brother really saved you. The reason why I came back safely this time is thanks to Big Brother. Seeing that his father didn't believe it, Amy said quickly. The city owner believed his daughter very much, but he was even more astonished. Can such a small child save himself? He knew exactly how serious his injury was. Thank you little friend for your life-saving grace. I am unforgettable, Elin. Although he was surprised, whether it was Roman for his daughter who said so, it must be true. So I hurriedly thanked Long Chen. It's okay, I'm very close to Amy, so I will help you. Long Chen waved his hand, his expression indifferent. What else was Elin trying to say, when suddenly he saw Abby standing on the side motionless. His face was very hideous, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Abby, what's the matter with you? Long asked in doubt. Long Chen only then remembered that this City Lord mansion was still controlled by his own mind power ability. He waved his hand quickly, and the control on Abby disappeared instantly. Feeling that he had regained control of his body, Abby suddenly became furious, clenched his fist and blasted towards Long Chen. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Only Long Chen's expression remained unchanged. Just when he was about to take a shot, a burst of shouts suddenly sounded. Presumptuous, Abby, you stop me. With the loud shouts, there was a strong momentum burst out. As if hit by something, Abby retreated several steps with a grunt. Father. Abby looked at Elin with blushing eyes, and Elin hid a cold face. This little friend is Lao Tzu's savior. Do you still want to do something to my savior? Get out and confine yourself for 10 days. Elin shouted angrily. Abby became even more angry, but didn't dare to defy his father's words. He could only give Long Chen a fierce look, and then left. Little friend, I'm really sorry, I'm not strict in discipline, Ai Long said with a guilty expression. But Long Chen waved his hand. City Lord Elrond, since you are cured now, then I have a favor here and I want you to help. Long Chen said that he chose to treat Ai Long not only because of Amy, but also for his own purposes. If you want to know the way to the Eastern continent, you will definitely need the help of these big forces. As the lord of a city, Elin must have known it. What's busy, little friend, but it's okay, as long as I can do it, I will go all out. Elin said, patting his chest. Long Chen saved his life. As long as the conditions offered would not harm his family, he would not refuse. And Long Chen was not polite, and directly stated his purpose. I am from the Eastern continent. I came here for some reason. I need to go back now, so I want to ask the City Lord for help. Amy Zhou's body was shocked when she heard that Long Chen was leaving. She hadn't been in contact with Long Chen for a day, but she didn't know why. Deep down in her heart, she was reluctant to leave. Is it love at first sight? Amy is also not sure. When Aaron heard this, he touched the beard on his chin, got up, and said to the doctors, Dr. Amanth, I'm bothering you this time. Please go back and rest first. I will send someone to deliver the reward soon. Hearing what Elin said, although Amanth and the others were fascinated by medical skills, they were not fools, and they could naturally hear what he meant. Obviously, there are things that they don't want them to know. This is an order to evict customers. Chapter 122. The army crushes the territory. The danger of the City Lord mansion. After Amanth waited for the doctors to leave, only Aaron, Amy and Long Chen were left in the room. Amy, you go to the third column of my desk drawer and bring a box inside. Elin ordered, and Amy did so, and soon brought a box. The box is wooden and exudes the scent of sandalwood. Elin opened it, and inside was a map. I did not expect that the little friend is actually a friend from the Eastern continent. Since the end of the world, the East and the West are no longer in circulation. I have only heard some rumors in the Eastern continent from my ancestors. I did not expect to see a real person. Ai Long chuckled. Long Chen couldn't help but twitching his mouth. And it is still a legend in your heart that he is together. Elin unfolded the map, which seemed to be a map before the end of the world, and it seemed very old. This is a map of the Western continent left by my ancestors. Although it is before the end of the world, it actually does not have a great influence on the plate, so it should be usable now. This is our region, and as far as I know, there are only two ways to get from the Western continent to the Eastern continent, Elin said as he flicked his finger on the map. The first method is to take a long detour and go overland. There is a large ocean between the East and West continents, but it is not without connection. The battlefield on the east-west border is the only land connecting the two continents. However, the frontier battlefield is still quite far from the Polish city, and it is controlled by a foreign race. It is difficult to return to the Eastern continent from there. As for the second method, it is very convenient and goes directly by sea. It is convenient and quick to pass directly through the sea between the two continents. but the degree of danger is greater than passing through the border battlefield. In the ocean, I don't know how many powerful mutant creatures exist. I haven't heard of anyone who can walk through this ocean safely. After listening to Ai Long's introduction, Long Chen was also lost in thought. Passing directly from the frontier battlefield, the alien races that need to face can contend with the legions created by the major forces, and the strength of those alien races is definitely not weak. It is estimated that it will be very difficult for Long Chen to pass here. On the contrary, the success rate will be higher if it passes from the ocean. After all, the ocean is endless. If you are lucky, you might not encounter any powerful mutant beasts. Of course, the most important thing is to go faster by sea. So Long Chen immediately decided to go by sea. City Lord Elrond, I need a ship. This is no problem, but the sea route is too dangerous. Are you sure? Just as Elon was about to say something, the door of the room was knocked suddenly, and Charlie's anxious voice came from outside. My lord City Lord, it's not good. The City Lord's mansion is surrounded. What? Hearing this, Ai Long stood up abruptly with an angry face. Long Chen and Amy also showed surprises. Can the City Lord's mansion be surrounded? When the group opened the door and went out, they saw an anxious Charlie. What happened? Who would dare to surround our City Lord mansion? Aaron yelled. Charlie was so frightened by Aaron's momentum that he couldn't say anything. Ai Long was a real Tier 6 Grandmaster level powerhouse, and his momentum was not something Charlie could bear. Don't panic, speak slowly. Long Chen exuded his aura to counteract Ai Long's anger for Charlie. Charlie immediately felt a lot easier, and smiled gratefully at Long Chen. And Ai Long showed a look of consternation. Only then did he discover that Long Chen was not only good at medical skills, but also seemed to be strong. The momentum alone can offset his anger, indicating that his strength is at least the 5th order advanced level. At a young age, he not only possesses terrifying medical skills, but is also a powerful evolutionary. People from that mysterious continent in the east cannot be judged by common sense. My lord of the city, it is the 3 families of Cape, Pombo, and Stuart that surround the city hall. Charlie hurriedly said that these 3 families are the 3 strongest families in Poland except the City Lord's mansion. But the City Lord's mansion can continue to this day because the power of the City Lord mansion can even overwhelm the alliance of the 3 major families. Why did the 3 major families choose to attack at this time? Do you think that Elon is dead? Assemble the army. Since these 3 big families want to die, then they will be fulfilled. Aaron said in a deep voice, but Charlie was bitter. My lord, young Master Abby transferred the army away in your name not long ago. Now we can only mobilize a few hundred guards in the City Lord's mansion. What? Hearing this, Ai Long took a heavy blow, and took a few steps back. Nizai. Aaron really did not expect that Abby would choose to unite with the 3 major families to deal with him. But why is this? Does he want the position of City Lord? But sooner or later this position will be his. Long Chen shook his head. He could guess it. It must be that Abby was not willing to wait. Originally thought that Ai Long was dead, but did not expect to be rescued by Long Chen. With Ai Long's 6th order Grandmaster level physical quality, it would not be a problem to live for more than 100 years. He didn't want to wait that long. Sure enough, there is no affection among the nobles. Kill. At this moment, shouts came from outside the villa, and everyone hurried out of the villa, only to find that the entire villa was surrounded. At this time, in the villa, only Long Chen, Ai Long, Amy, Charlie and a dozen guards were left. Outside, there are at least thousands or even tens of thousands of people from the 3 major families. Aaron, I really didn't expect that. Your life is quite hard, and you actually survived. I wanted to take your position as the City Lord without moving a single soldier. Now it seems that you still have to see blood. At this time, 3 middle-aged men walked out of the group of soldiers, and they were the heads of the 3 families. Cape, Pompeo, Stuart. Elon glared at the 3, almost shouting their names through gritted teeth. If I didn't guess wrong, did you send those people who conspired against me some time ago? Ha ha ha, yes, it is exactly what we did. Elon, you have been sitting in the seat of the City Lord of Poland long enough. It's our turn, right? Cape haha, one of the 3 family heads, said with a smile. HMPH, the Polish city was built by my ancestors, why should I give it to you? Elon snorted coldly. If it were not for the efforts of his ancestors, nearly 1 million people in Poland would have died in the last days. Let alone 3 big families can be established. At the beginning, the establishment of Poland City was also contributed by our 3 big family ancestors, but we don't want to talk so much nonsense. Now that the army is under pressure, if you decide yourself in public, we might consider keeping your daughter alive. Capit said that Pangbo beside him was a fat, wretched man, and said with a low laugh, after you die, I will take good care of your daughter. Let her be my 22nd wife. Chapter 123, Is it because of the number of people? Pang Bo had fat head and big ears, and his face was full of wretched colors. Aaron knows him very well, and most likes to find a little wife. So far he has more than 20 little wives. However, he was very bad to these little wives, and he always cursed at every turn. They just use them as tools for venting. If Amy were his wife, it would be better to die. Pang Bo, you are looking for death. Ai Long's eyes were filled with a chill, then suddenly turned his head and said to Long Chen, little friend, there is one thing that may have to trouble you. I know you are powerful. I will try my best to hold them back later. I hope you can take Amy away. No, father, I want to live and die with you. Before Long Chen could speak, Amy said quickly, her eyes covered with mist. Stupid boy, only if you are alive can you have a chance to take revenge. You can die for your father, but the foundation laid down by your ancestors must never fall into their hands. Aaron touched Amy's head and said with a smile. Amy had tears in her eyes, but said nothing. Ai Long showed a firm look, but when he was about to take a shot, Long Chen suddenly spoke. Don't be so pessimistic, but it's just a mere mess. It won't let me escape. Long Chen said lightly, his tone full of disdain. He didn't hide his words at all. Everyone could hear it, and the patriarch of the three major families was even more angrily retorted. It's really not ashamed to say it, and you'll see how you kneel down and beg us for mercy later. Long Chen looked at these three great masters, and then said, you are so self-confident, because you think you have a lot of people, right? Yes, we are relying on a number of people. Even if Aaron is more powerful, can it be comparable to thousands of soldiers like me? Capel sneered coldly. Long Chen laughed but didn't speak. Stuart, who had been silent at the side, finally spoke at this time. He said in a deep voice, okay, don't talk nonsense with them. Do it quickly, it will change after a while. Cape and Pang Bo nodded when they heard the words, waved their hands, and the three major family coalition forces behind them approached the villa. Little friend, please take good care of my daughter. Aaron has nothing to do with him, only the afterlife will be a cow and a horse. Ai Long roared, and the powerful aura of the sixth Order Grand Master burst out directly. He fixed his gaze on the three main masters, captured the thieves first, and the king. Even if he died, he would let the three of them be buried. Just when Ai Long was about to do it, Long Chen said lightly, coming. Everyone looked at Long Chen with doubt, and didn't understand what medicine he sold in the gourd. Long Chen smiled coldly at the three masters. You just wanted to bully us because of more people. It just so happens that I think so too. Pretend to be a fool, give me everything. Capet snorted coldly, just about to order a general offensive, when a soldier hurriedly hurried over. Patriarch, it's not good. A group of mutant beasts have broken into Poland, and they are rushing toward us. The soldier yelled in a panic, but Capet frowned slightly, but he was not too scared. Huh, what kind of screaming is it? A few mutant beasts scare you like this? How many do you mean by a group? Dozens or hundreds? The soldier shook his head repeatedly, then shouted. The exact number is not clear, but it is estimated that nearly half of the mutant beasts in the entire Rocky Mountain have arrived. Rocky Mountain is the largest mountain outside the Polish city, and there are many mutant beasts in it. Nearly half, that is definitely more than 10,000. This is already considered a lot of beasts. How is it possible? The beast wave hasn't appeared in many years. Why did it come at this time? Also, what did you just say? The beast tide is running in our direction. Capet looked unbelievable. His eyes were almost staring. That is, compared to the soldier's frightened expression, it was absolutely inferior. The soldier looked at Capet with a grudge on his face, thinking that you just scolded me for making a fuss, but now it's better, more serious than me. Yes, after the beasts broke into the Polish city, they didn't go anywhere, they all rushed towards us, like a well-trained army, and the speed should be here soon. The soldiers were almost crying, and at this time they could even faintly hear the roar of beasts not far away. The earth began to shake. Are you doing all this? KP seemed to think of something suddenly, staring at Long Chen with incredible meaning. Not only Capet, but the three masters, Elon, and Charlie looked at Long Chen incredulously, especially Charlie and Amy. They thought that before, there seemed to be a few mutant beasts that were very friendly to Long Chen, just like a pet. Congratulations, you got it. Long Chen smiled slightly without concealing it. In fact, when he learned that the three major clans had surrounded the city lord's mansion, Long Chen had already contacted the 6 mutant beasts outside the city through the soul contract. Before coming to Poland City, Long Chen left them a lot of energy essence, so that 2 of the 6 mutant beasts had even been promoted to the 6th tier lord level. The lord level mutant beasts have a common feature, That is, they can control all mutant beasts in a certain area whose strength level is not higher than them. This wave of beasts was brought by the two Lord level mutant beasts. It is also fortunate that Abai's cheating gadget has transferred the troops from the Polish city away, and the city gate is not guarded, allowing the beast tide to enter the city smoothly. And because it was Long Chen's order, these beast tides didn't hurt the innocent, but rushed directly toward the city lord's mansion. Roar, roar. Almost at the same time, countless deafening beast roars rang out. The three family coalition forces suddenly made screams and screams one after another, which shows that they have already faced the beast tide. At this time, the two figures skipped the midair and appeared directly beside Long Chen. It was the two Lord-level mutant beasts. A mutated tiger and a mutated cheetah are exuding infiltrating power. Good job. Long Chen stretched out his thumbs towards the two mutant beasts, and the two mutant beasts immediately wagged their tails in excitement. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Is this still the domineering Lord-level mutant beast in their minds? These are two pet dogs. Well, do you still want to be more than me now? Long Chen looked at the three major masters with a sullen expression, and the three major masters were also gloomy at this time. They really didn't expect this to happen again. Ha ha ha, now whether in terms of quantity or high-end combat power, we are better than you, Capet, Pompeo, and Stuart. I thought it was for the face of your ancestors. For those you did in Poland, the bad thing has always been one eye closed. But this time, you really made me angry. In that case, there is no need for the three big families to exist. Poland City, it's time to clean up. Elon also reacted at this time. After laughing wildly, his face also showed a cold color. Chapter 124, The people behind the three major families. Although Ailong was also surprised that Long Chen was able to mobilize the corpse tide, it was obviously not the time to ask this. Since the three big families are rebellious, he will also clean up Poland. By the way, from today, the power of Poland City, I'm afraid that the cards will be greatly shuffled. The three of Capet glared at this Long Chen. If it weren't for this kid, Aaron would have died early, and they don't even need to spend so much time and effort. They only need to cultivate Abai's waste into a puppet city lord. Now they came hard. It was this guy who didn't know how to call the beast tide again. The three of Capet knew that they would definitely die if this went on, so the three of them looked at each other. Five adults, if something happens, please take action. Suddenly, the three of Gape yelled into the void at the same time. Ailong was a little confused when he saw this, but Long Chen frowned. Just now he vaguely felt that there seemed to be a few powerful auras hidden nearby, but he didn't care too much. Now it seems that there is a problem. As the voices of the three of Capet fell, the five black shadows passed in front of everyone, and finally descended in front of the three of Capet. The five shadows are all wearing black robes, making it hard to see their appearance. It's you, Ailong exclaimed when he saw these five black-robed men. Do you know them? Long Chen asked with some doubts, while Ailong nodded with a serious face. I was seriously injured before because of their actions. At the time, I tried my best to escape. You have to be careful, little friend. These five are all powerhouses at the 6th Order Grandmaster level. Five great masters? Even Long Chen couldn't help but focus his gaze on them. Let you run away before. This time, you will definitely die. A cold voice came from the mouth of one of the black-robed men, his voice hoarse, but full of killing intent. Gape, this was originally a war within our Poland city, but you invited outsiders. Didn't you want to hand over Poland City? Elon said with a cold snort to the three of Gape. He didn't think these five mysterious people would be cultivated by the three big families. Otherwise, the urine of these three families would have rebelled long ago. So what? The five adults have already said that after you are resolved, this Polish city will be jointly controlled by my three major families, and only need to provide them with resources every time. As long as we can take charge of the city of Poland, the resources our three families will get will be doubled. Even if we give some to the five adults, what's the problem? Capet sneered, and Elon shook his head. Do you really believe these five people? They just want to use your hands to get rid of me, and then take advantage of our defeat to get the Polish city without any effort. Aaron's words are not unreasonable, but since the three masters have already made such a decision, they will certainly not change their minds because of Aaron's words or two. The five mysterious powerhouses also rushed towards Ailong, Long Chen and others quickly. Especially Long Chen. As long as he is solved, then the beast tide crisis will be solved. City Lord Elron, give you the one on the left, Xi Bao, the two on the right, and I will deal with the two in the middle. Long Chen assigned them immediately. The mutant tiger and the mutant leopard naturally had no objection, and Ailong said with some worry, little friend, Can you stop the two masters? Don't worry, I have a sense of measure, Long Chen said quickly. At this time, 5 mysterious people had already arrived, and I Long had no choice but to listen to Long Chen and rushed towards the mysterious person on the far left. I Long is a tier 6 intermediate. Long Chen is not worried, but Xiao and Xiaobao have just been promoted to the Lord level not long ago, and may not be the opponents of those 2 mysterious people. But it doesn't matter, as long as you can hold them down. Long Chen rushed straight towards the 2 mysterious people in the middle, and slapped 2 palms to meet them. Suddenly 2 powerful forces struck, shaking Long Chen back several steps. HMPH, kid, just because you want to fight 1 against 2, it's really looking for death. One of the mysterious people sneered. Long Chen stared at these 2 mysterious people dignifiedly, and after the first fight, he could understand the strength of these 2 people. One is just a 6th level elementary, the other is a 6th level advanced. The gap between each small stage in the 6th order is very large. The 6th level junior Grandmaster Long Chen may be easily defeated, but the 6th level advanced will have to take some effort, let alone face 2 teams at the same time. 1 enemy and 2 can't do it, so be fair. 2v2. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and directly used the mirror image ability, and the mirror image Long Chen appeared. Mirror Long Chen can appear for 10 minutes, so Long Chen must resolve one of them within these 10 minutes. What's going on here? Is it clone technique? The 2 mysterious people were shocked when they saw Long Chen's method, and they suddenly became 2. Isn't it too strange? It must be a blindfold. I have heard of someone awakening the clone ability, but his clone has only 1/10 of the strength of the body. Not to be afraid, go. The 6th order high-level mysterious man snorted coldly and said smartly. Long Chen sneered in his heart. How can the clone ability be compared with his mirror image ability? His mirror clone, but with his 100% strength, only time is limited. The mirror image Long Chen rushed toward the 6th order high-level mysterious person, while Long Chen's body rushed directly toward the 6th order primary mysterious person. Quick battle. Long Chen snorted coldly, and directly drew out the domineering sword to show his dominance over the world. With a 6-fold increase in combat power, Long Chen's sword's power has directly reached the level of tier 6 primary. Pong! Exclamation mark. The 6th order elementary mysterious man also took out a war knife, and the 2 collided, directly emitting a crisp metal-breaking sound. The mysterious man's saber broke at the sound, but the tyrant's sword continued to slash towards the mysterious man. Although Long Chen's slash is not much stronger than the mysterious man in power, how sharp is the sword that this guy can compare? Not good. The mysterious man cried out badly, and quickly dodged. The tyrant knife only cut off a piece of meat from the mysterious man's arm, but did not directly kill it. Something. Long Chen smiled coldly, while the mysterious person looked at Long Chen with solemn eyes. He really walked through the ghost gate just now. This guy looks so young. How can he have so much strength? Big brother, are you not here to help? The 6th order junior mysterious person looked towards the 6th order senior mysterious person, and his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the other Long Chen was fighting with his elder brother, and the 2 sides were in a deadlock. Although the mirror image of Long Chen fell into a disadvantage, his elder brother could not be defeated in a short while. Damn, don't you say that the clone is only half the strength of the body? Cheating. The 6th order primary mysterious person burst into tears without tears. At this time, Long Chen's fierce offensive also launched again. Chapter 125. One enemy 2 Thunder God is coming. Long Chen directly used the Thunder Power combat technique, turning his whole body into thunder elements. The 6th order primary mysterious person was directly frightened by Long Chen's method. Damn, can you still have fun? The 6th order elementary mysterious person was really about to cry. First he made a clone with the strength of his body, and then turned into a thunder element. Is this a fart? Boom! Long Chen teleported to the mysterious man's body, blasted out a punch, and hit him directly. The thunder fist brought a powerful explosive force and directly shook the mysterious man tens of meters away, falling to the ground and shaking constantly. This is paralyzed by thunder. Earth field, stab cage. Long Chen once again manipulated the ground thorn to trap the mysterious man. At this time, the mysterious man had recovered from the paralysis. He shook his body when he saw it, and actually shattered the ground thorn. It seems that my current earth power level is not enough to deal with these 6th order grandmaster level powerhouses. Long Chen secretly said in his heart, but at this time he had no intention of upgrading the earth power. Instead, a teleport once again appeared in front of the mysterious man, slashed abruptly. Do not. The mysterious man had just escaped from the stab cage made by Long Chen, and had no time to dodge. A harsh look flashed in his eyes. and then he stretched out his arm to resist. Puff! Tyrannical blade directly cut off the mysterious man's arm, but he was able to retreat with this huge force. It's quite decisive to survive with a broken arm. Looking at this scene, Long Chen couldn't help but praised. This mysterious person was cruel to himself. Ordinary people might have to think about it for a moment at this time, but this guy is fine, and he didn't hesitate to choose to use one arm for another life. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Praise and praise, but it does not mean that Long Chen will let him go. The mysterious man ran away quickly, but how fast his speed was that of Long Chen's opponent who possessed the spatial ability. He caught up with him after a few teleports. No, don't kill me. We have no grudges. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you everything. The mysterious man uttered a panic begging for mercy, and he could not retreat. Long Chen didn't talk nonsense with him much. Instead he lifted the knife and dropped it, and directly cut off the head of the mysterious man. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 2500 is obtained. Ding! Pickup successfully, get speed attribute 2000. Ding! Pickup successfully, get experience points 300,000. The 6th order high-level mysterious man who was fighting against the mirror image Long Chen seemed to have a reaction. Looking over there, he just saw the scene of the death of the little brother, and his body suddenly trembled. Do not! He roared wildly, and the mirror image Long Chen hurriedly attacked his back. You dare to be distracted when you hit me? The 6th order high-level mysterious man turned around, ignoring the mirror image Long Chen, slashing at his tyrant sword, and directly punched it. The fist hit the mirror image of Long Chen's chest fiercely, directly smashing it into mirror fragments and disappearing. And before disappearing, mirror image Long Chen's tyrant cut a hole in the 6th order senior mysterious man. The scarlet eyes of the 6th order senior mysterious man glared at Long Chen, almost gritted his teeth and said a cruel word. Boy, dare to kill my brother, you will regret it. Brothers, retreat! The 6th order senior mysterious man shouted at the other three mysterious people. Although only one of his companions had died, he was also injured at this time. If they were killed or seriously injured by Long Chen, they would all be wiped out. It's better to go as the best policy and keep the green hills without fear of firewood. The green hills will not change and the green water will flow. Boy, next time I will twist your head with my hands and pay homage to the spirit of my brother in the sky. With a ruthless word, the 6th order high-ranking mysterious man was ready to retreat. Long Chen snorted coldly. I didn't say let you go. Chopping the grass without removing the roots, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Long Chen doesn't like the feeling of being constantly alert to his surroundings. As soon as the voice fell, Long Chen teleported to catch up with the 6th order senior mysterious man. The tyrant cut down heavily. You wanna die? The 6th order senior mysterious man roared, ignoring Long Chen's attack, and blasted his chest with a palm. Long Chen didn't dare to make it hard. The mirror clone had all the abilities of the body, including defense. And the angry blow of this 6th order senior mysterious person can directly kill the mirror image Long Chen, then it can definitely seriously damage Long Chen's body. So Long Chen hurriedly closed his sword and walked away. The 6th order high-level mysterious man was not in love with war, and when he saw Long Chen escaped, he planned to continue to retreat. It seems that you still have to use the power of titans. Long Chen squeezed his fist tightly, and the titan mark in his palm began to flicker. After this period of condensing, his titan power has been restored and can be fully activated. Moreover, with the nano suit, Long Chen did not worry about the embarrassing situation of running naked. Boom! The titan mark touched, and Long Chen's body began to swell. In the next moment, he was transformed into a giant about 20 meters high. Damn it, this aura is more than several times stronger than before. The mysterious man who was just about to escape was shocked by Long Chen's aura, and when he turned around, he saw the huge Long Chen. Many sweat beads appeared on his forehead. Long Chen's aura now released, even he felt fear. Come on! The giant Long Chen directly uttered a sound that shook the sky and the earth, and everyone present suddenly felt pain in the eardrum. No, get out! The 6th order high-level mysterious man suddenly shrank his pupils and tried to escape. The giant Long Chen teleported directly behind him, and his huge soles slammed on him. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge soles of the feet landed, directly stepping out of a deep pit. But the mysterious person was not seen. It turned out that he just rolled and avoided. After the titanization, although the power has increased many times, but the agility has decreased. Long Chen secretly revealed a flaw in titanization. Both advantages and disadvantages. The power of the titans brought Long Chen power comparable to the peak level of tier 6, but greatly restricted his agility. However, Long Chen had a way to make up for this defect. Long Chen locked on to the mysterious person's position, and once again raised his foot and stomped heavily towards him. The mysterious man hurriedly prepared to roll and dodge, but a bright light flashed in Long Jun's eyes. Time stands still. Exclamation mark. The time around the mysterious man was simply taken away, and his movements suddenly stopped. Although the static time is only a short 1 or 2 seconds, it is extremely important for the battle between master-level powerhouses. Even half a second after the mysterious man recovered time, he was horrified to find that he was clearly far away from him with huge souls just now. It turned out to be overhead at this time. A complex look of loss, horror, and helplessness appeared in his eyes. "Do not!" the mysterious man yelled unwillingly, but the roar soon disappeared. Long Jun's huge souls fell and directly stepped into the earth. Chapter 126. Into the sea. Everyone stared at this scene with eyes wide open. Shocking. The most important thing is that Long Jun's huge souls actually twisted. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get experience points 700,000. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 3,500 is obtained. Ding. Pick up successfully. Get speed attribute 3,800. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief as the system prompt sounded in his mind. The experience value and attribute points dropped, which also indicated that this 6th order advanced evolutionary has died. There is no doubt about this. Long Chen expressed no doubt at all. Suddenly, Long Chen slammed his eyes on the remaining 3 mysterious people. "Withdraw. Disperse." One of the mysterious people yelled, and the 3 rushed in 3 directions. HMPH, don't even want to run. Long Chen snorted coldly, while commanding in his heart. "System, upgrade me the earth power." Ding. Consume 16,000 experience points, and the earth power can advance to LV2. Ding. Consume 32,000 experience points, and the earth power can advance to LV3. Ding. Consume 512,000 experience points, and the earth power can advance to LV7. After using up 1,000,000 experience points, Long Chen just promoted the earth power to level 7. The 7-level earth power is completely enough to stop these 3 mysterious people. Earth field, gravity field. Long Chen yelled, and those mysterious people who had just run a few steps suddenly felt a huge pressure drop from the sky. Directly pressed them so hard to move. I said, none of them can escape. Long Chen showed a sneer, and while the power of the Titan had not disappeared, several teleports appeared beside the mysterious man. A small hill of fists came. Even the strongest eldest brother of Tier 6 advanced strength among them couldn't stand the kick of Titan Long Chen, let alone them. Basically, a little brother was punched, but the remaining 3 mysterious people were all killed in an instant. Instead, he made up for the 1,000,000 experience points he had just used. "Little friend, you really are ... I don't know how to describe it." After Long Chen recovered his body, I Long walked to Long Chen's side, looking at him with extremely complicated eyes. At a young age, not only is the medical skill so superb, but also the strength is against the sky. To be honest, I have never seen a person like you in my age. I am even a little reluctant to let you go. Is it strong? In front of the real strong, the current me is not enough. Long Chen gave a wry smile. Otherwise he would not be forced by Nam Murong to teleport to the western continent. But when he thought of that Murong Fu, a cold light flashed in Long Jun's eyes. Now he is different from the past, and he is even completely confident that he can fight the king-level powerhouse. If Murong Fu is still alive this time, Long Chen will definitely kill him personally. Next, Long Chen also helped Aaron deal with the aftermath, cleaned up all the remnants of the 3 major families, and captured Abby back. After all, Abby was also Elan's only son after all, and in the end he was just locked up in the dungeon until he really woke up. Long Chen did not intervene in this, and it was difficult for an upright official to break housework, let alone him. After handling everything, Aaron prepared a ship of good quality for Long Chen. After saying goodbye to Aaron and Amy, Long Chen left Poland. In the eyes of the 2, especially Amy. Above the city gate, Amy looked at Long Jun's gradually disappearing back with tears in her eyes, full of endless sadness. At her side, Aaron sighed. As Amy's father, how could he not see Amy's thoughts on Long Chen? But he could also see that a strong man like Long Chen could never be ordinary, let alone stay in Poland. Perhaps, he will only be a passerby in Poland. Aaron can only hope that time can wash away all the sadness in Amy's heart. Outside the city, in the Rocky Mountains, Long Chen touched the 6 mutant beasts that followed him. Because he was controlled by his beast defense ability and possessed soul connection, in the hearts of these 6 mutant beasts, Long Chen was their master. "You stay here. The journey back this time is very dangerous. I can't protect you, and even if I return to the eastern continent, I have no place to settle you. If there is a chance, I might be back. At that time, maybe we can meet again. Long Chen said that he did not contact the soul contract with these 6 mutant beasts, because maybe he will come back in the future, when he still wants to find these 6 mutant beasts. He can only rely on the soul contract. In the end, in the eyes of the 6 mutant beasts, Long Chen drifted away towards the ocean. After a day and night, Long Chen finally saw the sea. Put the boat that I Long had prepared for him from the portable space into the sea, and Long Chen directly sat on it. This ship can be driven automatically, so Long Chen does not need to operate it at all. He only needs to sit on the ship and pay attention to the dangers at sea. The sea is endless. Even if Long Chen used the power of space to make several space jumps, the map still shows that it is still far away from the eastern continent. During the period, Long Chen even encountered no less than 10 mutant beasts in the sea, of which 5 were at the Lord level. Fortunately, they were all at the elementary Lord level. Long Chen killed them immediately after spotting them, and did not let them touch his ship. It seems that what Elon said is still somewhat reasonable. There are too many powerful mutant beasts in this vast ocean. Moreover, they seem to be somewhat different from mutant beasts on land. Even those 5th order mutant beasts are not afraid of the pressure of my king level bloodline. Long Chen was wary of his surroundings while thinking a lot. He had long released the coercion of the king level bloodline. He thought it could be more stable, but found that it was not the case. The breath of the king level bloodline did not stop the mutant beasts in the sea, but also attracted them. They were not afraid of Long Chen's king level bloodline. Helpless, Long Chen had to condense his breath, and this was a lot quieter. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunder in the sky. The next moment, the sky that was still clear and clear suddenly became clouded, and it started to rain a little bit. Long Chen stood up suddenly, and after a few days at sea, he knew a lot about some things. Just like this weather, some are natural phenomena, and some are caused by the appearance of some marine mutants. Every time a giant marine life appears, it will affect the celestial phenomenon. Long Chen concentrated, staring at the sea, trying to find the mutant beast. Chapter 127, Black Flood Dragon, Undersea Palace. Nothing happened. Could it be that I was worrying too much, but the natural weather changed? But why did it become so sudden? Long Chen stared at the sea for more than 10 seconds without finding any clues, and suddenly he was puzzled. Just when he was about to get back in the boat, he finally glanced at the sea, but his pupils shrank suddenly. A huge shadow appeared in the sea, and then violent waves waved on the sea. The ship also began to sway violently, and Long Chen hurriedly stood firm. Damn it, it really wasn't that simple. This time there was such a big movement. At least it was a low-level lord. Long Chen's face changed slightly, and the movement caused this time was much more serious than the previous dozen times. But after a few minutes, Long Chen found that apart from the huge waves, the mutant beast always showed up, only a huge shadow looming in the sea. Could it be that the mutant beast in the sea is more intelligent, knowing that Long Chen is not easy to mess with? No. Is it a ship? Suddenly, Long Chen thought of this. Almost as soon as he thought about it, the boat suddenly capsized and a huge force hit the bottom of the boat. Long Chen hurriedly teleported away, and the next moment, a huge black creature suddenly appeared on the sea surface, opened his big mouth and swallowed the boat directly. Neem. At this time, Long Chen finally saw the true face of this seabed creature. This is a creature that looks a lot like a python, but has a giant horn on top of its head. It looks like a creature between a dragon and a snake. Could it be that the python mutated into a dragon? Long Chen secretly said to himself that he had never seen this kind of creature in his life, but he had heard of it in his previous life. According to previous legends, snakes have become pythons for 100 years, snakes have transformed into dragons for thousands of years, and dragons have become dragons for thousands of years. But here is also not the Earth where he was in his previous life. Even the elves and blood races exist. What else can't happen? Roar. After swallowing Long Chen's ship, the Black Flood Dragon looked at Long Chen floating in the water with its penetrating eyes. He stretched out the scarlet snake Xenzi, then opened his mouth and rushed towards Long Chen. The body of this Black Flood Dragon is very large, almost 30 meters, and a pair of eyeballs is the size of Long Chen, and it is estimated that it can swallow several Long Chen at the same time with its huge mouth open. Teleport. Long Chen directly used the space power, teleported to the Black Dragon's head, and then fiercely inserted the tyrant knife into its head. Puffed out. Long Chen exhausted all his strength, but the knife only inserted less than 10 centimeters into the dragon's flesh. Relative to the huge body of the Jialong, 10 centimeters is equivalent to less than 1 centimeter of a human being, and it can't hurt it at all. Damn it, this skin is pretty thick. Long Chen thought in his heart, this is still the tyrant blade is extremely sharp, turned into other weapons. I'm afraid that even its scales cannot be broken. The Black Flood Dragon uttered a huge roar, swaying its body vigorously, and the huge strength directly shook Long Chen down. This dragon is probably a high-level lord. Long Chen sighed secretly. The mutant beasts of the same level were stronger than the human evolvers. Long Chen struggled to deal with that sixth-order high-level mysterious person, let alone this flood dragon. What's more, here is still the sea, the home of this dragon. Hiss! Exclamation mark. Jialong let out a penetrating scream, and rushed towards Long Chen again. Thunder God is coming. Helpless, Long Chen had no choice but to turn into a thunder element, and then recklessly attacked the black dragon. The thunder fist shining more severely in the sea water, Long Chen just shook his fist, before touching the black dragon. The latter let out a painful roar. How is this going? Long Chen was a little dumbfounded, but then he thought of something. Water can conduct electricity. I actually forgot about it, because I was a good student in my previous life. Long Chen patted his head and cursed secretly. At this time, his whole body was transformed into thunder, and he was not afraid of thunder and lightning. And thunder and lightning could directly attack the flood dragon along the sea. Even according to the knowledge points learned by Long Chen in his previous life, because seawater contains a lot of sodium ions and hydrogen ions, both of which are positive and negative ions, seawater is easier to conduct electricity than ordinary water. Sure enough, it's not wrong to study hard. Long Chen chuckled secretly, and then set his eyes on the black dragon. Originally thought that the sea is its home field, now it seems that the sea is still its home field. Thinking of this, Long Chen directly elevated the thunder ability to level 8. Sure enough, as he expected, when he reached the 7th level, he realized the ability of thunder elementalization. But because Long Chen had already learned that Thor was born, this ability was useless. The thunder ability that has risen to the 8th level is powerful enough to cause damage to the Lord-level mutant beast. Thunder trial! Long Chen shouted. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the endless thunder began to gather. The next moment, a thick lightning directly landed, and the target was the Black Flood Dragon. Boom! The lightning had already locked the Black Flood Dragon, and it couldn't hide it at all. Directly struck by lightning, because in the ocean, the power of lightning is several times stronger than on land. Dead! Long Chen yelled violently, and rushed towards the black dragon paralyzed by lightning while holding the tyrant's sword. A panic flashed across the black dragon's eyes. The lightning had done too much damage to it, and it didn't want to bear the numbness and pain. So the black dragon made a decisive decision, taking 36 strategies as the best strategy, and dived straight into the sea and fled. Damn, you want to run after eating Xiao's boat? Long Chen yelled angrily. He came and left as he wanted to. He was really bullying. Thinking of this, Long Chen dived directly into the sea, and pursued the black dragon. With Long Chen's current physical fitness and the existence of an immortal body, even if he does not breathe in the water for a few days or nights, it is fine, and there is no need to worry about being drowned. The black dragon parade in the water is very fast. Even if Long Chen keeps jumping in space, he still can't catch up. Damn it, I won't go back if I don't catch up with you. Long Chen was originally temperamental, let alone this. Jialong swallowed his boat, making him unable to go back. So he must catch up with this dragon and give vent to it. After parading in the sea for several hours, even Long Chen was almost exhausted, but the Black Flood Dragon was still running desperately. Time stands still. Helpless, Long Chen had to use the time ability against the Black Dragon. The time ability controlled it for just 1 second, but it was enough. Several teleports of Long Chen appeared on the back of the Black Dragon. His fist turned into a thunder fist, and it hit the Black Dragon's back heavily. The Black Dragon uttered a scream, and then fell directly toward the seabed. Long Chen also hurriedly fell to the bottom of the sea, just in time to see the Black Dragon slump to the ground. Although he was not dead, he was also injured. Just when Long Chen was about to beat the Black Dragon to vent, suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly, because not far in front, a huge palace appeared unexpectedly. Under the sea also have palaces. Chapter 128. The mermaid in the palace. Looking at the palace in front of him that looked like the Sea Dragon Palace in the myths and legends of the previous life, Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. He subconsciously walked towards the palace, but when he was about 10 meters away from the palace, he was suddenly hit by something. Long Chen looked at the empty front, very puzzled. He touched his hand forward, even though he felt as if he had touched something. Is it a wall? An invisible wall? Long Chen was a little puzzled, and he tried to go in another direction, but he would still be blocked by this invisible wall. Could this palace be sealed by something similar to a barrier? Long Chen couldn't help being curious about this underwater palace, so he tried to activate the space power. As the figure flashed, Long Chen appeared in the barrier. It seems that space abilities still have an effect on this enchantment. Since he could enter and leave through the space power, Long Chen didn't need to worry about what danger he would encounter. In fact, with his current strength, even if he meets a powerhouse beyond the king rank, although he can't beat him, he still has no problem running away. What's more, Long Chen always had a faint feeling in his heart at this time, that he should enter this palace, and there will be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Long Chen stopped thinking about other things and walked straight towards the palace gate. The door was closed. Long Chen gently pushed it first, planning to give it a try. But I didn't expect that the door was not heavy at all, so it opened directly. At the moment the door opened, Long Chen was stunned by the scene inside the palace. I saw a dozen strange creatures that were half human, half fish wandering inside. The upper body of these strange creatures was a human body, and the lower body was a fish tail. There are men and women. The men are shirtless, and the women only wear a cover made of seaweed, revealing their fair and tender skin. Damn, mermaid. Looking at this scene, Long Chen was stunned. Isn't this the legendary mermaid? Hey, I first met the blood, then the elves and werewolves, and now I met the mermaid again. My life is really colorful. At this time, because of the sudden opening of the gate, the dozens of mermaids wandering in the palace square also looked towards Long Chen. The shocked expression on his face was even worse than Long Chen. This is a Legloren. I don't know which mermaid spoke first, and suddenly these dozen or so merfolk went crazy and rushed towards Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen's eyes as if an ordinary person suddenly saw a dragon flying in the sky, as if they had discovered a new continent. Damn. Long Chen couldn't help but explode in his heart. Even if the female mermaid rushed over, there were also a group of big masters rushing towards them. What's this? However, judging from the aura radiating from their bodies, they are all a group of ants whose strength is not at the Lord level. So Long Chen didn't plan to run, but thunder burst out all over his body. The thunder and lightning spread to the surroundings along the sea, directly paralyzing these mermaids. But because he still doesn't know the situation, Long Chen didn't kill him. That little thunder and lightning will only make them immobile by electricity. Interesting. Long Chen continued to walk towards the palace, and suddenly felt that there were changes all around. Soon, he discovered that he was surrounded by a group of mermaids, all of them holding harpoons, watching Long Chen very vigilantly. Long Chen could even faintly feel that there are still a few powerful men with strength reaching tier 6. Grab this Luren. With a sharp shout, this group of mermaid fighters rushed towards Long Chen with harpoons. Long Chen continued to explode the power of thunder, and he found that the power of thunder and lightning in the sea would be greater. The thunder and lightning energized most of the merfolk completely and lost their combat effectiveness, and only those few tier 6 merfolk could barely support it. Damn, this Luman is too strong and can only use the net of heaven and earth. Those tier 6 merfolk glanced at each other, then did not know where to pull out a net and threw it towards Long Chen. Fishing net? Looking at this net, Long Chen was a little dumbfounded. Are these mermaids brain sick? Actually use a broken fishing net to deal with himself. Broken. Long Chen took out the tyrant sword and slashed directly towards the fishing net. The next moment, he became even more dumbfounded. Instead of cutting through the fishing net, the tyrant knife was trapped. Long Chen struggled hard, but found that the more he struggled, the tighter the fishing net was. After the bird, the car was forced to overturn on the spot. Ha ha ha, trapped by the net of heaven and earth, it is impossible for even a 7th horde strong person to get out of the trap. Go, take this landman to the ancestor, please make her decision. With that said, these mermaids carried Long Chen across the road and went straight to a hall. During the period, I met many mermaids, and they all looked at Long Chen, who was wrapped in fishing nets, with eyes like discovering a new world. I feel a little embarrassed to see him. Entering the hall, Long Chen was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by these tier 6 merfolk. Ancestor, this is the intruder we found. It looks like it is from Lu. A mermaid shouted towards the top of the main hall, and Long Chen looked along the top of the main hall. The pupils shrank suddenly. I saw a huge throne in the innermost part of the hall. On the throne, there is a female mermaid. The upper body looks like an old lady in her 70s or 80s, but her lower body has a huge colorful fish tail. It's similar to the old man in the movie The Mermaid directed by the Star Master that Long Chen had seen in his previous life. But what makes Long Chen feel the heart palpitations most is the faintly terrifying aura she exudes. The turbid eyes of the ancestor mermaid made Long Chen feel a kind of trembling. He was sure that this was definitely a strong person beyond the king level, and Long Chen couldn't see her at all. Intruder, Lurin. The ancestor of the mermaid immediately became energetic when he heard the words and looked at Long Chen, who was by the big 5 flowers. Untie him. Yes, the tier 6 mermaid didn't hesitate. It seemed that the ancestor's words were just imperial decree and could not be resisted. After taking away the net of heaven and earth, Long Chen did not intend to escape. One is that he is not sure whether he can escape or not, and the other is that there is always a call in his heart to let him stay. Lurin, how did you enter the sea god temple? The mermaid ancestor asked towards Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't speak at all. Don't reply to the ancestor's words. Seeing that the tier 6 mermaid was furious, he kicked Long Chen's ass. Long Chen glared at the two men directly, then pointed to his mouth. Although he can hold his breath, it doesn't mean he can speak in the water. Save him from water drops. The ancestor of the mermaid also realized this problem and beckoned to a female mermaid. Upon hearing this, the mermaid took out something that looked like a pearl from the necklace on her chest, and then walked to Long Chen. This is to avoid water drops. After swallowing, you can breathe and talk in the water. The mermaid said. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her voice was very gentle, giving Long Chen a feeling of spring breeze. So he did not hesitate and opened his mouth directly. Chapter 129, Curse or Inheritance. Long Chen opened his mouth, and the mermaid immediately sent the beads into Long Chen's mouth. Following the entrance of the beads, Long Chen first felt a chill, as if he was holding an ice cube. Immediately, a faint fragrance hits. This fragrance. Long Chen suddenly remembered that this bead seemed to be taken from the mermaid's chest. Doesn't that mean this fragrance? Long Chen suddenly became a little shy, his face oozing blush. He is still a pure boy, although he is no longer a virgin. After swallowing the water droplets, Long Chen immediately found that the seawater around him had been repelled away, and he didn't have to hold his breath anymore. That's amazing. Long Chen gave a compliment. This is not what he said in his heart, but directly from his mouth. He can speak too. Now you can answer my question, right? Seeing Long Chen could speak, the mermaid ancestor continued to ask. What's the problem? Oh, you just asked me why I came in, right? I don't know why I came in. I just came in inexplicably. Long Chen pretended to know nothing. He can't expose the space power yet. If these mermaids suddenly go crazy to their disadvantage, they have to rely on the space power to escape. After the ancestor of the mermaid stared at Long Chen, he didn't even worry about how Long Chen entered. Originally, you forcibly broke into the sea god temple and hurt my people, so you should be put to death. But because you didn't move the killer, I can now give you a chance to make up. The mermaid ancestor suddenly said. Make up for the opportunity? What chance? Long Chen asked curiously. You follow me. The ancestor of the mermaid didn't explain much, but got up and swam out of the palace. Long Chen was a little puzzled, but out of curiosity, he still followed. Soon, they came to a huge square. There were many mermaids in the square, men, women and children. Seeing the mermaid ancestors came, they all bowed to her respectfully. However, as soon as he saw Long Chen following the ancestor, he was shocked. Is this Lurin? Rumor has it that Lurin has legs, but I didn't expect it to be true. This is the first time I have seen Lurin. Why did the ancestor bring Lurin here? Is it because of the curse of the sea god? The mermaids on the square talked a lot. Long Chen's hearing is very good, so naturally they all listened to it. Poseidon curse? Long Chen noticed the word. Soon, the mermaid ancestor stopped, and in front of them was a high platform. On the high platform, a trident was inserted impressively. This trident is different from the weapons of those mermaid warriors before, because it looks much stronger in appearance, and it exudes a powerful and deep breath. Presumably you heard what they said just now. The opportunity I said was about the curse of the sea god. The mermaid ancestor spoke slowly, and then took the initiative to tell Long Chen about their mermaid history. In fact, the mermaid and the lander are of the same origin. Millions of years ago, humans were born. For some reason, some humans chose to enter the sea and became mermaids. In fact, the merman tribe has always been in contact with the land people, and they were called the Atlantis civilization by the land people at that time. Until tens of thousands of years ago, Atlantis suddenly suffered a crisis of genocide. As for the specific crisis, the mermaid ancestor did not say, and Long Chen did not ask much. That crisis was even more serious than the last days experienced on land today. Atlantis civilization directly fell apart, and hundreds of millions of creatures perished in that disaster. Fortunately, at that time, a peerless strong man appeared on the land. He called himself a sea and saved the surviving mermaid tribe. But Poseidon was also seriously injured as a result, and died soon. When he was dying, he left his inheritance, and let the surviving mermaid guard the inheritance and wait for the successor. Once the sea died, The survivors of the mermaid clan were trapped in the sea hall for generations to guard the sea heritage. Because the sea god temple was sealed by the sea god, outsiders could not enter, nor could the mermaid inside. Unless someone can inherit the inheritance of the sea god, they can truly be liberated. At the beginning, these mermaid tribes did not complain. After all, the sea was also to protect them. But with the passage of 10,000 years, the descendants of the mermaid tribe became dissatisfied. They hadn't experienced that disaster, so they didn't have much gratitude for Poseidon, but only resentment. Resentment trapped them in this sea god temple, unable to go out to see this prosperous world. Therefore, the descendants of these mermaid tribes directly call Poseidon's inheritance as Poseidon's curse. If you want to inherit the Poseidon's inheritance, you must pull off the Poseidon trident. Over the years, we have tried more than once, but we have not been able to succeed. Later, we guessed that the Poseidon was a Liuran, so if only the Liuran can get the inheritance. Unfortunately, there have been no Lu people in these years. You are the first one. The ancestor of the mermaid spoke very slowly, and it took more than an hour to speak. Long Chen was lost in thought. Poseidon heritage, trident of Poseidon? This is kind of interesting. This secret temple is actually equivalent to an ancient relic. If you can obtain this secret inheritance, then your own strength should be improved. Well, I'm willing to give it a try. Long Chen immediately nodded in agreement, and finally showed a smile on the wrinkled face of the old mermaid. You never kill every time you make a shot. This shows that you are not a bloodthirsty person. Don't worry, even if you fail, I will let you leave safely. The mermaid ancestor said. Long Chen felt that her old voice was so kind for the first time. I will do my best. Long Chen said firmly. Long Chen's principle is that people respect me 1 foot and I respect others. If it was just to improve strength, then he really wants to help the mermaid out of trouble. Nodded to the mermaid ancestor, Long Chen jumped directly onto the high platform. At this time, hundreds of merfolk gathered on the square, and they all stared at Long Chen on the high platform. Can he really pull out the Poseidon trident? We have tried countless times, but we all failed. I think it's hanging enough. I have tried it. The trident is inserted too deep and can't be pulled out. Even Hercules Lucian can't touch it. He looks so thin and weak. It must be even more impossible. I don't think so. It is rumored that the sea god is Liuran, and the ancestor speculates that only Liuran can obtain the inheritance of the sea god. I believe the ancestor's guess. The mermaid in the square talked a lot. Some believed in Long Chen, and some didn't. But without exception, they are all very nervous at this time. Even the ancestor of the mermaid with unfathomable strength clenched his fists at this moment. And Long Chen walked directly in front of the sea god trident. He took a long breath, and then directly grabbed his hand towards the sea god trident. Chapter 130. Gaining inheritance. Just getting close can feel this powerful breath. Long Chen stood 1 meter away from the sea god trident, his expression full of seriousness. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen finally stretched his hand to the trident. Hiss. As soon as Long Chen's hand touched the trident, he felt a biting cold sensation hitting his heart along his arm. Long Chen tried to start hard. Get up. Long Chen shouted violently, releasing all his strength. However, the Poseidon trident still remained motionless. It clearly didn't seem to be inserted too deep, but it just couldn't be pulled out. As if this trident weighed 1,000,000 catties. Oh. It seems to have failed again. At this time, the mermaids below sighed after seeing this. Even the ancestors of the mermaid couldn't help but dimmed. Finally, a landman appeared, but he couldn't help them. Could it be that God destined them to be trapped here for generations? Long Chen also sighed. He had tried his best. Just as he retracted his hand to leave, a body voice suddenly rang in his mind, making his steps stop. Ding! It is detected that there are pickable attributes nearby. Do you want to pick it up? This was the voice of the system, and Long Chen hurriedly looked around after hearing this. Soon, beside the trident of the sea god, a light group appeared. On the light ball seemed to be carved with the mark of the sea god trident. Pick up. Long Chen said something in his heart, and the next moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the 7 forms of the sea god are obtained. 7 Poseidon? What is that? Long Chen stood there a little confused. But in the eyes of the mermaids under the high platform, they thought that Long Chen could not accept the fact. If you fail, you will fail. Anyway, we are used to it. Yes, it seems that we are really out of touch with the outside world. The mermaid said one after another. The ancestor of the mermaid also sighed, and leapt gently to Long Chen's side. Boy, I know you have tried your best. It seems that this is destined by God. The ancestor of the mermaid also thought that Long Chen was too guilty. So he said nothing. Long Chen asked suddenly, Old ancestor, do you know that the 7 Poseidon types, exclamation mark. Just as Long Chen said this sentence, the mermaid ancestor next to him suddenly trembled. The surrounding sea vibrated violently. Her turbid eyes flashed with light at this moment. "How do you know Poseidon's 7 poses?" The mermaid ancestor stared at Long Chen, and asked very seriously. Well, when I just met the sea god Trident, a memory inexplicably entered my mind. It was this sea god's 7 form. Long Chen thought for a while and made up a lie. And the ancestor of the mermaid didn't even see the flaw. Of course. Maybe she did but didn't say it. She just said with excitement and confusion. According to the words handed down from the ancestors, the Poseidon's 7 styles are part of the Poseidon's inheritance, and are the skills of the Poseidon's fame. It stands to reason that only the Poseidon's trident can be obtained to obtain the Poseidon's inheritance. Why? The mermaid ancestor said excitedly and suspiciously. Long Chen gave a wry smile. He couldn't possibly say that it was because he had a system. It is estimated that it fell when the sea god trident was just touched. That is, Long Chen had a system, otherwise it would not be possible for others to obtain it. In the inquiring eyes of the mermaid ancestor, Long Chen had to change the subject. "Old ancestor, I think I might have a way to pull out this Poseidon trident." Long Chen said. His words were not aimless, because he just checked the so-called 7 Poseidon forms. Poseidon's 7 poses are actually Poseidon's 7 combat skills, and one of them is the ability to control the weight of Poseidon's trident at will. Thus, in the nervous and hopeful eyes of the ancestors of the mermaid and hundreds of mermaid in the audience, Long Chen stretched out his hand to the sea god trident again, and then held it with one hand. The first thing I felt was the cold sensation, but this time it was no longer freezing cold, but a refreshing sensation. It's like a sudden cool breeze in the hot summer. It feels refreshing. 7 Poseidon styles, 1 with halberd. "Get me up!" Long Chen yelled violently, directly urging the 7 Poseidon of the sea god. The human halberd is 1, which can maximize the affinity between itself and the sea god trident. He will be able to control the weight, length and size of the sea god's trident at will. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Poseidon trident rose to the ground, and immediately the entire Poseidon temple shook violently, and the sea was rippling. An energy pillar gushed out from the original position of the sea god trident and rushed straight into the sky. If the mermaid ancestor felt something, he looked out of the sea god temple, and countless bright lights burst into his eyes. The barrier has disappeared. The mermaid ancestor raised to the sky and shouted. The mermaid in the sea god temple heard the voice of the mermaid ancestor at this moment. After being stunned for a moment, they shouted with excitement. At this time, Long Chen stood in place, closing his eyes, because an extremely huge energy poured into his body from the sea god trident. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the water ability LV1. Ding! It is detected that the ability of water is at full level, and it will automatically advance to the law of water LV1. As the system prompt sounded, Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, both of his eyes seemed to have turned into an endless ocean. The law of water, comprehending the power of the law, is equivalent to being able to control all the water in the world. Long Chen muttered to himself. The power of the law is much stronger than the ability. The law of life gave him the immortality, and the law of water gave him absolute control over water. If he fights in a place with water, his strength will probably increase more than 100-fold. Young man, you are simply the benefactor of my mermaid clan. Just when Long Chen's mind was full of thoughts, the voice of the mermaid ancestor beside him suddenly rang. She looked at Long Chen with gratitude. Not only her, but the men, women, and children of the mermaid tribe in the audience were also looking at him, eyes full of gratitude. Because from today, they finally don't have to be trapped in the sea god temple. They can go to the outside world to see the wonderful world. Old ancestor, you are serious. Besides, this time I can be regarded as thanks to you, and I have gained a lot. Long Chen was also very excited. The mermaid got out of trouble, and his strength was improved. It was a win-win situation. After that, the mermaid ancestor solemnly invited Long Chen to participate in their mermaid clan banquet. Naturally, Long Chen did not refuse. He carefully put the sea god's trident into the portable space, which was the sea god's weapon. Although I don't know how strong Poseidon is, it is definitely not comparable to the overlord Demon King by his name. The name is not arbitrary, such as the undefeated dragon god, Xinyao Great Emperor, Kinyan Dozu, and other top-notch powerhouses in the human camp, which name is not extremely domineering. If you want to have a domineering name, you must have the strength to match it, otherwise you will only be despised. Chapter 131, To subdue the black dragon. In the reception hall of the sea god temple, all the fish gathered together, and the table was full of delicious food. There are also many mermaids dancing to their heart's content. The upper body is a human body wearing a hood, and the lower body is a fish tail covered with beautiful scales, which is swaying in the sea, which looks unique. Headed by the mermaid ancestors, almost every mermaid came to toast Long Chen. The wine glasses seem to be made of materials that avoid water droplets, so the wine inside will not blend into the seawater outside. There are tens of thousands of mermaids in the sea god temple, and every mermaid comes to toast Long Chen. If it weren't for his extraordinary system, he would probably be drunk to death. Ancestor, we found a wounded sea monster outside the sea god temple. At this moment, a few mermaid fighters dragged a giant black creature with a net. Long Chen took a closer look and almost laughed out of nowhere. Isn't this Nima the Black Dragon? I originally thought that this guy had already run away, but I didn't expect to be still outside the sea god temple. And he was caught by the soldiers of the mermaid tribe. It seems that the fate between them is quite big. The Black Flood Dragon struggled vigorously, but it was doing useless work at all. Even Long Chen couldn't break the net of heaven and earth, let alone it. Kai, let me make it into your meat. I'll share it with you. The ancestor of the mermaid saw the black dragon, waved his hand and said casually, and the black dragon, trapped by the net of heaven and earth, suddenly showed a bitter expression. Is it a high-level Lord-level mutant beast that will become the food in the belly of these people? Suddenly, the Black Jialong saw Long Chen not far away, and immediately looked at him for help. Long Chen didn't even look at this guy. He was so anxious for the black dragon, he almost cried. Just when several mermaid fighters were about to drag him away, Long Chen finally spoke. Wait, old ancestor, I don't know if I can let go of this dragon. Actually, I was able to come to Sea God Temple this time because of it. Long Chen said, if it hadn't been for the black dragon to attack his ship, he would not catch up and would not find the Sea God Temple. It will not happen now. Of course. The reason why Long Chen wanted to save it was not because of these, he was planning to let this black flood dragon serve as his mount. Otherwise, this endless ocean would never let Long Chen walk over by himself. And the ancestor of the mermaid was only taken aback when he heard the words, and then smiled. Small things, since the benefactor has spoken, let it go. The few mermaid fighters really put away the heaven and earth net after hearing the words, but Long Chen stared at the heaven and earth net firmly. This thing seems to be quite powerful. No matter how big a creature is, it can be trapped. It would be great if I could fool this thing. Long Chen thought in his heart. The ancestor of the mermaid saw that Long Chen had been staring at the net of heaven and earth. He could easily see his careful thoughts, and couldn't help but smile. Then he said to the celebrity fish warrior, give your net of heaven and earth to the benefactor. This sudden decision made the fish warrior and Long Chen stunned. However, Long Chen was the first to react, and couldn't help but feel a little shy. I didn't expect Xiao Chujiu in my heart to be seen. Yes. The mermaid warrior was just stunned for a while, and obediently handed the tan-loaded net to Long Chen. Holding the net of heaven and earth in your hand, whether it looks or feels, it is completely ordinary fishing net. This heaven and earth net is made of special materials. It is a technological method unique to our mermaid clan. If it is covered by it, even a king-level powerhouse cannot escape. The old mermaid smiled and explained to Long Chen, and then taught him how to use it. In fact, it is not difficult to use, just like a fisherman casting a net. Just throw it at the enemy. The difficult thing is how to cover the target. For this reason, the Merman tribe also deliberately made the net of the sky and the earth look like an ordinary fishing net, which can greatly reduce the enemy's vigilance. Like Long Chen, it was because of this. Long Chen put the nets of heaven and earth into the portable space. This is also a means of a yin person, don't do it for nothing. Then he turned his gaze to the Black Flood Dragon. Although he was out of trouble, the Black Flood Dragon did not dare to run. There are nearly 10,000 mermaid here, not to mention that the strength of the mermaid ancestor is so unfathomable that he dare not run away given it a few guts. Long Chen walked to the Black Dragon and said, the senior lord already has a certain amount of wisdom. I know you must understand what I am saying. I will use some methods for you later. If you don't want to die, don't resist. Having said that, Long Chen directly placed his hand on the black dragon head, and then activated the beast defense ability. Feeling that his soul world is being invaded, the black flood dragon subconsciously wants to resist. Humphrey. At this time, a cold snort came from the mermaid ancestor's mouth. A terrifying coercion came, and the black dragon dared not have any thoughts of resistance. 1 minute later, Long Chen successfully reached a soul contract with the black dragon. In other words, he now has a high-level lord as a mount. The clan feast lasted for a full night, and Long Chen had no idea how much wine he had drunk. Even with his physique, he couldn't hold it anymore. So he decided to stay in the Sea God Hall for one night first. At midnight, Long Chen finally sobered up. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Please come in, Long Chen said casually, and soon the door opened and a graceful figure appeared. Long Chen took a closer look, and it turned out that it was the mermaid who had fed him to avoid water drops. There are thousands of female mermaids in the Sea God Temple, but she is undoubtedly the most beautiful one. Long Chen still vaguely remembered her name, which seemed to be Irene. "Yes, is there something?" Long Chen asked a little shyly. "The night is the worst time for a man. He has just sobered up, and he hasn't fully sobered yet. Not to mention that Irene is still so revealing and looks so beautiful." Long Chen couldn't help but give birth to many thoughts. Could it be that the mermaid ancestor was afraid of his loneliness, so he sent Irene to warm up his bed? If she wants to do anything to herself, should she agree, or should she agree? Long Chen kept inwardly, but Irene, who was pure-minded, didn't know at all. She smiled and said, "Benefactor, the ancestor asked me to bring you these, saying that it will help your strength." With that, Irene took out many sparkling beads from her arms. Long Chen could feel the pure energy radiating from the beads, and each of them could be comparable to a Lord-level energy essence. "What is this?" Long Chen asked in shock. "This is the essence of the ocean, and it contains very pure energy. We all use this to cultivate. I heard from the ancestors that it was left by Lord Sigurd long ago," Irene explained. Chapter 132. Murong family was destroyed. Irene left after leaving the essence of the sea, and did not do extra stay. It also directly dispelled Long Chen's inner yi. After Irene left, Long Chen looked at the essence of the ocean. There are 15 in total, each of which contains energy comparable to a Lord-level energy essence. It's a lot of wealth. At this time, he noticed that the black flood dragon entrenched on the side was looking at him eagerly. In other words, looking at the essence of the ocean. The expression in his eyes is full of prayers. Now that it has signed a contract with Long Chen, it can be regarded as its own person. Naturally, Long Chen will not be stingy and threw 5 of them directly. "Stick me hard when I rush tomorrow, do you hear me?" Long Chen said. The black dragon nodded desperately, and then began to enjoy the essence of the ocean. The essence of the ocean seems to be better for the creatures living in the ocean, and it is more attractive. Long Chen activated the time ability, and the flow of time around him instantly increased 7 times. Then, Long Chen began to devour the essence of the ocean one by one. One night passed quickly. For others it was just one night, but for Long Chen, it was equivalent to 7 nights. The black dragon was able to digest the 3 ocean essences, and its strength broke through to the peak of the Lord level. Long Chen directly digested all the 10 ocean essences, and his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Power, 3,600,000. Speed, 3,050,000. Agility, 3,464,690. Defense, 3,585,000. Spirit, 3,100,000. Skills, Master Knife, Cat Shadow Magic Step LV5, Earth Ability LV7, Domination of the World LV5, Mind Ability LV3, Blood Devouring Ability, Thunder Ability LV8, Space Ability LV9, Mirror Ability LV6, Time Ability LV6, King Kong Bar Body LV10, Law of Life LV1 Immortal Body, Law of Water LV17 Poseidon. Experience value, 3 million. Looking at his current attributes on the system panel, Long Chen nodded in satisfaction. The total attribute is 3 million points, which can be regarded as barely stepping into the threshold of the 6th Order Grandmaster level, plus other methods that are mastered. Long Chen is even confident, even if he meets a King-level powerhouse again, he will not be false. After bidding farewell to the mermaid ancestors and others, Long Chen sat on the head of the black dragon. The huge body of the black flood dragon suddenly shuttled through the sea, but after a while, the Sea God Temple behind him could not be seen. "Xiao Hai, speed it up!" Long Chen shouted at the black dragon. Xiao Hai was the name he gave to the black dragon. Although the black dragon doesn't like this name, it can't help it. It can't resist. Xiao Hai marched on the sea with all his strength, much faster than the previous ship. Long Chen even directly took out the Sea God's trident. The terrifying aura contained in it could shock the surrounding marine creatures, preventing them from coming out. In this way, after 3 days, Long Chen finally saw the coastline. After going ashore, Long Chen originally wanted Xiao Hai to return to the ocean. After all, this sky was so big, he couldn't take it away. But Xiao Hai was unwilling to leave, and said that it actually has the ability to become smaller, but because this ability is too tasteless, it has never been used. Get smaller? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. He had heard of the huge transformation ability, but the ability to become smaller was rare. "You are getting smaller, show me," Long Chen said with interest. And Xiao Hai also started to shrink directly in front of Long Chen. In the end it became a little snake about 20 centimeters. Ha ha ha, interesting. Well, in that case, follow me. Long Chen laughed and decided immediately. In fact, he was not willing to let Xiao Hai go. After all, this was a powerful help from the pinnacle of a lord. Xiao Hai directly climbed onto Long Chen's shoulder, and this person walked away in a flash. A few hours later, Long Chen finally found a human city. After learning about it, he learned that the city was called Donghai City, named after it was close to the East China Sea. Long Chen calculated that this East Sea city was quite far from the east and west borders, but not far from the ancient city of Yandu. It would only take more than a day to travel at full speed. Thinking that there is no need to go to the border for the time being, Long Chen decided to go back to Yandu ancient city directly. After all, there are also Solanum and Baixiu in there. It has been a long time since I saw them, and I don't know what happened to these two little girls. However, Long Chen was not in a hurry. After sleeping in Donghai Lifing for so long, he planned to find a restaurant to eat first. Walking on the streets of East China Sea City, Long Chen discovered that this East China Sea City is relatively prosperous. Although it may not be as good as Yandu Ancient City, it is definitely much better than Jinling City. He randomly found the restaurant and ordered a few small dishes. While waiting, his ears moved slightly, and he heard the conversation of the person at the next table. Have you heard that the Murong family was wiped out some time ago, and the whole family was wiped out overnight? That's not true. The Murong family is the first family that we are famous for in East China Sea. I heard that there are even several king-level powerhouses in the Murong family. Such a powerful family will be destroyed if you say it. I have a gossip here. The one who killed the Murong family is the first strongest in our human camp, the undefeated dragon god. Cut. This news of you is flying all over the sky. It's a trivial piece of news. I know something that you don't know. I heard that the reason why the undefeated dragon god personally killed the Murong family was with his only disciple due to cold month related. What does it matter? I don't know this. Not just the next table, Long Chen soon discovered that basically every table in the hotel was talking about it. The Murong family has been wiped out. What the undefeated dragon god did is related to Leng Yi. Long Chen smashed his mouth. This is indeed quite breaking news. The undefeated dragon god hasn't made a move for more than 10 years, and he did not expect to make another move, and he would directly destroy a family. Could it be that Leng thought I was dead, so she asked the undefeated dragon to destroy the Murong family and avenge me? Long Chen guessed in his heart that there seemed to be only one possibility. In this way, the undefeated dragon god is still very good to the only disciple Zhuge Lianyu. Soon, the dishes were ready, and Long Chen asked the waiter about the Murong family. What he knew was almost the same as what the nearby diners said. Finally, Long Chen asked about the location of Murong Mansion, and he passed directly after eating. As the Murong family was originally the most powerful family in East Sea City, the location of the mansion was naturally the best. But in the center of Donghai City, it is a large ancient mansion. But when Long Chen arrived, this new Oda mansion was already dilapidated, and he could even faintly ask about the smell inside. Chapter 133, Fight Murong Fu again. Although several days have passed since the Murong family's murder case, there are still many people outside the Murong mansion. They all heard about this incident and came to join in the fun from various nearby cities. If they let the Murong family know that they were still treated as a funeral when they died, they would probably come alive with anger. Long Chen was in the crowd, looking at the Murong mansion, which had basically been in ruins, sighing in his heart. A family of New Oda, with a population of several hundred, was killed overnight. However, he did not sympathize with the Murong family because of this. It is the end of the world. Abusing sympathy is the rhythm of death. He almost died because of Murong Fu, and hundreds of members of the Murong family were also slaughtered because of him. This is karma. He will not sympathize, but he will not gloat for it. He just looked at it purely as a fun, just like the people around him. Just when Long Chen thought it was meaningless and was about to leave, he suddenly saw a mysterious person covered in black robe passing through the crowd and walking to the gate of Murong Mansion. He stood quietly in front of the door with his head down, which lasted more than 10 minutes. He suddenly removed a black robe, revealing his true face. The scars on his face made him look terrifying, but a cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes, because he recognized this person. Wrong. Cover. Long Chen squinted his eyes, staring at the black-robed man. Although his appearance had changed because of those scars, Long Chen easily recognized him. At the beginning, he almost died in the spatial turbulence, but in the end Long Chen tricked him into the spatial turbulence. Unexpectedly, this guy had a hard life, and he came out alive. But that's okay. Long Chen could kill him personally to relieve his hatred. Dragon Temple, undefeated dragon god. Murong Fu stood there, his body trembling with extreme anger. The four words undefeated dragon god were almost shouted by him through gritted teeth. You slaughtered me, I swear by Murong, from today onwards, I will not share the heavens with your dragon temple. Murong looked up to the sky with a long whistle, and the imposing power of the king-level powerhouse immediately covered a radius of hundreds of miles. The crowds in the periphery of the Murong mansion were trembling with fright by the pressure. I recognize him. He is one of the three kings of the Murong family, Murong Fu. I didn't expect him to be alive. I also remembered, it seems that when Murong's family was destroyed, Murong Fu happened to be away from home and escaped. It looks like this Murong Fu should hate the Dragon God Temple. Although he can't defeat the undefeated Dragon God, he can still do it if he wants to assassinate the Dragon Gods. The people around said one after another. This is also the reason why those superpowers do not want to offend a king-level powerhouse. Once you really offend a king-level powerhouse, unless you eliminate it from the roots, you will have to face the price that he always remembers. The undefeated Dragon God may not be afraid of him, but what about the young disciples of the Dragon God Temple? If they go out to practice, they're likely to be murdered by Murong. Murong Fu, afraid you don't have this chance. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the crowd. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on a young man, who was Long Chen. Murong Fu also heard the sound and saw. His pupils suddenly shrank. He also recognized Long Chen. You are still alive? Murong Fu was surprised. At that time, he had witnessed Long Chen being stirred into the space turbulence. Even he had spent a lot of effort to escape, and for this reason he broke the picture. How could Long Chen, an ant who is not even a grandmaster, survive? You are not dead, how could I die? Long Chen sneered. Murong Fu stared at Long Chen, and then turned into an angry smile. Ha ha ha, well, it's better if you haven't died. The undefeated Dragon God dares to destroy me, then I will charge you some interest first. Dead. Following a burst of shouts, Murong Fu rushed towards Long Chen and blasted out with a palm. The crowds around Long Chen fled after seeing this, but Long Chen was still standing there, showing no signs of dodge. It's like being scared and stupid. It's over, this kid is dead, and now Murong is so angry that he will definitely cut this kid out. This is the inner monologue shared by all. Good job. Seeing Murong Fu's attack had come before him, a cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He shouted, and also waved a palm. Under the six-fold power increase that dominates the world, the power of his palm completely reached the level of the sixth Order Grandmaster level peak. But this was not enough. Long Chen's whole body instantly turned into a thunder. Superb combat skills. Thor is born. Boom! Exclamation mark. When the two palms touched each other, the two retreated dozens of steps at the same time. Murong Fu shook his right arm paralyzed by thunder and lightning, while Long Chen was fine. Let me go. Who is this young man? How can he be so powerful? He can actually fight Murong Fu without losing his hand. This scene immediately stunned the people present. They thought they would see Long Chen being slapped to death by Murong, but reality slapped them severely. Ha! Your strength has improved a lot. Before, you could only run around like a fly, but now you can actually compete with me heads. Murong Fu squinted his eyes to condense Long Chen, also showing shock. He was not like these onlookers shocked Long Chen's strength, but shocked Long Chen's qualifications. In less than a month, Long Chen's strength has actually increased so much. This is definitely a monster-level existence. Murong Fu's eyes suddenly showed madness, and the more enchanting Long Chen, the happier he was. It's great to think about the loss of such a monster-level disciple in the Dragon Temple. Contend? No, I'm going to kill you. Facing Murong Fu's killing intent, Long Chen was not afraid. Murong Fu wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Murong Fu. If so, it's up to the winner. Kill me? Fantastic. I really thought I was afraid of you when I praised you. Upon hearing Long Chen's words, Murong Fu sneered directly. He has to admit that Long Chen's talent will inevitably become a strong player in the future. But unfortunately, this is only the future, and he will not give Long Chen the future. Go to death with peace of mind. God's foot. Murong Fu gave a violent shout. His legs jumped into the air with a kick. Then, his right leg suddenly became thick, big and long, and slammed on Long Chen like a giant hammer. If this is stepped on, I'm afraid it will instantly be crushed into meatloaf, right? The crowd onlookers couldn't help swallowing wildly. Although this Dan Guangjie was not aimed at them, he still felt heart palpitations. Chapter 134, Anger Kill King. Is this your power? Looking at the huge soul, Long Chen gave a cold snort. He remembered that when he was in a different space before, he almost ran away, but was pulled back by Murong Fu's longer arms. His power seems to be that part of his body becomes larger and smaller. Boy, become a meatloaf. Murong Fu let out a crazy roar, and his huge soles slammed on Long Chen. Just when the huge soles of feet were about to touch Long Chen, the corners of Long Chen's mouth raised a strange arc. Just right, let you new weapon. After all, Long Chen directly summoned the Seagull Trident. Then there was a jab at the huge soul that was lowered. Under Murong's huge soul, this trident is like a small thorn. Murong Fu didn't even look at it. Then Long Chen screamed, "Seven Poseidon, giant statue." As soon as the words fell, the Seagull Trident suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Then, in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, it became bigger and bigger. Murong Fu's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene, but at this time he could no longer take his feet back. Puff! The huge soles of the feet were directly penetrated by the Seagull Trident, and a huge blood hole appeared. What? Murong Fu suddenly let out a scream like a pig, and quickly retracted his foot, returning to its original shape. "Little beast, dare to hurt me, I will break your body into pieces." Murong Fu's face was full of hideous colors, and he punched again. The fist turned into the size of a huge mountain and blasted towards Long Chen fiercely. "I am not just as simple as hurting you, this trick, I want you to die." Seven Poseidon, annihilated with one halberd. Suddenly a blue brilliance flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and the Seagull Trident also reflected it, and blue light burst out likewise. An extremely terrifying aura spread at this time. Annihilation with a halberd is the strongest single damage move among Poseidon's 7 styles. Long Chen was even sure to use this move to kill Murong Fu. Dead. When the aura was full, Murong Fu's giant fist had already arrived in front of Long Chen. The sea god's trident stabbed, and all the sea blue light suddenly turned into a huge trident phantom, and it collided with the giant fist fiercely. Boom! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the earth cracked open, and a tyrannical wave of air poured out toward the surroundings. Those onlookers even had no time to escape, and were directly lifted by the air waves. Even the weaker ones were directly killed by the aftermath of this force. Even the surrounding buildings are turned into ruins. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, until half a minute later, Murong Fu's face suddenly changed, and he vomited a big mouthful of blood. "I look down on you. You are not dead yet." Long Chen retracted the Seagull Trident and looked at Murong Fu in surprise. He originally thought that he could kill Murong Fu with one move, but the result was only a serious injury. It seems that a king-level powerhouse is really not easy to kill. However, he is still going to die. Why does your strength increase so fast?" Murong Fu yelled these words almost hysterically. It was obvious that Long Chen was still and crushed by him half a month ago, but now, he was actually injured by Long Chen, and still seriously injured. At this time, Murong Fu had basically lost his fighting ability and even managed to escape. Just after the confrontation with Long Chen, the powerful power of the Seagull Trident had already poured into his body through his arm, displacing all his internal organs. Had it not been for the powerful strength of the King class to protect his heart, he would have died long ago. If you want to know, then go and ask Hades. Long Chen walked up to Murong Fu and looked at him condescendingly. Without talking nonsense, Long Chen directly slapped Murong Fu's Stanling cover with a palm. With a click, Murong Fu's head shattered. The last remaining king-level powerhouse in the Murong family was also declared dead. Call. Long Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and at the same time he felt a little sad. Unexpectedly, he personally killed a king-level powerhouse. And just half a month ago, he was chased and killed by this king-level powerhouse with nowhere to escape. In fact, thinking about it carefully, Long Chen also gained a lot from this trip to the Western continent. First obtained the law of life and immortality in the elves, and then obtained the law of water and the trident of the sea in the sea god temple. This made him, who was originally only in the realm of the master, just enough to burst out the strength to kill the king-level powerhouse. After resting on the spot for another moment, Long Chen got up and left, toward the direction of Yandu ancient city. And the matter about his angrily killing Murong Fu quickly spread throughout Donghai city and even the entire East continent. A day later, in the ancient city of Yandu, in the Dragon Temple, after Long Chen took out his identity certificate, he successfully entered the Dragon Temple. He went straight back to his mansion, trying to surprise Dragon Kui and Baixioan, but he did not find the two Nizis. Just when Long Chen thought she might go out to play, suddenly the door opened and Baixioan walked in. It's just that her face is so bad, and she feels so disheartened that she didn't even find Long Chen in the room. Xioan, until Long Chen spoke, Baixioan's dull eyes finally recovered. At the moment when he saw Long Chen, Baixioan was stunned. After a few seconds, her eye sockets were instantly red, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. Big brother Long Baixioan rushed directly into Long Jin's arms, sobbing. Big brother Long, it's great that you are not dead. Long Chen stroked Bai Xiaoan's head. It must be Xiao's eye who thought he had died on the border battlefield, and was so sad. It's okay, isn't it good for me? By the way, what about Kuai Q? Why don't you see her? When talking about Dragon Kuai, Bai Xiaoan suddenly broke free from Long Chen's arms, and then he looked worried. Brother Long, Kui was taken away yesterday. It seems to be from Kinyan Dogwon. Those people said they wanted to arrest you, but you didn't come back, so they took Kui first. Then an older sister named Dugaleniyu said she would bring Kui back, but she hasn't come back yet. After listening to Bai Xiaoan's words, Long Chen's face suddenly changed. The people at Kinyan Gymnasium took the nightshade. Why are they doing this? Is it because of Chen Jingshan? Long Chen didn't know the reason. He didn't even think about the reason now, but walked directly outside. Bai Xiaoan also wanted to follow, but he was directly rejected by Long Chen. He was going to save people, and he would definitely have to fight. Bringing Bai Xiaoan will only be a drag. After leaving his mansion, Long Chen directly found Xiaoyan. Brother Long Chen, it's great that you are not dead. When he saw Long Chen, Xiaoyan suddenly became excited. The whole Dragon Temple knew about Long Chen being chased by Murongfu. Dugaleniyu directly alarmed the undefeated Dragon God and asked him to take action to destroy the Murong family. This incident has almost spread throughout the eastern continent. Chapter 135. Solanum was arrested and forced into Kinyan. Brother Xiaoyan, tell me, where is the headquarters of Kinyan Dogwon? Long Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so he asked directly. Hearing Long Chen's question, Xiaoyan was taken aback first, then sighed. It seems that you know? But don't get excited. The real purpose of Kinyan Taoist Hall is you, so it will definitely not hurt the Dragon Kuai. Dugaleniyu has already negotiated with them. With her status, she must be very soon will bring the nightshade back. Xiaoyan kindly persuaded. Tell me, the location of Kinyan Dogwon. Long Chen repeated the previous words again, his tone a little cold. He is very anxious now. After all, Solanum is his only sister. How could he not care? Xiaoyan looked at Long Chen's expression. He didn't even doubt that if he didn't tell Long Chen, he might immediately go crazy. So after hesitating for a while, Xiaoyan still sighed. Kinyan City is just east of Yandu Ancient City, almost 500 kilometers away. Thank you. After speaking, Long Chen left straight away. This time, Long Chen used space teleport regardless of consumption. In this way, he arrived in Kinyan City within half a day. The status of Kinyan Dogwon in Kinyan City is equivalent to that of Dragon Temple in Yandu Ancient City. So Long Chen just asked someone casually, and he learned the location of Kinyan Dogwon. Like the Dragon Temple, Kinyan Taoist Temple also occupied an emperor's palace before the end of the world. Although it is not as splendid as the Forbidden City where the Dragon Temple is located, it is also very good. Although there are several powerful evolving guards at the gate of Kinyan Dogwon, Long Chen directly used the spatial ability to sneak in, without leaking the slightest breath, and would not be found at all. After entering the Kinyan Gymnasium, he casually grabbed a young disciple from the Kinyan Gymnasium to the corner, then pinched his neck and asked coldly, "Say, where did you catch the nightshade?" The young disciple was suddenly caught by Long Chen, still a little dazed. After reacting, instead of being afraid, he glared at Long Chen. "Who are you? Dare to come to my Kinyan Gymnasium to make trouble?" The young disciple shouted sharply, while Long Chen frowned. He didn't want to bother with this guy, so he directly released the powerful blood pressure, and the young disciple immediately shuddered. "You! What do you want?" the young disciple asked tremblingly. How could there be the arrogant appearance before? "Answer my question, where is the nightshade?" Long Chen said coldly, but the young disciple looked bitter. "Big brother, I don't know any nightshade." Looking at his expression, it didn't seem to be a lie, so Long Chen asked in another way. "Have you ever caught a girl about 15 years old recently?" Upon hearing this, the young disciple nodded with a thoughtful expression on his face. Yes, it seems that yesterday, they caught a pretty girl. But eldest brother, this has nothing to do with me. Chen Jingshan sent someone to arrest him. Chen Jingshan? Long Chen's expression sank, and as expected, he couldn't get rid of this guy. "Don't talk nonsense. Where was she taken?" "Dungeon," the young disciple said hurriedly, not daring to hesitate. "Take me to." Having said that, Long Chen let go of the young disciple, but put his hand on his shoulder. As long as this guy changes, he can be killed immediately. The young disciple dared not refuse, and quickly led the way. On the way, Long Chen asked the young disciple Chen Jingshan why he had to send someone to catch the nightshade, and he also answered. It turned out that everything was because of Chen Tanming. Before in Jinling City, Long Chen killed a member of the Chen family, named Chen Danming. Originally he thought that no one knew about it, but the room where he killed Chen Danming was monitored and all the process was taken. The surveillance was seen by Chen Danming's father, Chen Hongshan, but because Long Chen was a member of the Dragon Temple, and Chen Hongshan was just a sideline of the Chen family, he didn't dare to come directly to take revenge. So he asked Chen Jingshan for help, and Chen Jingshan was originally upset about Long Chen pitting his merits. So he happily agreed. It was just because Long Chen was chased and killed by Murong Fu at the time and disappeared. Everyone thought he was dead, so Chen Hongshan pointed the target at Long Gui, the only relative of Long Chen. "Brother, wouldn't you just be?" the young disciple suddenly asked thoughtfully. But Long Chen just glared at him. "If you don't want to die, don't talk nonsense." Long Chen's momentum directly scared him to shut up. Soon, the two came to the entrance of the dungeon. At the entrance, there were two Tier 5 evolutionists guarding them, and when they saw the young disciple, they showed a flattering smile. "Hey, Master Chen, why are you here?" Seeing that these two guards were so polite to the young disciple, Long Chen was a little astonished. He didn't expect that he would be the second young master of Kinyan Dogwon. "I heard that a beautiful girl was caught not long ago. I'll go take a look." Young Master Chen has now returned to his indifferent appearance. Young Master Chen, that was caught by young Master Chen, you still. The guard had some embarrassed expressions, and young Master Chen's expression turned dark. "Why, you are only afraid of Chen Jingshan, are you not afraid of me, Chen Xin?" "No, it's not." Seeing that young Master Chen was angry, the two guards waved their hands quickly. "No, just let me go." Chen Xin directly pushed away the two guards and walked towards the inside of the dungeon with Long Chen. And these two guards did not dare to stop. "You did very well," Long Chen said softly, and Chen Xin breathed a sigh of relief. "Then brother, you think I'm doing so well, can you let me go?" Long Chen glanced at Chen Xin, and then said, "Look at your performance." With that, the two of them walked straight to the ground. According to Chen Xin, Solanum is placed on the 5th floor underground. Each layer is guarded by an evolutionary wearing blue armor. But with the second young master Chen Xin, no one dares to stop it. So they quickly reached the 5th floor smoothly. The 5th floor underground is dim and damp. According to Chen Xin, the detainees here are all wicked people. You can hear screams and smell every few steps. Long Chen's complexion was getting worse and worse. They actually dared to keep the Nightshade in such a place. At this time, in a cell on the 5th floor, there was a crackling whip. Solanum was hung and tied, and a fierce-looking young man was beating her with a whip. But the Nightshade was very weak at this time, and his body was full of blood and scars. "Brother Tiger, this girl looks pretty, or don't fight, let's have a good time." At this moment, a wretched young man walked to the side of the fierce young man and said with a smile. The fierce youth showed a thoughtful look upon hearing the words. "Well, young Master Chen just said that we should take care of her first. He didn't say how to take care of her. So, the fierce youth and the wretched youth suddenly smiled at each other. Chapter 136. Long Chen's fury. The fierce young man even put away the whip, and then loosened the rope on the Nightshade. Tusk, brother Tiger, you are really cruel. Beat her like this, and even hurt her pretty little face, the wretched young man complained, and then planned to tear the Nightshade's clothes. If Long Kui felt a little bit, he woke up from the coma and saw the two men looking at him with a lewd smile. She suddenly showed a look of fear. "No, please don't." Solanum hurriedly asked for help, but the two young men laughed. "I just like the feeling of being begged for mercy." The fierce young man laughed and said, he was about to stretch his salty pig's hand to the Nightshade. At this moment, the iron door of the cell suddenly exploded with a bang. The fierce youth and the wretched youth subconsciously turned their heads and looked around, only to see the iron gate opened, but no one was seen. Just when they were puzzled, both hands caught their necks. Brother Dragon Kui was almost desperate. He opened his eyes after hearing the abnormal noise and saw the scene where Long Chen pinched two young people. Looking at the familiar face of Long Chen, the eyes of the Nightshade suddenly became red. When she heard that Long Chen was chased by Murong Fu before, she cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Even thoughts of suicide came up, but Bei Ixioan discovered and saved him. Bei Ixioan was afraid that she would be depressed, so he took her to the ancient city of Yandu to go shopping, but was directly taken away by the people of Kinyan on the street. But she didn't have a trace of fear, because she had almost lost the hope of living. But now seeing Long Chen standing in front of him alive, the heart of Long Kui came back to life. Long Chen's eyes were red at this time, and his anger surged into his heart, especially seeing the wounds on the Solanum body. His killing intent directly rose to the top at this moment. Solanum, his only sister, was so abused. "You are, who dare to break into the dungeon?" the fierce young man yelled at Long Chen, but he was struggling to speak because his neck was pinched by Long Chen. "You two must die." Long Chen directly lifted the two of them, then grabbed them and slammed into each other, and their heads suddenly shattered like a watermelon. A mixture of brain plasma and blood scattered all over the place. After solving these two dregs, Long Chen picked up the nightshade. At this time, her breath was already very weak, and Long Chen urged the law of life and hurriedly injected her with life force. As the life force continued to enter the nightshade body, repairing her injury, her face finally recovered. The scars on his body slowly disappeared under the warmth of life force. "Brother, it's great that you are still alive." Solanum hugged Long Chen's neck, crying in his voice. "Brother will always be alive and take care of you," Long Chen said softly, as if he was not alone compared with the decisive killing just now. "Go, brother will take you back." Having said that, Long Chen was about to leave in his arms. "Stop." There were guards on each floor of the dungeon, but at this time Long Chen was very angry, and every guard who stopped in front of him was instantly beheaded by him. There is not a living mouth. He rushed all the way and quickly reached the exit. However, just out of the dungeon, a group of people blocked the door. The young man led by Long Chen knew Chen Jingshan. "Long Chen, it's actually you. Why are you still alive?" Chen Jingshan also saw Long Chen. His eyes widened suddenly, with an incredible look. Long Chen was hunted down by Mu Rongfu, and the lack of news has spread to all the superpowers. He also thought that Long Chen was dead. After all, Mu Rongfu was a king-level powerhouse. Being chased by a king-level powerhouse, how could this survive? But now, Long Chen appeared in front of him alive, making him have to believe. "Of course I live well, but you must die today." Long Chen stared at Chen Jingshan, his eyes full of anger. The contradiction between the two of them. Chen Jingshan was involved in the Dragon Kuai body, which made him very angry. Dragons have negative scales, and they will die if they touch them. Long Chen's negative scales are relatives and friends. "Little beast. The thing is you." At this time, a middle-aged man beside Chen Jingshan uttered a loud shout. "Little beast, you killed my son, Danming. Today, I will let you bury him. Not just you, but your sister. I want you two to pay Danming your life." This person is Chen Danming's father, Chen Hongshan. After the conversation, Chen Hongshan rushed towards Long Chen in a flash. "Xiao Hai, protect my sister," Long Chen said to Xiao Hai, who had been entrenched on his shoulders. Xiao Hai nodded and jumped onto the shoulder of the nightshade. Long Chen directly rushed towards Chen Hongshan, who was running towards him. HMPH, dare to head with the king-level strong, really looking for death. Looking at this scene, Chen Jingshan suddenly showed mockery. Although Chen Hongshan's status in Kin'an is not high, he is also a real king-level powerhouse. No matter how talented Long Chen was, he definitely couldn't be Chen Hongshan's opponent now. "Although I don't know how you escaped in Mu Rongfu's hands, you will definitely die this time," Chen Jingshan sneered. However, the smile on his face solidified the next moment. I saw that Long Chen rushed towards Chen Hongshan without fear, and blasted out with a punch, covering his fist with endless thunder power. Boom! Exclamation mark. A fist and a palm collided with each other, and Chen Hongshan's face suddenly changed. He only felt an explosive force coming, and the next moment his body kicked and kicked back several steps uncontrollably. But Long Chen didn't move. "How is this possible?" Chen Jingshan suddenly exclaimed, with an incredible expression on his face. Chen Hongshan is a king-level powerhouse. How could Long Chen make a head-to-head fight with him and not let go? Are you surprised? Even more surprised is yet to come. Long Chen snorted coldly and made a big move, and the Seagull Trident appeared in his hands out of thin air. A breath of terror spread throughout the hall. This kind of aura and coercion has definitely reached the level of the middle king class. How could this little animal be so strong? Chen Hongshan's expression was very ugly at this time. He was only in the early stage of the king rank, and the aura that Long Chen exploded at this time absolutely surpassed him. "Dead!" Long Chen yelled violently and rushed towards Chen Hongshan while holding the Seagull's Trident. Facing the Seagull Trident, Chen Hongshan didn't dare to hold on, so he could only keep backing. Chen Jingshan frowned and watched this scene. He had to accept the fact that Long Chen could be tough with the king-level powerhouse. "You guys, go get that girl up. As long as you subdue her, won't Long Chen let me kill?" Chen Jingshan sneered coldly, and commanded the evolutionary behind him. Those evolving people took their orders, bypassing Long Chen and rushing towards Dragon Kuai. Solanum's face suddenly changed when he saw these people walking towards him. She knew that if she was caught, her brother would be passive. She was even ready to commit suicide. Even if she died, she couldn't let them use herself to threaten her brother. Wow! Just as these dozen or so evolutionists were about to come to the front of the Dragon Quai, a roar that contained the smell of silk dragons sounded. In the next moment, these more than a dozen evolutionists stopped one after another, watching the incredible scene before them. I saw a small black snake suddenly jumped off the shoulder of the nightshade, and then its body began to swell. In less than half a minute, it changed from a small snake to a giant dragon with a length of 30 meters. This is a P-Clawed level mutant beast. Chapter 137, Fight if you want, or get out if you don't. The dozen or so evolutionists were shocked immediately. The P-Clawed level mutant beasts, even if the king level powerhouse met, it was a headache, not to mention that they are just a group of tier 5 evolutionists. He doesn't even have the qualifications to plug people's teeth. Roar! Xiao Hai let out a roar and flicked his tail, and several evolutionaries were shot to death in an instant. Withdraw. Where did the remaining evolutionaries dare to stay? They retreated one after another. Xiao Hai got the order to protect the Dragon Kombu, so he didn't pursue it. Chen Jingshan gritted his teeth and watched this scene, but he was shocked. What happened during the period of Long Jin's disappearance? Not only did he increase his strength so much, but he also had a P-Clawed level mutant beast as a bodyguard. Looking at Long Jin's side, Chen Hongshan was defeated steadily under Long Jin's attack, and there was nothing like a king-level powerhouse should have. End it. Poseidon's 7 forms, annihilated with one halberd. Suddenly, Long Chen shouted violently, and the sea-god trident in his hand burst out with a strong sea-blue light. The blue rays of light condensed into a giant Poseidon trident phantom, which slammed towards Chen Hongshan. Do not. Feeling the terrifying breath of the trident phantom, Chen Hongshan's pupils suddenly tightened. He felt the breath of death approaching, and this coercion hit his heart, and he didn't even have the heart to escape. Laugh. With the sound of breaking through the air, the Poseidon trident phantom directly broke through the air barrier and slammed into Chen Hongshan's body. The latter flew out immediately, rubbed tens of meters on the ground before stopping, and then spewed a big mouthful of old blood. Chen Hongshan's breath instantly wilted. Long Jin's figure flashed again, and instantly appeared in front of Chen Hongshan, the sea-god's trident aimed at his chest. You shouldn't do it forever. You just shouldn't act on my sister. Long Chen said coldly. If he only targeted Long Chen might not be so angry. But unfortunately, he touched Long Jin's Nilin. HMPH, you killed my son, Danming. I just want you to taste the pain of losing a loved one. Chen Hongshan roared frantically with a hideous look on his face. He seemed to know that he was bound to die, so he was not afraid at all. Very well, then I will show kindness and send you down to reunite with your son. After all, Long Chen lifted up the sea-god's trident to stab it. At this moment, a loud shout sounded not far away. Stop. Long Chen frowned, but he could hear from that voice that this person was absolutely strong. At least it has reached the peak of the king class. However, it is impossible for him to stop. Regardless of Long Chen, the Poseidon trident pierced directly into Chen Hongshan's chest. However, just as the Poseidon trident was about to stab, a stream of light suddenly came and hit the trident. Long Chen suddenly felt a huge force hit, and directly slammed his trident away, stabbing Chen Hongshan's left shoulder. Chen Hongshan suddenly let out a muffled hum. Presumptuous boy. The old man told you to stop. Why don't you listen? At this time, an old man who seemed to be more than 60 years old appeared in front of Long Chen, glared at him, and shouted sharply. How old are you? Why should I listen to you? Long Chen said unceremoniously. Because of the nightshade, he is now full of murderous intent and anger towards everyone in Kinyan. Presumptuous, Long Chen, do you dare to speak rudely to the great elder and want to die? Chen Jingshan was overjoyed when he saw the old man's arrival, and hurriedly shouted, Elder, this person dared to break into the dungeon and killed many people in our Kinyan Taoist hall. You must take it down. When the elder heard this, he looked at the corpses around him. His face was also extremely bad. Although their Kinyan is no better than the Dragon Temple, they are also ranked among the superpowers in the entire Eastern continent. When have you suffered such humiliation? Boy, my Kinyan is not a place where you can make trouble. Hurry up and grab it. Since you are a member of the Dragon Temple, you may be able to spare your life. The elder snorted coldly. He didn't want to kill Long Chen like Chen Jingshan. He was very aware of Long Jin's position in the Dragon Temple. The undefeated Dragon God is willing to personally kill a family with a king-level powerhouse in order to avenge Long Chen. Although there may be Dugaleniyu among them, it can also be seen that the undefeated Dragon God still values Long Chen very much. If Long Chen died in their Kinyan, it might cause a fight between the two superpowers. The Great Elder still puts the overall situation as the most important. Otherwise, just because Long Chen had just spoken badly to him, it would be enough to be killed by him several times. Sabi. Regarding the Great Elder's persuasion to surrender, Long Chen just replied faintly. The Grand Elder's face has been completely gloomy. Boy, do you really think I dare not kill you? Fight if you want, or get out if you don't. Don't talk so much nonsense. Long Chen said unceremoniously. Chen Hongshan was dead, and couldn't keep it. I said, okay, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. The Great Elder was angry and said two good words again and again. Just when he was ready to do it, Long Chen was also ready to go all out. A lazy voice with a hint of chill suddenly sounded in the void. Chen Dofu, you, a 300-year-old old man, actually took action against a 16 or 17-year-old child. You really lost the old face of your curator. This voice seems to have undergone special treatment, and no emotions, anger, sorrow, or any male or female voice can be heard. But it was this voice that directly changed the expression of the Great Elder, and the hand he had just raised was immediately retracted. He stared at a place closely, only to see ripples in the void. In the next moment, two figures appeared there out of thin air. One of them was wearing a black robe and a dragon head mask on his face. The other is a 17 or 18-year-old girl, who is as beautiful as a fairy, but with an extremely cold face. However, when the girl saw Long Chen, her face that looked like an iceberg showed excitement. She hurried to the front of Long Chen and hugged Long Chen tightly in the eyes of everyone in shock. Duo, Miss Dugu. Long Chen was even more stunned. He did not expect that the undefeated Dragon God and Dugu Lenyu would actually appear here. Not to mention that Dugu Lenyu would take the initiative to hug him in the public. Fine, that's great. Dugu Lenyu said. Her voice was still crying. Long Chen suddenly felt soft in his heart, and he was very moved when he thought that Dugu Lenyu would request the undefeated Dragon God to destroy the Murong family for himself. Leng Yi, thank you. Long Chen condensed 1,000 words into one sentence, but one sentence was enough. Ahem, I don't mind if you two want me or me, but can you get things done first? At this moment, the voice of the undefeated dragon rang. Dugu Lenyu flushed with shame, realizing that there were many people around. So she quickly broke away from Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen, don't be afraid, my master is here, you will be fine. Dugu Lenyu said towards Long Chen, who also nodded in agreement. Dugu Lenyu's words are no exaggeration. With the strength of the undefeated Dragon God, as long as he wants to keep Long Chen, no one can move him. Of course, Long Chen was not afraid. He still has a lot of methods that he hasn't used. If he is rushed, even at the cost of serious injuries, he will shake Kinyan Dogwon. Anyway, there is a space power, and he has every opportunity to take the Nightshade and leave safely. Chapter 138, Two Big Boss Level Encounters. Long Chen first gave a fist to the undefeated Dragon God. Hall Master, thank you for your help. Undefeated Dragon God waved his hand casually and said, you are welcome. You are from my Dragon Temple, I should help you, not to mention. Speaking of this, the undefeated Dragon Mythology turned around and looked towards Chen Dofu, releasing a cold chill. What's more, some people dare to come to my Dragon Temple to arrest people. This is not possible without putting my Dragon Temple in their eyes. Hiss. As soon as the unbeaten Dragon God said this, everyone in Kinyan Gymnasium took a breath, especially Chen Jingshan and Chen Hongshan. At this time their heartbeat has almost reached a frequency. That's the undefeated Dragon God, the veritable first person among the human powers, without even releasing coercion. Just standing there is enough to scare them. Lord Dragon God, this matter is indeed our fault. The elder Chen Dofu first bowed to apologize to the undefeated Dragon God, and then continued. But I also know a little bit about things. Although Chen Tanming is not my Chen family's direct line, after all, I have my Chen family bloodline. Long Chen killed Chen Tanming, and my Chen family can't ignore it. Lord Dragon God, you are also a sensible person, surely you understand us? Chen Dofu said respectfully, and he also seized the moral advantage first. The undefeated Dragon God looked at Long Chen, who knew what he meant, and said quickly, Chen Tan clearly killed me, but that was because he wanted to kill me. My defense was purely legitimate. Fart. My son has average aptitude and is not your opponent at all. How could he want to kill you? Now that there is no evidence, you can make it up casually. Chen Hongshan shouted sharply, but Long Chen snorted coldly. What I said is true or false, you will know when I am not mistaken. If I remember correctly, there should be an old man in commoner in the surveillance. He seems to be the old man. Chen Tanming invited him to deal with me, but unfortunately, that old black skill is not as good as people, and I counter-killed him. Hearing what Long Chen said, Chen Dofu looked at Chen Hongshan. Chen Hongshan suddenly became nervous, because there was indeed an old man and commoner under surveillance. It was just that he was too angry when he saw Long Chen killing Chen Tanming, so he ignored it in a subconscious manner. Seeing Chen Hongshan's appearance, Chen Dofu was not a fool, so he naturally figured it out. His face suddenly became gloomy, and if that was the case, then they would have lost even their moral advantage. Ha, waste. Chen Dofu snorted coldly, and Chen Hongshan's face suddenly paled with fright. Since the truth has come to light, then Chen Dofu, do you have to give us an explanation? At this time, the undefeated Dragon God spoke. Chen Dofu said hurriedly, sweating profusely. Lord Dragon God, this is all a misunderstanding. After all, I am not sure about this matter, but since the misunderstanding has been solved, how about exposing it? HMPH, come to my Dragon Temple to arrest someone and wound them. Just want to forget it? The undefeated Dragon God suddenly snorted, even though Chen Dofu was a powerful king-level peak. He couldn't help trembling all over at this time. He was also very nervous facing this first human being. Just when Chen Dofu was at a loss, another ethereal voice sounded in the void. Ha ha ha, which gust of wind actually blew the undefeated Dragon God? The Pui is far away, Sin, Sin. As the voice sounded, I saw a white-haired and white-bearded elderly man in practice clothes drifting over. It just looks like a fairy style. Although Long Chen didn't know him, he could guess that this must be the owner of Kin'an Dogwon. Kin'an Dao Master ranked among the top 10 human powers. Kin'an Dogwon can rank among the strongest superpowers in the Eastern continent because of the existence of Kin'an Dao Master. Kin'an Taoist Master was already very famous before the end of the world, and was a Taoist master of a famous Taoist temple. With the arrival of the end times, an ancient ruins appeared under the Taoist temple where he was, and he, because of the strength he gained from the ancient ruins, became one of the strong men of that generation and founded the Kin'an Taoist Temple. It is as famous as the Dragon Temple, Xinyao Gate, Jidao Yuguan, Luzong and other superpowers. Chen Dofu, Chen Jingshan, Chen Hongshan and others at Kin'an Taoist Hall were relieved when they saw the owner of the museum. Especially Chen Dofu felt a lot of pressure when talking to the undefeated Dragon God. Now that the owner of the museum is here, the negotiations with the undefeated Dragon God will naturally be handed over to him. Chen Kin'an, you are still the same as before, and you like to grind things. The undefeated Dragon God is very indifferent. Hearing the words of the undefeated Dragon God, everyone couldn't help smacking their lips. It is estimated that the one who dared to talk to Dao Master Kin'an like this is the only one in front of him. Since you are here, let's talk about it. What do you plan to do with this matter? Hee, Dragon God, please stay calm and be impatient. I already know the whole story. Anyway, both of us are at fault. Chen Hongshan shouldn't go to your Dragon Temple to arrest people, but that kid also killed me. Kin'an Taoist Temple. Quite a lot of people, don't you just expose this matter? Chen Kin'an said with a smile, but the undefeated Dragon God shook his head. Those of you who died are just ordinary disciples, not enough. Chen Kin'an's smile faded a lot after hearing this, but he was also very afraid of the undefeated Dragon God, so he looked at Chen Hongshan. You can judge yourself, Master. Chen Hongshan's face changed when he saw it, thinking that the owner of the museum would be able to escape death by himself. But now the curator actually said he wanted to die by himself. Seeing Chen Hongshan's unwillingness unexpectedly, Chen Kin'an frowned. Look at Chen Dofu. Yes, Chen Dofu understood Chen Kin'an's meaning and directly took out a talisman and threw it at Chen Hongshan. Fulu suddenly turned into a stream of light, directly piercing Chen Hongshan's eyebrows, and instantly killed him. In this way, Dragon God is satisfied. Chen Kin'an's tone is already a bit bad, and Chen Hongshan is also a member of his Chen family. No matter what, being killed by him now might chill some of the Chen family. It will also make people feel that he is afraid of the undefeated Dragon God. In fact, he was really afraid of the undefeated Dragon God, because he had fought the undefeated dragon before, and the result was he was defeated by the undefeated Dragon God. Yes, he defeated him with just one move. Not just him. Almost the top 10 in the ranking of human powerhouses have challenged the undefeated Dragon God, but without exception, they all lost with one move. There is only one person, Xinyao the Great of Xinyao, second only to the undefeated Dragon God. In the hands of the undefeated Dragon God, he has survived a move, but it is only a move. It can be said that in the eyes of outsiders, he is an existence on the same level as the undefeated Dragon God. But only he knew that he had no qualifications to compare with the undefeated Dragon God. Chapter 139, If you want to go to war, the Dragon Temple will accompany you to the end. The undefeated Dragon God did not speak directly, but looked at Long Chen. This means seeking Long Chen's opinion. Tao Master Qinian suddenly looked at Long Chen with a little shock. Who on earth would he make the undefeated dragon god take so seriously? Perhaps in the eyes of others, the undefeated dragon god took action to destroy the Murong family, and now he personally came to Qinian Doguan to save Long Chen, completely for the sake of Dugalenyu. But Tao Master Qinian understood that a Dugalenyu shouldn't be enough for the undefeated dragon god to do this. There must be other reasons. Is this guy's talent so powerful that even the undefeated dragon god has begun to pay attention to it? Taoist Qinian couldn't help but guess. Long Chen was also a little surprised at the undefeated dragon god's behavior, but he didn't struggle too much, but looked at Chen Jingshan with a chill. Chen Jingshan was shocked. He felt as if something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Long Chen's icy voice soon rang. I want his life. Everyone followed Long Chen's gaze, and he was referring to Chen Jingshan. Chen Jingshan's expression also changed suddenly. No, Jingtan is my future heir to Qinian Taoist Temple. Chen Qinian immediately vetoed it, and Chen Hongshan killed it, and it would have no effect. But Chen Jingshan is his direct descendant of Chen Qinian, and even the future successor of Qinian Doguan. How could he let Long Chen kill him? I will kill. Long Chen's tone was very firm. Chen Hongshan did not dare to come to the Dragon Temple to arrest people. Without Chen Jingshan as his backer, today's things would not have happened. Dragon Kuai would not suffer because of this. So Long Chen would never let him go. Boy, you don't want to be too tight. Chen Qinian's tone was full of chill, and a powerful pressure surged towards Long Chen. But soon he was blocked by the undefeated dragon god. If you want to do it, do it. I will take care of it for you. To everyone's expectation, the undefeated dragon god actually said such a sentence. Long Chen was overjoyed, and his figure flashed before appearing in front of Chen Jingshan. Presumptuous. Chen Qinian was furious when he saw it, and ignoring the demeanor of the strong, rushed towards Long Chen. However, before he left, the undefeated dragon god's figure stood in front of Chen Qinian. Undefeated dragon god, do you want to go to war? Chen Qinian yelled at the undefeated dragon god. He couldn't imagine that the undefeated dragon god was willing to go to war with him for that kid. If you are not convinced, just take it. The undefeated dragon god snorted coldly, leaking domineeringly. At this moment, even the disciples of Qinian Doguan couldn't help thinking in their hearts that they were indeed the strongest in the human camp, and they were domineering. Chen Qinian glared at the undefeated dragon god. His fists were clenched, but he still did not dare to make a move. The undefeated dragon god just looked at him coldly. As soon as Chen Qinian showed signs of doing something, he would shoot immediately. Seeing Long Chen appearing in front of him, Chen Jingshan was so scared that he backed away. One staggered and fell to the ground. How could he still have the posture of the leader of the younger generation? Chen Jingshan knew very well that he could not be Long Chen's opponent. Perhaps he thought he could crush Long Chen before this, but seeing that Long Chen could even defeat a king-level powerhouse, he completely gave up the idea of resistance. No matter how talented he is only a small tier 5 evolutionary now. There was only a small contradiction between you and me, but you dare to involve my sister. The sin is unforgivable. Not killing you is not enough to vent my anger. Long Chen said coldly, holding the sea god's trident, and he was going to kill Chen Jingshan. Elder, help. Chen Jingshan hurriedly asked for help from Chen Dofu, and Chen Dofu had moved as early as Yi Qianxing shot. Junior, stop me. Chen Dofu rushed towards Long Chen. His powerful aura and coercion revealed undoubtedly. Long Chen looked at the coming Chen Dofu, but his face remained unchanged. With a big hand, he took out a fishing net from the portable space and threw it at the rushing Chen Dofu. Fishing net? Chen Dofu was taken aback when he saw this, and then he was furious. This kid actually used a fishing net against himself. Is this humiliating himself? You wanna die? Chen Dofu did not evade and rushed straight towards the net of heaven and earth. In his opinion, a mere fishing net could be destroyed by him in an instant. However, the next moment he was dumbfounded, and the sky and earth net covered it, and he couldn't break free for a while. Long Chen was overjoyed. It seemed that what the mermaid ancestor said was true, and even the king-level powerhouse could be trapped by the net. Chen Dofu was trapped, and no one at the scene could stop Long Chen. Chen Jingshan suddenly felt desperate. No, Long Chen, I was wrong. You can spare me. As long as you can spare me, you can do anything you want me to do. Chen Jingshan repeatedly begged for mercy. But Long Chen coldly shook his head. If everything can be solved by admitting mistakes, then this world will not die so many people. Some mistakes, once made, can never be corrected. Die. Long Chen didn't talk nonsense with him. The Poseidon trident stabbed directly through Chen Jingshan's head. The first arrogant of Qinian Doguan, the future heir, just died. At this moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at Chen Jingshan's corpse with shocked faces. Long Chen really killed him. What? Chen Dofu let out an angry roar, and directly burst the net of heaven and earth. This made Long Chen feel distressed for a while, and it was ruined after only one use, which was too wasteful. Boy, I am going to kill you. Chen Dofu shot out in a rage. Chen Jingshan is the first young man in Kinyan Taoist Hall. His aptitude is against the sky. If he cultivates well, he will definitely become the second Kinyan Taoist master. But he died in front of him, and Chen Dofu felt unprecedented anger at this time. Long Chen made a grimace at him, and then his figure moved behind the undefeated dragon god in a flash. Just kidding, if you don't hold your thighs, that's a fool. The undefeated dragon god looked at Chen Dofu and Chen Kinyan coldly. If you don't agree, you can come to the dragon temple to fight with me at any time, or if Kinyan Doguan wants to fight the dragon temple, then just come. My dragon temple, stay with me to the end. Undefeated dragon god said coldly, and then left directly with Long Chen and others. Chen Kinyan looked gloomy, but he never caught up. Master, can I just forget it? Jingshan is your great-great-great-grandson, Chen Dofu said unwillingly, but Chen Kinyan took a deep breath. So how can it be? Is it really impossible to fight the Dragon Temple? Chen Kinyan glanced at Chen Dofu before leaving leisurely. Chen Dofu also sighed. Yes, what else can go to war? Not to mention that their museum owner is not the opponent of the undefeated Dragon God. Compared with the overall combat power, the Dragon God Temple is also crushing their Kinyan Taoist Temple. They can only swallow this breath. Today's matter, you can't leak it to the outside, otherwise the museum will deal with it. You hear it? Chen Dofu said to the Kinyan Doguan disciples present with a serious face. Once this matter was known to the outside world, the face of their Kinyan Doguan was completely lost. But he also knew that such a big thing could not be leaked out. Their Kinyan Doguan will soon become a laughingstock. Chapter 140, Shocking Secret Dragon Temple, Huangjai Temple. There were only 4 people in the big hall of New Oda, undefeated Dragon God, Dugulenayu, Long Chen and Solinum. Oh, yes. There is a little black snake. The undefeated dragon also seems to have space abilities, and has a very high grasp of space abilities. When he left Kinyan Doguan, he directly brought Long Chen and others back to the Dragon Temple, and it was a blink of an eye. Such a method, at least with Long Chen's current level of spatial ability, is impossible to achieve. Hall Master, I really want to thank you this time. Long Chen sincerely thanked him. He knew very well that the undefeated Dragon God's move completely broke with Kinyan Doguan. Although the Dragon Temple is not afraid of a Kinyan Doguan, but only for a Long Chen to do so, many people in the Dragon Temple are estimated to have resentment towards the undefeated Dragon God. You don't need to be polite. I'm not doing it all for you. The undefeated Dragon God said something that Long Chen was a little puzzled. Hall Master, what do you mean? Not for him. For whom? The undefeated Dragon God did not directly explain to Long Chen, but made a move that made Long Chen, Dugulenayu and Long Kui unbelievable. He actually took off his mask. As the dragon head mask was removed, the true face of the undefeated dragon was revealed in front of everyone. After seeing the true face of the undefeated Dragon God, the 3 of them were shocked and their minds went blank, even Dugulenayu. It was because, before their eyes, was a beautiful woman in her 20s. The undefeated Dragon God turned out to be a female. Even Dugulenayu was dumbfounded, although the undefeated Dragon God was her master and had raised her for more than 10 years. But in fact this was the first time she saw the true face of the undefeated Dragon God. Isn't it shocking? The legendary Dragon God Temple Lord, the undefeated Dragon God, turned out to be a female. Seeing all 3 of them with dumbfounded expressions, the undefeated Dragon God said with a smile. Her voice was as soft and beautiful as her appearance, and she couldn't make people think of the undefeated Dragon God who was determined to kill and was never defeated. All 3 nodded slightly. It was Long Chen who was the first to recover. Although it was shocking, it was not unacceptable. After all, no one stipulates that a woman can't be a strong person. As for why she has lived from the beginning of the last days to the present but still looks like more than 20 years old, it can be explained. Maybe it was a secret book for eternal youth obtained from an ancient relic. After all, in this era, even strange things are possible. Are you weird? Why am I willing to oppose the entire Kinyan Doguan for you? Undefeated Dragon God suddenly looked at Long Chen and said. Long Chen nodded. He was really puzzled. If it was because of Dugulenayu, he would not believe it. Even if the undefeated Dragon God spoils his disciple, it is absolutely impossible to offend a superpower for an unrelated little person. Because of you, my nephew, and she, my niece. The undefeated Dragon God pointed to Long Chen and Dragon Kui and said, but when these words came out, they couldn't help shaking. Long Chen even hardened his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. He and Solanum don't even have parents. How could they suddenly have an aunt? And this aunt is still the legendary undefeated dragon god. Even those who write novels dare not write like that, right? You heard it right. I am your aunt. My name is Long Ling. And your father, that is, my brother, is named Long Ming. In fact, I recognized you as early as Chenna when you came to the Dragon Temple, but I have never dared to recognize you, because once you let outsiders know your identity, you will be very dangerous. But now Chenna has the strength to be on your own and can protect yourself, so I decided to tell you this. Long Ling sighed and said, she knew that Long Chen and Dragon Kwai would definitely not be able to accept it for a while. But what should be said, she still has to say it. Long Chen and Dragon Kwai looked at each other, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. For more than 10 years, they have been used to a life without parents. Now suddenly they knew their own life experience, but they couldn't believe it. But in fact, Long Chen had already believed it, because the other party had no need to lie to him. Moreover, the two things that the undefeated dragon god personally destroyed, the Murong family and broke with Kinney Undogwan for him, can also be explained. But the news came too suddenly, and Long Chen was not mentally prepared at all. No wonder you have paid much attention to Long Chen since Long Chen came to the Dragon Temple. It turns out, Dugaleniu also suddenly realized that she originally thought that the master had taken a fancy to Long Chen's talent. Unexpectedly, there is still this relationship. Chenna, there are some very important things. I need to talk to you. Having said that, Long Ling glanced at Dugaleniu and Dragon Kwai. Dugaleniu understood that Long Ling should be going to say something that only Long Chen could know, so he bowed slightly and withdrew from the hall. Dragon Kwai looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen nodded at her, and Dragon Kwai left with Xiao Hai. Soon, there were only Long Ling and Long Chen left in the hall. I know it may be difficult for you to fully accept this identity, but there is no time. Looking at Long Chen still very shocked, Long Ling sighed. But she also understands Long Chen. Whoever suddenly has an additional identity, or the identity of the young master of the Dragon Temple, I'm afraid it will be like this. What does it mean to run out of time? Long Chen asked doubtfully. Suddenly, Long Ling looked at Long Chen with a serious face, and then told a shocking secret. Actually, I am not the true undefeated dragon god. The true undefeated dragon god is your father, Long Ming. Hiss. When Long Chen heard the words, he took another breath. The amount of information today is a bit big. Even the undefeated dragon god is fake. Long Ling ignored Long Chen's shock, but continued to say with a serious face, your father disappeared more than 10 years ago, when you and Xiao Qi were just born. The Dragon Temple can't be left alone, so I put on this dragon head mask and pretended to be the undefeated dragon for 15 years. But my current identity has begun to be suspected, and I believe that it will be exposed soon, and once the outside world knows that I am not the true undefeated dragon god, the Dragon Temple will be in great danger. The Dragon Temple is an industry that your father has worked so hard to manage for hundreds of years. We must take the responsibility to protect it. Therefore, you must raise your strength to the peak before my identity is completely exposed. The Dragon Temple has been standing in the eastern continent for hundreds of years, and the offending forces do not know the geometry, including Kinney Undogwan. They are just afraid of the existence of the undefeated dragon god, so they can only swallow their anger. But once Long Ling's identity is revealed, the hostile forces of the Dragon God Temple will probably immediately go to war with the Dragon God Temple. Chapter 141. Shai Dugaleniu. After listening to Long Ling's words, Long Chen's expression finally turned from shock to serious. And first throw out his identity. If the Dragon Temple is really in crisis, he will never sit back and watch. What's more, the Dragon Temple is still the product of his father's painstaking efforts for hundreds of years. As the young master, he is even less likely to shrink. Aunt, don't worry, Dragon Temple is my home. I will never allow anyone to dare to bully my family, Long Chen said firmly in his eyes. Long Ling nodded with relief. She also believed that with Long Chen's talent, as long as he was given time, she would definitely reach or even surpass herself in the future. Aunt, I want to know, my parents, where have they gone? Long Chen looked at Long Ling, hoping she could tell herself. Don't look at the way that Long Chen hadn't cared about his life experience before, but it was only because he thought his parents had already died. But now, he learned that his father is the true undefeated dragon god. How could the undefeated dragon god disappear for no reason? Long Ling glanced at Long Chen, a hesitation flashed in her eyes, and half a quarter of an hour later, she sighed. Chenna, I know some news about your parents, but I can't tell you now, because even if you tell you, you won't be able to find them. On the contrary, it will make you worried and not conducive to cultivation. But my aunt can promise you that when your strength reaches my level, I will tell you everything I know. Long Chen was a little disappointed at once, but then he adjusted his state. Anyway, my aunt did it for herself. The only thing I can do now is to improve my strength. Although he was able to defeat an early king-level strong man now, it was far from enough. The king-level powerhouse may be regarded as the mainstay among these super forces, but it is by no means the peak combat power. Take the Dragon Temple alone. There are no fewer than 30 who reach the king level, and peerless powerhouses like Long Ling and Ginny Undozi have already surpassed the king level and reached a higher level. Next, Long Chen and Long Ling chatted for a full half day in the palace of Emperor Ji, and Long Ling told him many stories about his parents. When he left Huangjia Hall, Long Chen found that Dragon Kui and Duge Lenyu were still waiting for him outside. Brother, as soon as Long Kui saw Long Chen, he ran over and took his arm. After that time, she was really afraid of losing her brother. Duge Lenyu also walked over with a smile on her face. Her character has always been very cold, but she alone showed a variety of emotions to Long Chen. She didn't even notice this. Leng, in fact, you look good when you smile. You can smile more in the future. As the saying goes, smile for less than 10 years. Knowing his life experience, Long Chen was in a good mood, so he flirted with Duge Lenyu. Hearing this, Duge Lenyu blushed immediately, especially when I remembered that Master wanted to match her with Long Chen before. Duge Lenyu was even more shy not to look at Long Chen. Brother, you see that you have made Sister Leng shy, and your face is so red. Solanum was on the sidelines to make up the knife, so Duge Lenyu wanted to find a seam to get in. Duge Lenyu is very strange, she has always had a cold personality. Why is she always so shy when facing Long Chen? Could it be ... I really like him? Duge Lenyu couldn't help thinking, since the last time Long Chen risked a danger to rescue her in that alien space secret. Her feelings for Long Chen seemed to have changed. Originally, I paid attention to Long Chen only because of Master's explanation, but now, it seems to have changed. Lenyu, when I invited you to dinner last time, I left midway because of Kui Q. This time I will invite you again, Long Chen said suddenly. Duge Lenyu was taken aback. Last time, because Jinling City was suddenly attacked by orcs, Long Chen left directly. Later, because of a duel with Murong Yanshan and going to the border battlefield, he never made up for it. Now there is time, so Long Chen plans to invite it again. Wow, brother, you are finally looking for a sister-in-law for me. I won't be a light bulb for you. Solana made up the knife again, and then pulled Xiao Hai, who wanted to eat a meal, and left. Duge Lenyu was too embarrassed to raise her head, and she didn't react until Long Chen asked again. I hesitated in my heart, but the body had already made a choice, and the little head was a little bit out of control. The restaurant Long Chen chose was the revolving restaurant before, but this time there was no accident. They ate smoothly and then went shopping. It happened that there was a meteor shower at night, and they enjoyed the meteor shower together. Both of them found a very warm feeling when staying together. Except for physical contact, they did almost everything that a couple did. But the two never pierced that layer of window paper. Of course, Long Chen didn't just care about having fun. The next day, he began to enter the state of cultivation. His time control is enough to control 7 times the time flow, so there is no need to go to the training room. In the room, Long Chen sat cross-legged, and the nearby time had been adjusted to 7 times the flow rate. System, open my personal properties panel, Long Chen said in his heart, and immediately, an electronic screen appeared in his mind. Host, Long Chen. Strength, 3,710,000. Speed, 3,150,000. Agility, 3,564,690. Defense, 3,685,000. Spirit, 3,200,000. Skills, Master Knife, Cat Shadow Phantom LV5, Earth Ability LV7, Domination of the World LV5, Mind Ability LV3, Blood Devouring Ability, Thunder Ability LV8, Space Ability LV9, Mirror Ability LV6, Time Ability LV6, King Kong Bar Body LV10, Law of Life LV1 Immortal Body, Law of Water LV1 7 Poseidon. Experience Value, 3 million. Looking at the huge experience value of 3 million, Long Chen couldn't help smacking his lips. Although it looks quite a lot, it actually doesn't work at all. As the level of combat skills and abilities increases, more experience points are required. 3 million sounds too much, but in fact it is not enough. Well, which one should I upgrade? Long Chen hesitated a bit. He seemed to have more skills now, which made him feel overwhelmed. After thinking about it again and again, Long Chen made a decision: upgrade the space ability. Long Chen had seen her aunt use the space power last time, and she teleported it from Kin'yundoguan to Dragon Temple in just a few moments. Long Chen couldn't do such a long space transmission unless the space imprint was arranged in advance. Therefore, Long Chen was a little moved. If his spatial abilities can be so strong, then no matter if he encounters danger or has any emergency, he can save a lot of time. Chapter 142, Comprehend the Law of Space. Then enter the Trial Tower system. Upgrade space abilities. Long Chen immediately decided, ding, consume 2.56 million experience points, and the space ability is advanced to LV10. Ding, it is detected that the space ability is full, and it will automatically advance to Space Law LV1. Space Law. Hearing the system prompt sound, Long Chen suddenly stood up from the bed. It's another law, and it's not the same as the previous law. The law of life is obtained from the ancient tree of life, and the law of water is obtained from the inheritance of the sea god. But today's law of space is completely upgraded by itself. Could it be that as long as the ability is at full level, it can automatically advance to the rule? Long Chen guessed excitedly. The law is much stronger than the ability. If the ability is just a glass of water, the law is definitely rivers and lakes. With supernatural powers, you can only borrow the energy between the heavens and the earth, and when you understand the law, you control this energy. The two are not the same at all. The law of life gave him an immortal body, and the law of water gave him absolute control over all liquids. What about the laws of space? Long Chen began to look at the role of the law of space, and then he was overjoyed. Shrink the ground into an inch, transfer damage, and a maze of different dimensions. The law of space gave Long Chen 3 skills. One is to shrink the ground into an inch. One step 1,000 miles. It also means that Long Chen can return to the Dragon God Temple from Kin'yundoguan in an instant like Long Ling. But compared to Long Ling, he still has some gaps, presumably because the level of the law of space is not high enough. Second, damage transfer is also a very powerful skill, which can transfer an opponent's attack to another space, or even transfer it out. If you use it well, you can return the damage to the opponent, just like the skill Shenhua in an anime he has seen in his previous life. Then call you divine power. Long Chen thought in his heart that he still liked this ability. However, this damage transfer is also limited. If it is a full blow from a king-level powerhouse, it should be able to transfer more than half of the damage. Of course, I haven't tried it personally, so Long Chen doesn't know exactly how it is. As for this third skill, it's pretty shameful. Create a maze in a different space and banish your opponent into the maze of different spaces when necessary. If you can't find a way out, you can only be trapped in the maze forever. Unfortunately, the experience value is not enough. Otherwise you can try it. Other abilities can also be advanced as a rule. Long Chen thought with some regret. In order to gain experience points and improve strength, it is obviously impossible to stay in the Dragon Temple. It seems that I still need to go to the border battlefield, which is a good place to farm monsters. Long Chen thought to himself, but before that, he planned to go to the Trial Tower first. When he was in the Trial Tower, he only reached the 7th floor, and didn't hold on to the 8th floor for 10 minutes. But he was not reconciled. Since the existence that created the Trial Tower had a 9th floor, it means that someone must have broken through it. Long Chen believes that others can do it, too. Moreover, now his strength has improved a lot, and he is confident that he can pass the 9th floor. So he retracted the time ability, left the room directly, and walked in the direction of the Trial Tower. There are still many people around the Trial Tower, all members of the Dragon Temple, with old faces and new faces. When Long Chen was about to walk towards the Trial Tower, the crowd suddenly heard a burst of exclamation. Look, Senior Brother Zhao Yun has reached the 6th floor. He is so amazing. Nonsense. Senior Brother Zhao Yun is 3rd on the top ranking list, except for Senior Sister Dugu and Senior Brother Long Chen, who is the strongest. Wow, Brother Zhao Yun is so handsome. Long Chen looked towards the gate of the Trial Tower and saw a familiar figure walking out of the gate, still wearing a blue windbreaker, carrying a silver spear, and a handsome face like a paralyzed face. It is Zhao Yun. Originally, he was the 3rd in the rankings, but after Long Chen defeated Murong Yunshan strongly, he fell to 4th. Later Murong Yunshan died in that secret realm, so he returned to the 3rd position. Zhao Yun faced the star Penyu of the surrounding juniors and sisters, but his expression remained the same. But when he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly caught Long Chen. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Although there was only a trace, the juniors who had been watching his handsome face could still see it. They followed Zhao Yun's gaze and soon saw Long Chen. Who is he? can actually make senior brother Zhao Yun show a little emotion, even if he meets senior sister Dugu. He has never done this before. Are you stupid? He doesn't know him. He is senior brother Long Chen. Someone recognized Long Chen, and immediately everyone looked at Long Chen with scorching eyes. It's that Long Chen who forcibly broke into Kinyan Dogwan and killed Chen Jingshan in front of the Kinyan Dogwan owner and the elder. Oh my god, I actually saw living senior brother Long Chen. Senior brother Long Chen, I'm your idol. Oh no, you are my fan. Bah. Suddenly all the seniors gathered around Long Chen, and some of them were already speechless with excitement. The fact that Long Chen rushed to Kinyan Dogwan and the strong killing of Chen Jingshan had basically spread to every city in the eastern continent. Although Kinyan Dogwan wanted to suppress it, it was useless at all. This news went directly to the hot search, made Long Chen's name, and completely reduced Kinyan Dogwan to a laughingstock. I heard that the elder Chen Dofu was so angry that he vomited blood. In the last days, strength is the respect, and the younger generation of teenagers and girls all regard Long Chen as their idol. Long Chen was suddenly at a loss. He still knew now that he had so many fans. At this time, Zhao Yun also came over, standing in front of Long Chen, looking at Long Chen with a bit of resentment. This guy robbed him of the limelight as soon as he came. Are you going to go to the 9th floor? Zhao Yun asked directly. He didn't like to talk nonsense. Well, this time, I am bound to win. Long Chen nodded, his eyes full of confidence. I believe you. You are a very strange person. Every time we can do things that we think are impossible. I assume you are complimenting me. Long Chen laughed, and then walked directly towards the trial tower. Senior brother Long Chen is going to the trial tower again? I heard that when he first came to the Dragon God Temple, he broke the record of the Hall Master and reached the 8th floor. This time, is he planning to pass the 8th or even the 9th floor? Amidst all the heated discussions, Long Chen stepped into the gate of the trial tower. The world immediately became clean. Well, it seems that too many fans are not a good thing. Too noisy. People are really afraid of being famous and afraid of being strong. Long Chen sighed. At this time, a ray of light swept across Long Chen's body. The next moment, the mechanical sound sounded. Name, Long Chen. Level, the early stage of the 6th level Grandmaster. Challenge record, the 8th layer failure. Do you continue to challenge the 8th layer? Chapter 143, White Robe Sword Repair, Comprehend Sword Intent. Yes, Long Chen said softly. The next moment, the world changed, and in front of him, a virtual character wearing a white robe appeared. The challenge has officially begun. The challenge goal, hold on for 10 minutes under the attack of the virtual opponent. Clearance reward, you can choose a 7-star treasure in the treasure house at will. Listening to this enticing reward for clearance, Long Chen was already calm. It can be said that the entire Dragon Temple is now his own. If he wants anything, he only needs to say it. What he cares about now is just breaking through. Long Chen squinted at the white figure. This is the appearance of a middle-aged man, wearing a white robe and holding a virtual sword, just like an ancient swordsman. He had faced this person before, but he didn't hold on for 5 minutes. At that time, he was only a second-order evolutionary, but the white-robed middle-aged man was a 5th-order strength. Now that he has become a 6th-order Grandmaster, the strength of the middle-aged white robe in front of him has naturally improved. This breath, at least it is also in the middle of the king rank. Long Chen guessed in his heart. The strength of the opponents at each level of the trial tower is determined according to the challenger's level. Grandmaster level needs to persist in front of the king level for 10 minutes, and it may be difficult to do it for someone else. But for Long Chen, there is no difficulty at all. His goal for himself is to beat him in 10 minutes. Come on, Long Chen shouted, not planning to waste time, and directly took out the Sigurd trident. He rushed towards the middle-aged white robe. Ping, pong. Boom. Facing Long Chen's strong offensive, the middle-aged white robe didn't panic. He seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of each attack of Long Chen, and he could always block Long Chen's attack accurately. Interesting. Long Chen sighed secretly. Sigurd's trident was sharp and heavy, and few people could face him directly. Even if it is Mu Rongfu, Chen Hongshan and other early king-level powerhouses, they dare not. But this middle-aged white robe appears to be easy to do. This makes Long Chen feel a bit interesting. However, it should be over. Long Chen snorted coldly, and directly urged the strongest move of the Sigurd's 7 types to annihilate. The endless blue light instantly condensed into a huge trident phantom, containing extremely powerful power, and it suddenly pierced towards the middle-aged white robe. This trick can even easily defeat the early evolutionary of the king rank. The white robe middle-aged may be better than the early king rank, but it is never easy to catch this trick. However, the next moment Long Chen was dumbfounded. I saw that the sword in the white robe middle-aged's hand actually made a few unbelievable weird moves, and that trident phantom, unexpectedly broke in inches under the white-robed middle-edged sword. "How is this possible?" Long Chen exclaimed. His strongest blow was broken by the opponent so easily. But before he thought too much, a sharp edge flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged white robe. The next moment, I saw him holding swords in both hands, facing Long Chen. A terrifying aura condensed on him, and this aura made Long Chen feel a tremor in his heart. This is the fear that hits the soul directly. Long Chen has no doubt that this move can even kill an early king-level powerhouse. Ding! It is detected that there are pickable attributes nearby. Do you want to pick it up? At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then he saw a white ball of light falling out of the middle-aged white robe. The shape of a sword seemed to be carved on the light ball. Pick up. Although it was not clear what it was, Long Chen chose to pick it up without hesitation. Ding! The pickup is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of the law of Kendo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Kendo Mood LV1. The law of Kendo. Jianyi. Long Chen's heart was suddenly shocked. Sword intent was the goal that Jiangsu pursued throughout his life, and it was the most powerful among the many martial arts. He once heard that a master of Kendo has been indulged in sword practice for dozens or even hundreds of years, just to comprehend a hint of Kendo artistic conception. However, the sword repair who can truly comprehend the intent of the sword can only be described as rare. Many sword repairmen can touch a little fur even if they spend their entire lives. But Long Chen actually picked it up unknowingly. You say this is not annoying, but I don't use a sword. Does this sword intent have any effect on me? Long Chen couldn't help thinking in his heart. But the current situation did not allow him to think too much. He was able to pick up fragments of the law of swordsmanship from the middle-aged white robe, indicating that the latter must also understand the sword intent. A sword repairman with sword intent is definitely several times stronger than an evolver at the same level. If the strength he showed before can only be regarded as the middle stage of the king level, but now under the state of sword intent, his strength may be able to reach the level of the late king level. White robe Jiangsu urged his sword intent to the extreme, and the sword in his hand burst out with a strong light. He slashed down violently, and the strong sword intent instantly materialized and slashed towards Long Chen. Shenwai. Long Chen hurriedly urged the law of space, and suddenly a black hole vortex appeared in front of him. At this time, that substantive sword intent had already arrived. The black hole vortex began to rotate violently, and even more than half of the sword attack was absorbed. The rest hit Long Chen, but it only made him take a few steps back. The law of space is really tyrannical. Long Chen sighed secretly, then looked at Beipao Jiangxiu with a sneer on his face. Have you tried the taste of being attacked by your own sword intent? White robe Jiangxiu was a little confused at once, but soon he felt something was wrong. He turned around quickly, but it was too late. A black hole vortex appeared behind Beipao Jiangxiu, and more than half of the sword intent attack that had just been absorbed was directly sprayed out, and he unceremoniously returned it to Beipao Jiangxiu. White robe Jiangxiu hurriedly brandished his sword to resolve it. How could Long Chen miss this opportunity behind him? While you are sick and kill you, take me one blow and annihilate it with one halberd. Long Chen shouted violently, and his body jumped up directly. The Seagard's trident burst into blue light, turning into a huge phantom, shooting towards the white robe sword repairman. There was a sword intent attack in the front, and a trident phantom in the back. In the end, two powerful energies sandwiched the white robe sword repairman, and only heard a huge explosion. The white robe Jiangxi's figure slowly dissipated. Ding! The pickup is successful, and the power attribute 2500 is obtained. Ding! Pickup successfully, get speed attribute 3000. Defeating virtual characters can also obtain attribute values. Long Chen knew this, so he was not surprised. He just waited solemnly for the arrival of the 9th floor. The 8th floor met such a strong opponent. What about the 9th floor? Long Chen was full of confidence, but now he is a little nervous. The 8th level challenge is successful. Do you continue to challenge the 9th level? Soon, the mechanical voice rang again. Chapter 144, Persian Tower recognizes the Lord. Long Chen took a deep breath and adjusted the state to the best. Then he said with a serious face, carry on. The 9th level challenge begins. The challenge goal, kill the white sword repair. The 9th floor was successfully challenged. Congratulations to Challenger Long Chen for successfully breaking through the last floor of the trial tower. Long Chen, after hearing the content of the mechanical voice, Long Chen said that he was very confused. How did you succeed in the challenge? I didn't do anything. Wait, it said that the goal of the 9th floor is to kill the sword repairman in white. Is this the sword repairman in white clothes? Just the one? Long Chen murmured. Yes, Master. Your challenge on the 8th floor is to hold on for 10 minutes under the attack of the White Sword Repairman, and the 9th floor is to kill it, and you have already killed it on the 8th floor. It can be regarded as a direct challenge. Just when Long Chen was wondering, a voice suddenly sounded. Long Chen hurriedly looked up, only to see that the other himself appeared in front of him. But he was sure that it was not a mirror. "Who are you?" Long Chen asked vigilantly. "Master, I am the tower spirit of this tower. You can call me Risshan." Every day, hearing this name, Long Chen almost couldn't hold back a smile. This name is really domineering. "Ahem, why do you look like me, and why do you call me master?" Long Chen forcibly held back his smile, and then asked the doubts in his heart. "Master, if you pass the 9th floor, then the Hushan Tower will be your master." "Naturally, you are my master." "As for my appearance, I don't actually have a specific shape." "Master, you can change my appearance at will." After listening to Tao Ling Rishan's explanation, Long Chen finally understood. It turned out that the reward for passing through the 9th floor was to become the owner of this tower, but the name of this tower was so familiar. Long Chen thought for a while, his face suddenly changed. In the myths and legends of the previous life, the Hushan Tower is one of the 10 great artifacts, the companion of the Hushan Great Emperor, which can suppress all evil demons in the world. Although this world is different from the world of Long Chen's previous life, there are some similarities. At least creatures in myths and legends exist in this world, so the existence of artifacts is not impossible. "Who is the owner of the Hushan Tower?" "I mean the one before me." So Long Chen asked. Tao Ling Tang shook his head every day. "Master, Hushan Pagoda has been damaged. I belong to a newborn pagoda spirit. I was in a ruin as soon as I was born. I was brought here by a man named Unbeaten Dragon God hundreds of years ago and never left. So I don't know what happened before." Long Chen sighed. It was a pity. He really wanted to know whether the legendary Emperor Hushan really existed. If it did exist, did the ancient gods also exist? "You said that the Hushan Tower was damaged. Can it still be used now?" "It can only be used as a trial tower, right?" Long Chen asked another key question. If it could only be used as a trial tower, why would he use it? "Master, the real purpose of the Hushan Tower is not a trial. Although it is damaged, it still has the ability to suppress it. According to the level of this world's strength, even if the imperial power is suppressed, it will not be able to escape." Long Chen was shocked. The Emperor rank, that was the rank above the King rank. If he guessed right, Kinyan Dao Master and Long Ling should all be powerful at the peak of the Emperor rank. Even the Imperial level powerhouse can suppress it. So this Hushan Tower is still very powerful. When Long Chen was secretly excited, Tao Ling suddenly changed his speech. "But because the Hushan Tower has been damaged, only one person can be suppressed at the moment. If it is used for the second time, then those trapped in the tower can get out of the trap." Long Chen wanted to scold the street very much. Couldn't he finish talking at once? "It makes my heart very excited first," and then throws a bucket of cold water. "Oh, forget it. This is good. At least it can be used as a means of life-saving." Long Chen sighed and comforted himself. Then he looked at Tao Ling Rishan, and when he thought that this guy looked the same as himself, and that he actually called himself Rishan, Long Chen felt the goosebumps. So he said quickly, "So what, you said before that I can change your form at will?" "Yes, Master, you just have to think in your heart." Tao Ling nodded every day, so Long Chen smiled evilly and moved his heart. The next moment, the Tao Ling in front of him suddenly began to shrink, and then turned into a cute little corgi. "Well, it's much more cute this way. By the way, you won't be called Rishan from now on, just call." Long Chen thought about it carefully, and then a flash of inspiration flashed in his back. "Just call it Awa." This is the name of a dog he raised in his previous life, and it is also a corgi. The appearance of Tearing's corgi in front of him is what he imagined according to the appearance of Awa in the previous life. Tearing. He wanted to say that this name is not as good as Rishan. However, Long Chen didn't ask for his opinion at all. So he made the decision. "Okay, Awa, send me out." "Okay, Master." Awa nodded, and then Long Chen felt the scene change and he appeared outside the tower. Many disciples of the Dragon Temple still gathered outside the tower, all looking at Long Chen with scorching eyes. "The trial tower is wrong. It should be called the Hushan Tower now. The Hushan Tower will list whether the challenger has cleared a level, and these disciples of the Dragon Temple have seen with their own eyes. Long Chen successfully passed the 8th floor, and then immediately passed the 9th floor. In other words, he was the first person to pass the 9th floor of the Hushan Tower so far. "Congratulations, you passed the 9th floor." Zhao Yun came up. He also never left, but waited for Long Chen quietly. He also wanted to see if Long Chen could create this record. "But I will work harder and become the second person after you to pass the 9th floor," Zhao Yun said firmly. But Long Chen smiled. "Sorry, you may not have this chance." "Why?" Zhao Yun frowned. feeling offended. Long Chen smiled slightly, then made a big move, and the next moment, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. I saw that the trial tower began to vibrate violently, and then became smaller and smaller. Finally it became the size of a palm and flew into Long Chen's hand. Because this tower will be mine from now on. Having said that, Long Chen left directly. Only the people who were stunned in the same place were left, feeling the cold wind blowing. It wasn't until several minutes passed before they finally recovered. Damn, the trial tower is gone. Chapter 145, Liulai Ancient Town. Encountering zombies, Long Chen didn't pay attention to the embarrassment of these people, but walked straight towards the Emperor Palace. He plans to go to the border battlefield to practice in the next few days, so he has to talk to Long Ling. Knowing Long Chen's idea, Long Ling did not refuse, but rather supported it very much. She just told Long Chen to be extremely careful, and at the same time she would greet the people on the Yanlong Legion and take care of Long Chen. After that, Long Chen also planned to tell Du Guilin again. But after searching for a long time, there was no trace of Du Guilin, which made him a little puzzled. So he approached Long Ling again and asked about Du Guilin situation. Leng Yi, she seems to be out on a mission. Long Ling thought for a while and said, then frowned slightly. But think about it, she hasn't come back for a while. What mission can prevent Du Guilin from returning for a few days? Long Chen suddenly felt a little uneasy. What mission did she perform? Long Chen asked quickly. Long Ling didn't conceal it, and told the whole story again. It turned out that some time ago, an accident happened in an ancient town not far from the ancient city of Yandu. Overnight, it became a dead city. Those who went to investigate found that the people in that small town had become dead creatures similar to but different from zombies. But no one knows the specific situation. Even spies dare not go deep into the town to investigate, because the town is close to the ancient city of Yandu. It can be regarded as a town under the ancient city of Yandu. As the patron saint of Yandu ancient city, the Dragon Temple will naturally not stand idly by, so it sent people to it. Du Guilin is one of them. That small town is still Niu's hometown, so she took the initiative to ask to investigate. Long Ling said. Du Guilin was originally just the daughter of an ordinary family, and her parents were killed in a corpse wave. It happened that Long Ling passed by at that time and saved Du Guilin. Originally, she didn't intend to accept Du Guilin as a disciple, but then she was surprised to find that Du Guilin had actually awakened the space power. Because she was also awakened by space powers, and people with awakening space powers were very rare. So Long Ling developed a love for talent and accepted Du Guilin as her only disciple. Taught and raised her for more than 10 years. Du Guilin is very talented and works very hard. Long Ling is very satisfied with her. Basically, he is treated as his own daughter. Now that Du Guilin might be in danger, she was also very worried. But there are some elites and elders of the Dragon Temple who are involved in this mission, so there should be nothing wrong with it. Long Ling also said uncertainly, in the Dragon Temple, once you reach the 6th Order Grandmaster level, you can leave the title of disciple and be promoted to elite members. And if the strength reaches the king level, you can even enjoy the treatment of the position of the elder. However, Long Chen did not relax after hearing this, but became even more worried. Even the elders and elite members of the Dragon Temple participated in the mission, but they have not returned for so long, which shows that there is definitely a problem with this mission. Auntie, I'm going to find Leng Yi, Long Chen said with a serious face. Long Ling nodded after hesitating for a moment. If it weren't for her troubles, she would have gone. As for Long Chen's safety issue, she didn't worry about it. With Long Chen's current strength, basically as long as she didn't meet the peak opponents of the king rank, her life would be fine. After getting Long Ling's consent, Long Chen didn't procrastinate. After asking the name and direction of the town, Long Chen set off immediately. The town is called Liulai Ancient Town, which is only 100 kilometers away from Yandu Ancient City. With the law of space mastered by Long Chen, it will take a moment to reach it. After a few breaths, Long Chen disappeared in place, and in the next moment, he appeared outside a small town more than 100 kilometers away. The town looks relatively quaint. According to what Long Chen learned, this ancient town has a history of almost 1,000 years, and it was considered an ancient town for hundreds of years before the end of the world. The buildings and streets inside are still in the ancient style. The gate of the ancient town was open, and Long Chen stepped directly into it, and a bleak feeling came to his heart. There is no vitality. Long Chen has a serious face. He has the law of life and is very sensitive to all life breaths. At this time, in his perception, the whole ancient town exudes a smell of death. This is simply a dead city, and it's still the kind that has been abandoned for hundreds of years. But according to the news he got, half a month ago, this was a very prosperous town. There is definitely a problem. Long Chen lifted his heart, and then walked towards the interior of Liulai ancient town. He looked around very vigilantly, but he could not feel any breath. After walking around the ancient town for several hours, Long Chen didn't notice anything. In this small town, let alone a living person, mosquitoes never exist. At this time, the sky had darkened, and Long Chen's heart was sinking. The less movement there is, the stranger this ancient town is. He became more worried about Yugalaniu's safety. Sudden, just when the sun was completely set and the sky was completely dark, Long Chen suddenly heard a noise. This was the first time he heard anything in the few hours he came to this ancient town. Long Chen quickly looked in the direction of the sound, but found that the sound came from all directions. All came from nearby houses. Patter. The door opened, and people walked out of the house. No, it should not be said to be walking, but to jump. Those figures looked like ordinary people, but their faces were very pale and their eyes were blank. They both stretched out their hands straight, and their bodies looked very stiff, and they jumped and jumped there. Such a weird scene made Long Chen resound the scene in the zombie movie he had seen in his previous life. These people, just like zombies, have very sharp claws. Sizzle. These zombies made weird calls and looked at Long Chen together. Their noses kept sniffing the smell, and the rich life aura on Long Chen's body quickly attracted them. Damn it, how come even their zombies come out? Can it be a little more supernatural? Long Chen cursed secretly, but he couldn't care too much. At this time, he was surrounded by more than 20 zombies, and they all pierced Long Chen with their sharp claws. Roll. Long Chen yelled violently and smashed one of the male zombie with a punch. This punch Long Chen only used less than a layer of strength, but it was also enough to kill a tier 1 zombie in seconds. But the zombie was just knocked to the ground by Long Chen, and then he got up and continued to jump towards Long Chen. Long Chen half squinted at them, secretly surprised. These zombies were obviously just ordinary people before they were alive. If they become zombies, they will only be ordinary zombies that can't even be counted as tier 1. But now that they become zombies, they are comparable to tier 2 or even tier 3 zombies. This is 2. Chapter 146. A green-eyed zombie comparable to a king. What happened in this ancient Liulai town? Long Chen felt a bit cold in his back at this time. There are at least tens of thousands of people in a small town, and tens of thousands of people become zombies overnight. And each of them has a fighting power no less than tier 2 zombies, which is too terrifying. Boom. Long Chen threw a punch again, directly smashing the head of one of the zombie. Ding. Successfully picked up, and gained experience points 2000. Ding. Pick up successfully, and gain strength attribute 100. Ding. Pick up successfully, get defense attribute 50. Ding. The pickup is successful, and the second order energy essence 1 is obtained. Although these zombies are weird, they can't be Long Chen's opponent after all. The dozens of zombies were solved by Long Chen in an instant, but the zombies from other places had already heard the sound. Long Chen didn't choose to leave. Since killing these zombies can also get experience points and attribute points, don't kill them. While slaughtering these zombies, Long Chen paid attention to his surroundings. At this moment, he suddenly felt a breath of life not far away. Although the breath of life is very weak, it seems extremely abrupt in this deadly town. There are living people. With a move in Long Chen's heart, he directly shook all the zombies around him, and then his body flashed and disappeared into place in an instant. The next moment, he appeared a kilometer away. In sight, a woman covered in blood was running wildly, and behind her, something that was so fast that only the afterimages could be seen was pursuing. Compare with me, and die. An indifferent voice sounded, and the afterimage instantly surpassed the woman, stood in front of her, and kicked it out. The woman flew out immediately. Puff. The woman spit out a mouthful of blood, looking at the figure in front of her with despair. He looked like a middle-aged man with 2 pointed fangs at the corner of his mouth. The most important thing is that the color of his pupils turned out to be green. The green gloomy light emerged from his eyes, which looked extremely strange in the dark night. Go back with me obediently. Don't make it difficult for me. You may live a few more days when you go back, otherwise, I will kill you now. The green-eyed man said coldly, and approached the woman at the same time. A light flashed in the woman's eyes, and if she was caught back, it would definitely be better than death. Instead of this, it's better to fight the opponent directly. Stubborn. Seeing the woman looking like death, she gave a cold snort. The body quickly turned into an afterimage and grabbed it towards the woman. When the woman clenched her fists and was about to work hard, a figure appeared in front of her out of thin air. Boom. The figure slammed a punch and hit the green-eyed middle-aged man hard. The latter flew out in an instant, and then looked at Long Chen warily. It's another human being, Your blood smells more pure. The green-eyed middle-aged took a sharp breath and said with a look of intoxication. Long Chen looked at each other with a calm expression, and there was no aura of life on this guy. Explain that he is also a zombie. But why does he have consciousness? Is it possible that among these zombies, wisdom will be born when they reach a certain level? Catch you back, and Wang will definitely reward me with a big reward. The green-eyed middle-aged stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, showing a grinning smile. Then the body turned into an afterimage again and rushed towards Long Chen. Fast speed. Long Chen's pupils shrunk slightly, and in terms of speed alone, this guy might be able to compare to an evolutionary in the Middle King level. However, through the face touch just now, Long Chen found that although his speed was very fast, his strength was actually only the level of the General King level early stage. So on the whole, he is at most the midterm level of the King. Caught death. Long Chen snorted coldly, and the Seagull Trident appeared in his hand, slammed in the direction where the green-eyed zombie rushed. The green-eyed zombie hurriedly dodged, avoiding the Seagull Trident, and then slammed Long Chen's head with a punch. Shenwei. A black hole vortex suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, and the fist of the green-eyed zombie banged on it, instantly feeling a strong suction. I sucked in most of his power. How is this possible? The green-eyed zombie suddenly let out an exclamation and forcibly retracted his fist. At this time, Long Chen stabbed again with the Seagull's trident. The green-eyed zombie wanted to dodge, but it was too late. One of his arms was directly pierced and then cut off. Damn it, withdraw. The green-eyed zombie realized that Long Chen was too strong and wanted to retreat. But will Long Chen give him a chance? Time stands still. Countless patterns of time emptied the time of the green-eyed zombie. His actions stopped immediately, and Long Chen took this opportunity to directly launch a unique move, and annihilated. The vast blue light condensed into a huge trident phantom, and it shot at the green-eyed zombie. When the green-eyed zombie time recovered, they suddenly found a blue light halberd in front of them. Do not. The green-eyed zombie had no time to react, and the whole body was directly penetrated by the light halberd. Then it exploded. Except for speed, his various physical qualities can only barely be regarded as the early stage of the king, and he can't resist Long Chen's tricks. Ding. Pick up successfully, get speed attribute 6000. Ding. Pick up successfully, get experience points 1 million. Ding. Successfully picked up, and obtained the 7th order energy essence 1. After accepting the attributes, experience and energy essence of the green-eyed zombie, Long Chen turned and walked towards the woman. At this moment, she was looking at Long Chen in astonishment, and she killed a king-level zombie so quickly. Is this too fierce? Long Chen walked straight to the woman and grabbed her wrist. The woman was about to struggle subconsciously, but found a warm current pouring into her body. The wounds on the body and inside are healing quickly. She suddenly understood that the other party was treating herself. A few minutes later, the woman's injury had healed 7 or 8. Thank you, Long Chen. The woman looked at Long Chen gratefully and said, "You know me?" Long Chen was a little surprised. He didn't say his name. Of course, you are now a man in the Dragon Temple, so no one might not know you, the woman said with a smile, and Long Chen knew that she was also a member of the Dragon Temple. So, she was one of the people who were sent to Liulai Ancient Town by the Dragon Temple to investigate the situation a few days ago. Why are you alone and the others? Dugalenaiyu, what happened to you all this time? Long Chen hurriedly asked all the doubts, especially seeing the woman's injuries so severe. He became even more worried about Dugalenaiu's safety. Chapter 147, Scarlet Castle Uck. The woman sighed, and then she said everything. The woman's name is Chen Yukan, in her 30s. She is an elite member of the Dragon Temple and one of the team members sent to Liulai Ancient Town to investigate. After they came to Liulai Ancient Town, they found that all the people in the town had become zombies. These zombies are afraid of the sun, so they hide in houses during the day and come out at night. Their team originally planned to clean up all the zombies in Liulai Ancient Town, but before long, a group of very powerful zombies appeared. There are more than a dozen green-eyed zombies like the previous one, and stronger than the green-eyed zombies. There are also the silver-eyed zombies, whose strength has even reached the late king level and even the peak. But this silver-eyed zombie is not the most terrifying. They have a zombie called the Emperor, with a pair of red pupils. His strength is super terrifying, and he absolutely surpasses the peak of the king. When talking about the Emperor, Chen Yukan's pupils couldn't help but shrank, and his body kept trembling. Obviously the Emperor gave her great fear. Beyond the king level, wouldn't it have reached the level of the king? This is the level of the leader of a superpower. When the Emperor shot, we didn't have the power to fight back. Finally, we were taken to a Scarlet Castle by these zombies. Those zombies seemed to treat us as food and wanted to our blood. In the end I escaped under their cover. Scarlet Castle. Long Chen squinted his eyes, He had already visited the whole town, and he didn't see any Scarlet Castle at all. Chen Yukon seemed to see Long Jin's mind, and took the initiative to answer without waiting for him to ask questions. The Scarlet Castle is not in Liulai Ancient Town. It should be in a separate and different space. Different space. This can be explained. Long Chen hadn't thought about this before, so he didn't investigate whether there was any difference. Take me to that Scarlet Castle, Long Chen said quickly. Chen Yukon just said that these zombies treat them as food. In this case, Dugaleniyu would be very dangerous. Let's go back to the Dragon Temple first and ask for support. The Emperor is really too strong, and we can't match it at all. I'm afraid I can only ask the Palace Master to make the shot himself. Chen Yukon shook her head and said, finally escaped. She didn't dare to go back. Long Chen frowned. It was too time-consuming to go back to ask for support, and it seemed that Long Ling had something very important and couldn't get away, so he can only rely on himself. Take me to. Long Chen repeated it. Chen Yukon wanted to refuse, but suddenly felt a killing intent released from Long Chen. She had no doubt that if she refused, Long Chen might kill her on the spot. Okay. Helpless, Chen Yukon had to compromise. Long Chen didn't waste time. He pulled Chen Yukon up and let her lead the way. A few minutes later, they came to the central square of Liulai Ancient Town. I only remember the entrance to the spaces here, but it's gone now, Chen Yukon said, thinking that Long Chen couldn't get in. However, the next moment she was desperate, and she saw Long Chen standing in place and closing her eyes. After a few breaths, a door of space suddenly appeared in front of her. Do you also understand space power? Chen Yukon exclaimed, but Long Chen didn't have her at all. He could feel a strong breath of death emanating from the door of space. Inside, it must be a place more silent than Liulai Ancient Town. Go. Long Chen was about to drag Chen Yukon in, but Chen Yukon shook his head repeatedly. I won't go in. I don't want to die. You can see the Scarlet Castle after you go in. You don't need to lead the way. Looking at Chen Yukon's red eyes that were about to cry, Long Chen sighed. Just being so timid. How did you become an elite member of the Dragon Temple? But he didn't insist, letting go of Chen Yukon and stepped into that strange space. As the scene changed for a while, soon, a huge Scarlet Castle appeared in front of Long Chen. The heavy breath of death and the smell of blood emanated from the Scarlet Castle, causing Long Chen to frown. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen walked directly into the castle. Who is it? As soon as he approached the castle, two Huangtong zombies discovered Long Chen. They kept guarding at the door, and Long Chen didn't hide, but walked over in an open manner. So it was discovered directly. Chen Yukon and Long Chen said before that the strength of these zombies seems to be divided by the color of their pupils. The zombies with green pupils are equivalent to the human evolvers from the early to mid-king stage. The zombies with silver pupils are equivalent to human evolvers in the late king level and peak stages. The yellow pupil zombie is inferior to the green pupil zombie. Only the strength of the Grandmaster. Long Chen now has no difficulty facing a 6th Order Grandmaster level opponent, and is basically the kind of Spike. Boom. Two punches blasted their heads directly. Then Long Chen walked straight towards the inside of Scarlet Castle. There is human invasion. As soon as Long Chen entered the castle, an alarm sounded. Dozens of yellow pupil zombies and second-class blue pupil zombies rushed towards Long Chen. Earth Realm, suppress. Long Chen yelled, and the Earth domain was directly released. Suddenly these dozens of zombies were all crushed to the ground by strong gravity, and then they were slaughtered one by Long Chen. Only the last Huangtong zombie was left, and Long Chen grabbed his neck and asked coldly, say, where are the few humans you caught before? I won't sue. Before he finished speaking, Long Chen squeezed his neck directly. Long Chen didn't have much time to bully and lure him. He walked up to the second floor, and a dozen yellow-eyed zombies and a green-eyed zombie walked towards him. Long Chen directly took out the Sega Trident, urging it to annihilate. The dozen or so yellow-eye zombies were killed directly, and the green-eye zombies were also seriously injured. Say, where are the few humans you caught before? Long Chen put the trident on the neck of the green pupil zombie and asked coldly. Top floor. This green pupil zombie didn't have a hard tongue, and said it directly, but still unavoidable death. Top floor. Knowing the location, Long Chen would naturally not rush on the first floor. He directly activated the law of space, and instantly appeared on the top floor of the Scarlet Castle. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he was surrounded by a dozen green pupil zombies and silver pupil zombies, besieged by the equivalent of a dozen king-level powerhouses. Even Long Chen couldn't help but feel a little pressure at this time. At this time, his gaze was suddenly attracted by the front, where 5 crosses were erected. A person is bound to each cross, and the one in the middle is Dugaleniyu. Chapter 148, Play a game at this time. Duga Lenayu's face was very pale, and her life aura was very weak. Lenayu! Long Chen hurriedly yelled, perhaps after hearing his voice. Duga Lenayu's eyes opened suddenly. The moment he saw Long Chen, a complex expression of excitement and shock flashed in Duga Lenayu's eyes. But in the end, when he saw Long Chen surrounded by a group of zombies, his excitement and shock turned to worry. Run! Duga Lenayu was very weak, so weak that her voice was too small to hear. But it can be seen from her mouth that she is telling Long Chen to run quickly, because she knew that with Long Chen alone, it was impossible for these zombies to be an opponent. TSK Tusk, fragrant blood, your blood, I am afraid it will exceed the advanced blood. At this moment, a sound full of magnetism rang. In the next moment, Long Chen saw an elegant middle-aged man in a white tunic getting up from his seat. He has a pair of scarlet pupils, which are extremely strange. It must be the emperor of those zombies. Seeing Long Chen staring at him, Ruea middle-aged smiled slightly. His smile is very beautiful, which makes people feel like the uncle next door. If you don't know, you will never associate him with zombies. By the way, let me introduce myself first. I am the emperor of these zombies and also their creator. Of course, you can also call me by my name, General. Wow! When the name Jiang Chen appeared, Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. In his previous life, he was very interested in the myths and legends of this strange power and chaos. And he had also heard of the name Jiang Chen. Legend has it that the generals are the ancestors of zombies, and there are more than one ancestors of zombies, but basically all later zombies were created by generals. He can forcibly inject his own blood into someone else's body. Once he bites him, he will turn into a zombie. Well, you look surprised. Have you heard of my name? But it's not right. I have been there for tens of thousands of years. It may be that I haven't been out for 100,000 years. You shouldn't have heard of me, Jiang Chen said with some surprise. But after Long Chen was shocked for a while, he recovered. Regardless of whether the general in front of him is the same general as the generals, he knows it is not the time to think about it at this time. So he said to the general, let them go. Something is coming to me. Didn't you just say that my blood is delicious? Yes, my bloodline level surpassed the advanced level and reached the king level. If you let her go, I will give you my blood. Now Duga Lenayu is in the hands of the general, and he dare not act rashly. Not to mention, if the fight really started, he might not be the opponent of the general. Duga Lenayu, who was tied to the cross, shook her head vigorously when she heard the words and told Long Chen to run quickly. But Long Chen could not see it. He looked directly at the general and waited for his answer. Upon hearing this, the general smiled. Fish, what I want. Bear's paw, what I want. Both. Halfway through, Jiang Chen's conversation suddenly changed. Children make choices. I want both. That little girl is also a high-level bloodline, and yours is a king-level bloodline. If you absorb the blood of both of you, my strength should recover a lot. Duga Lenayu is talented, and his bloodline level is naturally not low. Although it is not as abnormal as Long Chen, it has also reached a high level. In this world, most people have the lowest bloodlines, and only a few people have low bloodlines or above. These people are all the pride of heaven. And among these few people, the high-level bloodline is not one, which shows how rare it is. As for people with king-level bloodlines, I'm afraid they can count them by hand. Legend has it that zombie blood-sucking can increase strength, so Jiang Chen will never let go of this opportunity. Jiang Chen, are you overconfident? If you let her go, I will fulfill my promise and give you my blood to drink. But if you don't let go, even if you die together, I will destroy your castle and yours. These zombie cubs, Long Chen said coldly. The threat was obvious. Presumptuous, you dare to threaten our emperor even with an ant? Before the generals could speak, a silver pupil zombie sternly shouted. The other zombies also showed upset expressions. Just now Long Chen said that he would destroy them. This was a great disdain for them. As the first and second generation zombies with powerful bloodlines of generals, they all consider themselves very noble. How can Long Chen be insulted? Give me all. Catch him. Honor my emperor. The silver pupil zombies yelled, and the dozens of first-generation and second-generation zombies surrounding Long Chen were ready to take action. Long Chen was also ready to fight. The generals waved their hands to tell them not to move. How many times have I told you that it's too rude to fight and kill? Then Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Long Chen, showing a harmless smile. In this way, it is better for us to play a game. Game? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment, and didn't understand what there was going on with the minister. Jiang Chen kept his charming smile and continued, I heard someone say this before, love is the greatest power of zombies, but I don't believe it, so I want to verify that although you are not a zombie, I think it should be the same for people. You should love her very much. I can see that you would rather die by yourself than save her. What do you mean? Long Chen suddenly felt uneasy, feeling that this general was going to do something. What I mean is very simple. I will kill her in front of you, and see if you can burst out with a powerful force like I heard. With that said, Jiang Chen walked towards Zhuge Lianyu. One hand lifted the collar of Zhuge Lianyu, revealing her white neck. Well, it smells so good. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then showed his sharp fangs. Don't touch her. Long Chen suddenly became angry and his eyes were red. He roared wildly and was about to rush towards the general. At this time, dozens of zombies surrounding him rushed up, trying to stop Long Chen. Get out of here. Long Chen yelled violently. The Seagull Trident appeared out of thin air in his hand, directly urging the strongest trick and annihilated. In a rage, Long Chen didn't keep his hands at all. A halberd stabbed a greenied zombie directly. At the same time, the other zombies all launched an attack towards Long Chen. Shenwai. The black hole vortex appeared around Long Chen, absorbing the attacks of these zombies. But there were too many opponents. The black hole vortex couldn't bear it, and the remaining attacks all hit Long Chen. Let him vomit a few blood. But he also used this power to rush towards the generals. Long Chen held the Seagull's trident and stabbed at the general. Chapter 149, Suppress Generals. Travel through time and space. Jiang Chen looked at Long Chen, who was rushing towards him, with a look of disdain. He didn't take any defensive measures, still smelling Zhuge Lianyu's body intoxicated. Boom! With a muffled sound, Long Chen was blocked by an invisible barrier when he was still a few meters away from the general. Even my barrier can't be broken. It seems that I'm still not angry enough, Jiang Chen said indifferently, and then he inserted his hand into Zhuge Lianyu's left chest. When he pulled it out again, his palm was full of blood. The minister stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on his hand, showing a look of enjoyment. The essence and blood from the heart is the most delicious, the general said with satisfaction. Zhuge Lianyu also began to show pain, her life aura getting weaker and weaker. The heart is damaged, even the evolutionary has only one death. Do not. Long Chen roared wildly, and desperately attacked the barrier. At this time, the zombies behind him attacked Long Chen again, and a black hole vortex appeared behind him. 50% of the damage was absorbed, and the other half of the damage was completely absorbed by Long Chen. Break it to me. Long Chen's mouth overflowed with blood, but he didn't care at all. The black vortex appeared in front of him again, and all the attacks that had just absorbed a dozen or so zombies burst out. With a crisp bang, the barrier shattered. Okay. The general, who was enjoying the blood of Zhuge Lianyu, turned his head to look if he felt something. It happened to see Long Chen stab at him holding the Seagull's trident. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and a pair of huge bat wings suddenly grew out of his back, wrapping it up. Poseidon's trident stabbed on the bat's wings, but it couldn't penetrate at all. Boom! The bat's wings suddenly opened, and a strong countershock force directly shook Long Chen out. It's still not enough. Is your love for her not enough? Or is this rumor itself fake? Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Long Chen's eyes were red, and his fists were clenched. This was the first time he felt such a sense of powerlessness. The generals were so strong that he was not able to match them at all. Master, use the Hoshin Tower. At this moment, Tao Ling's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hoshin Tower? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. Yes, he had forgotten that there was another method. The Hoshin Pagoda can even trap the Imperial-level powerhouses. Even if the generals are powerful, it is absolutely impossible to surpass the Imperial-level Hoshin Tower. Suppress me! Long Chen shouted violently. Hoshin Tower appeared in Long Chen's hands out of thin air, and then flew away. The palm-sized Hoshin Tower instantly expanded to tens of meters, flying above the generals, and a powerful suction was born. For the first time, Jiang Chen's face, which had been so plain, changed drastically for the first time, and he almost subconsciously exclaimed, Hoshin Tower. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this guy knew Hoshin Tower. However, he didn't intend to ask more at this time. His mind urged the Hoshin Tower, and suddenly there was a burst of golden light. Jiang Chen wanted to retreat, but it was useless. The powerful suction power was released from the Hoshin Tower, and the target was directed at the generals. In the end, Jiang Chen glanced at Long Chen with complicated eyes, and then turned into a stream of light and entered the Hoshin Tower. Emperor. The first and second generations of zombies were shocked when they saw it. They couldn't imagine that the Emperor, who was invincible in their minds, was actually suppressed. Long Chen made a big move and Hoshin Tower returned to his hands. He ignored the others and hurried to Zhuge Lianyu's side and unchained her. At this time, Zhuge Lianyu had fallen into a coma, with a hole in her heart. Even if it was her, She was on the verge of death at this time. Leng Yi, I won't let you die. Long Chen's body couldn't help trembling, and the life force poured into Zhuge Lianyu's body as if he didn't need money. Long Chen, who has understood the law of life, as long as the opponent is not dead, even if the heart is damaged, he is sure to heal. Long Chen looked at the dozen or so zombies of the first and second generations. Although he was shocked because the generals were suppressed at this time, he might come back to his senses at some point. So Long Chen took Zhuge Lianyu a few teleports and left the Scarlet Castle. The next moment, they appeared in the wilderness nearly 100 kilometers away. Lianyu. Long Chen's face changed drastically. He placed Zhuge Lianyu gently on the ground, and then vigorously activated the law of life. But he found a problem. The law of life that had never been unfavorable in the past did not work this time. The life force circulates in Zhuge Lianyu's body, and whenever it comes to the heart, it will be swallowed by a black energy. This black energy was filled with the breath of death, completely opposite to Long Chen's life force. How could this be? How could this be? Long Chen's face was very nervous, and he could feel that Zhuge Lianyu's vitality was rapidly fading. If this goes on, at most 1 minute, she will really die. Give me alive, come alive. Long Chen roared, the law of life urged to its peak. The life force was injected into Zhuge Lianyu's body without money. But it was still useless, except for supporting Zhuge Lianyu for a period of time. The black energy was too strong, and Long Chen's life force could not remove it at all. Feeling Zhuge Lianyu's life diminishing, Long Chen was so anxious that tears almost flowed out. There must be a way. Since the power of life doesn't work, then reverse history. Yes, I want to travel to the past. As long as none of this happens, as long as Leng has not been to Liulai ancient town, Leng won't die. Long Chen's eyes show a crazy color. Traveling through time and space and changing history is almost impossible in the eyes of others. Time is the most mysterious thing, and no one can guarantee whether time exists or not, let alone travel through time and space and change history. But Long Chen is different. With the time ability, he thinks he can do it. System, upgrade me the time ability. Long Chen shouted loudly in his heart. Ding. Consume 800,000 experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV7. Ding. Consume 1.6 million experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV8. Ding. It consumes 3.2 million experience points, and the time ability is promoted to LV9. Ding. The experience value is not enough to advance. Previously, he killed a lot of zombies in Liulai ancient town and Scarlet Castle Long Chen, and also collected a lot of experience points. Now they are all used in time abilities, but they have only risen to level 9. Damn it, you can almost advance the law of time. Long Chen cursed secretly. If he could advance to the law of time, he would definitely be able to travel through time and space. However, although it is only level 9, it also has the function of traveling through time and space. However, this function is not stable yet, and Long Chen cannot be sure whether it will succeed. No matter. For Leng, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to try it. But after hesitating for a moment, Long Chen showed firmness. There were bursts of light flashing in his eyes, and timelines radiated from him. Chapter 150, 300 years ago, at the beginning of the last days time and space, shuttle. Long Chen desperately urged the time ability, and the time around him began to slow down, until it stopped, until began to regress. Exclamation mark. Long Chen's body began to become illusory. What? Suddenly, Long Chen let out a scream. He felt that his mental power was being dampened by the power of time and was quickly draining. It takes mental power to perform supernatural powers, and the mental power required for the ability to travel through time is even more uncountable. But Long Chen must hold on, otherwise everything will be lost. I don't know how long it has passed, and Long Chen's figure has all become transparent, then disappeared in place. It was at this moment that Long Chen finally exhausted his mental power and passed out. My head hurts. In the muddle, Long Chen's consciousness slowly awakened. He felt a pain in his head, as if a meat grinder was constantly stirring in his head. He couldn't even control his body. He couldn't even open his eyes. It's like a ghost press, obviously awake, but unable to move. It should be that urging time to shuttle consumes too much mental energy, and I don't know where I am now. Long Chen thought in his heart. He could only vaguely hear some noisy sounds around him. But because of the splitting headache, I couldn't concentrate at all to hear what it was. This state lasted for a long time. Long Chen's headache gradually eased, and a trace of his body perception was restored. Someone is feeding me something? At this time, Long Chen finally felt that a warm current followed his mouth into his throat, and then into his stomach. In addition, he seemed to hear some sounds. It seems that someone is saying that he can't live. don't waste food or anything. Long Chen forcibly controlled his eyes, and after several attempts, he finally opened them. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face. This is a young woman who looks like she is in her early 20s. If she only talks about her appearance, she is actually no better than Dugalanayu. But for some reason, Long Chen subconsciously felt that this young woman was really beautiful, more beautiful than any other woman. What? The young woman was frightened by Long Chen's eyes suddenly opened, her body trembled, and a bowl she held in her hands fell straight down. Although the young woman caught him in time, all the soup inside poured onto Long Chen's face. I'm sorry, have you been burned? The young woman reacted and quickly apologized, and took out a piece of toilet paper to Long Chen to wipe. I don't know why, this gives Long Chen a very warm feeling. As for whether he was scalded or not, just kidding, his current body is so strong that it can't be burned by the fire, let alone the mere soup. But after being poured so much, Long Chen felt his consciousness more sober. No, it's okay. Long Chen forced such a few words, and the young woman was relieved. At this time, another face appeared in front of Long Chen. This was the face of a man, also in his 20s. He looks pretty handsome, with clear water chestnuts on his face, dark skin, and small head, giving him the feeling of being handsome. The most important thing is that Long Chen always feels that he is a bit familiar, but he can't remember who it is. You actually woke up. You are really dead. You slept for 3 days and 3 nights, and you came back to life, the man said in surprise. Slept for 3 days and 3 nights? Long Chen was taken aback for a moment. It seems that time travel consumes a lot of mental energy, and I barely woke up after sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. And the mental power is still so weak. Long Chen could feel that his current spiritual consciousness was empty. If you compare the previous spiritual consciousness to a Wang Qingquan, then he now only has a few drops of water left. It was these few drops of water that made him wake up enough, otherwise he would have to become a vegetable. By the way, my name is Long Ming, this is my wife, Ging Yan. What do you call my brother? The man first introduced himself and the young woman, and then asked. After Long Chen heard the man's name, his face suddenly changed. My mind was like being ringed by 9 clocks at the same time, buzzing constantly. Long Ming? Isn't this his father's name? Combined with the man's appearance, Long Chen finally remembered it. No wonder he looked familiar. Isn't this exactly similar to yourself? Brother, what's the matter with you? Seeing Long Chen look dumbfounded, Long Ming called him a few times. Only then did Long Chen come back to his senses. Excuse me. How long is it now? Long Chen asked quickly. Long Ming and Ging Yan suddenly looked at Long Chen in surprise. It's the 20th year of the dragon calendar. You don't even know this? Isn't it the problem here? Long Ming pointed to his head and said, he felt that Long Chen might have slept for too long, causing his brain to fall asleep. Long calendar 2020 years. Long Chen's heart trembled, and he was even more sure that the man in front of him was his father. Because the 20th year of the dragon calendar is the beginning of the end of the world. And his father, the true undefeated dragon god, was the man at the beginning of the last days. I turned out to be 300 years ago. I'm going. Do you want to be so bloodthirsty, to travel 300 years ago, and meet my father whom I have never met? Long Chen felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He just wanted to travel a few days ago to prevent Dugalanayu from going to Liulai ancient town. Hey, brother, you haven't told me your name yet. Seeing Long Chen in a daze again, Long Ming shook his hand in front of him and said, oh, my name is Chen Long. Long Chen thought for a while, but didn't say his real name. If the man in front of him is really his own father, it would be embarrassing to say his name. The current Long Ming has not yet given birth to Long Chen, but if he says that he is called Long Chen, would he have to change his name after giving birth to him? Chen Long? Let me go, brother. I originally thought of naming my future son Long Chen. It's really predestined, but you do look a little like me. Long Ming said in surprise, but immediately thought of something and said quickly, ahem, brother, I didn't want to take advantage of you. Long Chen wanted to say now, you didn't take advantage of me, but if you always call my brother, then I am taking advantage of you. Okay, as long as you talk a lot, when someone wakes up, just grab them and talk, let him rest. At this time, Ging Yan on the side spoke. Long Chen looked at Ging Yan. If Long Ming was his father, then the young woman in front of him was his mother. No wonder there is always a special feeling when looking at her. It turns out that this is family love, the feeling of blood connection. Yes, brother, please rest first, I won't bother you. Having said that, Long Ming went elsewhere. Ging Yan took another bowl of porridge and fed it to Long Chen.